the Clash of Clans World Championship. Today begins our August qualifier, and I am so excited to see the wars that are about to get underway. My name's Woody, and it's my pleasure to be joined by Judo Sloth. How are you doing, my friend?
Thank you so much, Woody. I am doing very well. I am excited to get into the action. I'm sure he'll be right
with us in a moment. We'll get him unmuted and get you all back into the action. Judo is going to be joining us as our intro team, and then we are going to be getting underway with our first caster pair in just a moment. But before we get underway with our event today, why don't we go ahead and learn a little bit about what's coming up next. How did our teams get here today?
Clash of Clans World Championship 2021 is finally here, and players all over the world are ready to battle for their share of the $1 million prize pool. The year consists of 6 monthly seasons, each with 3 stages. Each season starts with clans competing in Clan War League, and those clans that finish in Champion 1 through 3 are eligible for that month's Pre-Qualifier. The Pre-Qualifier is a 2-day single elimination tournament where teams are seeded based on their Clan War League results. The top 64 highest-ranked teams from Clan War League will secure a bye from Day 1 and will meet the top 64 teams from Day 1 on Day 2. After 2 days of pre-qualifier battle, only 6 teams will remain and advance to the monthly qualifiers. The monthly qualifier is where everything is on the line. Teams battle it out in a 2-day double elimination bracket to secure first place and a golden ticket to the World Finals. A silver ticket will be awarded to the second place team, which earns teams a shot in the Last Chance Qualifier. Teams can also earn a wild card in special community tournaments. Wildcard holders will meet the silver ticket holders in the Last Chance Qualifier. The 2 teams who emerge victorious from the Last Chance Qualifier will join 6 of the golden ticket winners in the World Finals. By the end of the year, we will get to witness the best clashing in the world when the top 8 teams battle it out in the World Finals for a share of the $1 million prize pool and the title of World Champion. Prepare for war.
There you have it. The format is set and the teams are ready to do battle. Well, what are they going to be fighting for? Judo Sloth is back with me. Why don't you take it from here?
Are we on? Here we go, Woody. They are going to be battling for the golden ticket and qualification into the World Finals. We've already had a bunch of teams make it that far in previous seasons. Obviously, the World Champions Alternate Attacks gaining the first golden ticket. Then we had N.Y Empire and the Queen Walkers. But we also have silver tickets this season, Woody.
Right, you are. We will have a wild card battle at the end of the qualification series, and every team with a silver ticket will have a chance at that Last Chance Qualifier. That includes MCES, Team Elevate, and Carnage Gaming. These silver tickets are earned by scoring a second place spot in a World Championship monthly qualifier season. We also might have some wild card tickets to hand out there to other teams competing in community events. So keep your eyes peeled for some new faces showing up maybe at the end of the year. And make sure to stay tuned over at COC Esports, where you can find information about all of those events. But in addition to the tickets that we're handing out here today, Judo, we also have some amazing prizes. As we said, $1 million prize pool, but a big chunk of that is going to be given away today. First place gets $15,000. Great prize up at the top, but even still, great prizes all the way throughout for every team competing today, Judo.
Absolutely. They have worked tirelessly in order to get just to this stage. So truly deserved, but not bad for a weekend of work. I think what we should do, though, Woody, is introduce the teams themselves. Everybody can then know who the 6 teams are that are competing, the format, which matches will be taking place. And remember, they have seeded through 1 and 6. So the matches were already played in the pre-qualifier, and that means when we take a look at the bracket, we actually have JX Tiger and N.Y Amazing already progressing to the second round. So the first match of the day will be Wahaha and TorillaTavataan, and then Inquisition and Badzinger.
And then next up we have another match, Inquisition versus Badzinger. Those are our first 2 matches. Teams that advance from the top bracket will continue on undefeated, while teams that take a loss will go down to the lower bracket and have to fight for their own survival. Only 2 lower bracket matches at the end of today for total elimination. But with that, let's go ahead and get ready for our first match. Wahaha and TorillaTavataan will be going up against each other. But hold on a second, because I want to get a little bit of sense for what's going on in the community, what you guys and gals out there are thinking is going to happen in our second match. Our second match is going to have a community prediction vote. Judoslav, kick it off for us.
Well, be sure to include in the chat the hashtag INQ for Inquisition or hashtag BAD for Badzinger. Who you think will win that second place matchup? Will be interesting to see the votes on that one, Woody. But first, we have that initial matchup, and it is going to be exciting to see who will be progressing to face the #1 seed.
Great question, and we have got some awesome wars ahead of you. Excited to hear what the community has to think about that exciting war that's coming up, but why don't we go ahead and just toss it off, because our first two casters are ready to go. Itsu and Carbonfin, take it away.
Thank you so much, Woody and Judoslav. I'm Carbonfin, joined here with Itsu. We are ready to go to bring you that first match. And Itsu, how are you doing today?
I'm super excited. I cannot wait for the action to get started. We have already the first team on our hands, the newcomers of Finland. And this is going to be incredible to see how they can compete on this stage. They were not in any of the competitions in the last year, so they're a complete newcomer. And Calvin, I have to say, I cannot wait to see them compete.
Absolutely, and their competitors are going to be some faces you may have seen before. Wahaha coming in with their captain B. He's played on many competitive teams, but he's joining this one to try to advance. And remember, this is the first round. They're going to be the very first match of this qualifiers. And now the percentage. Look at that. The average star is 12.6, an exact tie. Itsu with the first attack now underway.
That's right. This means this should be a close battle. We have things starting off with something we already kind of predicted with the Dragon Rides and Inferno Dragons. This is a strategy which right now is super common in the competitive scene, especially because people are trying to prevent those queen charges, which means they're using single Inferno towers, and this is causing a lot of skeleton spell usage. But we see already the first tornado trap messing up the blimp party. I think this is going to be something which we're going to see quite often today. Nothing is going for that town hall. But Corbin, now there are those Inferno Dragons, and those should take down the town hall pretty quickly. But how is about, like, what's about the back end?
Yeah, indeed. That blimp was supposed to secure the town hall, but the Inferno Dragons did grab it. We do have the back end air defenses in the corner. The King's ability running around with the Royal Champion coming in towards that multi-target Inferno. Needs to help take that defending queen down. And yes, she has been secured using one final skeleton spell to help try to protect the Royal Champion as she's approaching this final scattershot compartment. Raises it up, but with that Royal Champion ability still intact, this is looking really good, and we're going to see our first 3-star of the qualifiers.
Yep, indeed. With those Dragon Riders, Inferno Dragons still alive, and with that Royal Champion, I think, as you said, we have the first 3-star on the hand. The Queen ability is getting used just to get through yet again another wall for her. But this is just all about cleanup, all about the time, making sure that time is not the issue at the end of the day. So getting a quick strike and making sure that the first 3-stars on their hands. And this is a pretty solid start for the newcomers. We already said about this. This is the first big match on this kind of stage, which means, obviously, it's new to them. The nerves could get to them. And having a start like this is super, super important. We can see the post stats of the attack, the Dragon Rider combination with those Inferno Dragons. One of the strongest one out there, Corbin, for sure.
Yeah, the Mass Inferno Dragons. The key thing is time. When you're coming in with the attacks and they're all tied up, let's say it's a perfect war, it will come down as that tiebreakers, the time. We've seen it happen before, which is just a gut-wrenching feeling to think that you come in with all 3 stars, you put up a 15-star performance, and you could lose off of that. So if you have attackers that have the Inferno Dragon attack under their belt, that's going to give you a huge advantage in your match. But now Wahaha coming in with the Warden Walk It's the complete opposite of there. It's now going to the ground. These are the two strategies that have been super strong at the competitive scene for Clash of Clans. And the one walk, it's all about what he can grab, but it takes so much time to get the value from him.
Yeah, that's right. But as soon as you can get the army going, it is nearly unstoppable because it's always depending on the attacker. If he's sending those loons with his smash, there is nearly no counterplay for the base builder because, well, Black Mines, they do not care because the loons are going to trigger them, so healers are staying alive. There's the blimp flying across. There's the first Black Mine getting caught by those loons, which is really nicely done. And the next thing, which is obviously pretty nice, typically they are, well, I want to say, typically there are super minions inside the clan castle, but this time around, though, we see the Lava Hound. Question now is, can this push get quick enough through the core? The next jump is complete on the other side of the P.E.K.K.A smash. The freeze is getting invested. Oh, but everything on the right side died out, and we have this one witch getting, yeah, taken down as well. I don't know if that's looking that good, Calvin.
He needs to push these P.E.K.K.As towards that Eagle Artillery, help take that down, because the one Super Wizard looks to still be alive, drops the freeze onto the single target Inferno. The Royal Champion is still pushing her way around, but keep note that he does not have any more spells to push the troops around. The one single target Inferno on the Tesla farm just pops. Now that he reached 51% into the raid, RC does have her ability. At least he can help try to keep that momentum pushing through. But that single is going to lock onto eventually, even if the RC makes it through. But force and ability, there's just looking like it's too much left in the base to try to get through.
Yeah, I think especially the single Inferno Tower looks like a big threat to him. And you can see as well, the base is set up really interesting. The compartment behind the wall is completely open. So in the beginning, we don't really see that because of the Town Hall was hiding this big gap. But just like this opening was really messing up with the pathing, everything, and luring over the troops, even though the jump was placed on the right side. And now a couple of red bombs are coming up. But as we said, this single Inferno Tower is taking down a P.E.K.K.A after each other. And this is not what you're looking for when you're coming with this army strategy. Obviously, he has 30 seconds left. I think it's going to be a decent percentage, but obviously not what you're looking for coming into this matchup. And I have to say, I think we're going to see quite a few more P.E.K.K.A smash attacks from the Wahaha side. I think this is something which, especially the Chinese community, really have mastered, and they're so good with it. So seeing a start like this is really surprising because, well, typically as a team, you want to have the safest attack going first, the attacker with the best plan going first, because, well, you don't have to plan or think about this idea anymore because it is your best idea. And seeing it getting a 93%, I don't think he's happy with that. So now it's back to the Finnish team, and let's see if they can push their lead, because so far the start looks really good for them.
Yeah, it was still incredible to see the value that he still got. A bunch of the troops try to push their way into the core as we're seeing into this replay, but finishing with into the 90% when we thought it was going to fall well short of that higher percentage. And you need to be, if you do fail, which you do not want to, you have to be at least in the 90s to have a chance, because these pros have been putting up incredible performances so far. But we will definitely be seeing more of that attack strategy, like you said, with kind of that P.E.K.K.A smash and doing a lot of Warden walks. But now it's something that we're seeing for the first time here now in this qualifiers, is going to be using the double clone with the mass dragons. The big thing, you talked about it, is you want a lot of times those clone spells to pull as many traps as possible so that it can protect those dragons.
Yeah, that's right. Making sure that you can trigger as many traps as possible, and, well, triggering the NATO, for example, things like that. Let's see how he's going to actually pull this off. He's starting off with his heroes at the bottom side, funneling the left side with this Electro Dragon, which is always quite expensive, but some people really like to bring this investment because sometimes you can even keep this Electro Dragon alive. So far, King and Queen are pushing in from the bottom side. There, the Dragon. Couple of Dragon Riders are getting added, and then we have to take a look yet again at that blimp. I feel like this blimp delivering those loons to be cloned around the Town Hall is going to be the key thing of this attack, because if this blimp is not connecting, if it's like getting caught in a NATO trap or whatever, this is really bad news for him. And the NATO, That's the interesting thing, Corbin, we have to take a look for.
We do. Keep our eye on that blip. Is it going to push its way towards the town hall? There is the rage. Here comes the double clone over near the town hall, but these dragons trying to get the belly, secure the town hall now, freezing up that core scatter shot and the Tesla. Can these dragons continue? They're pulling some seeking air mines on the outside. The queen still has her ability, but look at this. Still has yet to deploy the royal champion. Finally now using her to try to continue to get this value. The air defense needs to go down, but the biggest threat now remaining, it looks to be that single target Inferno. We need to keep our eye. Are we going to see potentially ground skellies over near where that town hall was? Because a lot of times those skellies pop up to try to stop royal champions as they get near it. Oh.
Yeah, the royal champion ability not perfectly timed. The skeleton trap is there. But the Inferno Tower is going down too quick. The skeleton trap too far away. And this means this is going to be the second 3-star in this match. And it's going to be dragons with this new clone method. So really nicely done to him. He's getting everything out of the way. The Clankers being the last building surviving this attack. But yeah, you said it. Was kind of like a surprise not to see more skeleton traps or more Tesla on the back end. Because, well, most of the entries are going in from the far side of the town hall, and then having those ground traps on the back end, making the life of the royal champion not as easy, like not getting through out of the back end as easily as she might do, because she is such a strong hero, especially combined with that Lassie. It is really tricky to take her down, and we saw exactly that. And what happens if you can't take her down with your base.
Yeah, perfect job. Even had that queen ability still in the bag at the very end of the raid. But now we need to answer with a 3-star. But hang on here, Itsu. Look at what we're seeing here. Loving this. We're seeing some super giants in the mix. Okay, how are we going to involve the super giants? Because remember, those super giants do extra damage to the walls. And since he got super wizards, you're not allowed to take more than 2 super troops. So he can't take super wall breakers. Does indeed take 5 regular wall breakers. We love seeing something different here.
Yeah, this is like his thing, his strategy. He used that quite a bit already in the pre-qualifier as well. And what we're about to see is that he's going to send all of those super giants with his, well, super wizards and the majority of his heroes into the base, using now the 3 Yetis to funnel with the siege breaks together. It's a really heavy investment. The first time I saw it, I was like, what? Like, this is way too big of an investment, but somehow it worked. Even one of the attacks, he swagged all of his super wizards. So let's see how this attack is going to go. They're the super giants, and there is such a good tanking troop in the game. Wall breakers are opening up the wall as well. As you said, those giants are doing an easy work against those walls as well. And now it's all about this push. Those super giants are so hard to take down. And most of the spring traps, you have to remember, are getting placed even against headhunters, things like that. This means less spring traps against things like hog riders, miners, or even super giants. And let's see how long they can survive against this base.
Yeah, with that early warden ability, actually protected for the headhunter, which pulled some traps as it passed that multi, but the hogs and royal champion are dodging that core multi-target inferno. We do have a back-end king, which now is lured over to where his heroes are. It's looking really solid so far, but needs to take this town hall down. The queen still has her ability, has an invisibility and the freeze, not using it just yet. Finally freezes this town hall up. RC's ability was forced. Needs to take the town hall, but the royal champion can. Oh, there's finally the invis to make sure the town hall goes down, because she does not have ability anymore. But we still have a back-end single target inferno.
Yeah, I feel like the timing of that invisibility spell was not optimal, because he invested the invisibility spell and the queen ability. And with maybe saving this, he could have saved the royal champion for the back end, could have made a little bit more work with her. And we saw in the attack before how strong this back end hero could be. But as you said, the Hog Riders and everything skipping that Inferno Tower and all of the healers getting taken down, this was the main problem for him. Maybe, just maybe, Super Archers could have been the answer, because they have a bigger range. So maybe they could have reached that Inferno Tower. Who knows? Like, when we're going with those creative strategies like those Super Giants, maybe throw some other things into the mix and try it. But yeah, this time around, we do not see a successful attack. And this means so far, ground is 0 out of 2 in this tournament, which is really unfortunate. But this means there is already a big lead in this match.
Yeah, big lead coming in for the Finnish team, wanting to come in with the Dragons, showing how strong the air attacks are. We're seeing the Mass Inferno Dragons, we're seeing the Clone Dragon, and we're seeing a replay of this attack, trying to push his way through. But like you mentioned, that single target Inferno, he could not reach that, and nothing was going into that compartment, even though the jump did connect that area. And it's just Super Giants just kind of got picked off to try to push his way through with the Super Wizards. What a great effort. And yes, the 2 fails did come from the ground attacks on the same team. So they're down. They need to try to put up a defense in this next hit. But this is coming in with another Mass Dragons. We're coming with 2 more clones as well. So they are really liking this attack strategy.
That's right, but I guess he's coming in from the top left. And to be honest, I would be surprised if, like, in the current meta, air is going to be a thing. And the top left entry looks quite obvious, I guess. So let's see if they tested it. Maybe there's a NATO against the blimp or something, because we see it so often. Or maybe he's just coming in from a complete different angle, but it does not look like it. We have the heroes on the 9 o'clock side. We have the funnel at the top side. And this means those Dragons and Dragon Riders are going to be sent in from the left side. We have seen a couple of teams doing a great job with those NATO traps, completely messing up the attack and even forcing 1-stars, where this blimp is basically the core thing of your attack. This time around, let's see how long he's going to delay this Warden ability, because he wants for sure catch this blimp with that Warden coverage.
Absolutely. You want to keep your mind. The longer you wait on that Warden ability, the longer that blimp can stay protected. There it is. Warden ability was just used. We're probably going to be seeing a tornado trap right near this town hall. Yep, there it is. While a single target locked down, so he's going to have to be forced to use a freeze on it. No, okay, well, he clones up the balloons. Town hall finally now just activates, drops another clone, sending the balloons into it. They're all being protected.
So
and
loot.
Look at that. It hasn't even used the Royal Champion yet. Oh my, this is crushed.
This is crazy. I mean, if you're putting a lot of buildings behind that town hall, the clone's technique, I want to say, is really, really strong against those type of bases. And it really showed that the Royal Champion for cleanup pretty much at this bottom side. We have the Dragon Riders at the top right doing their thing as well. But there were so many loons. Like, it looks so satisfying when there's like 30 loons appearing out of nothing pretty much inside the core of this base or surrounding that town hall. And he made that look easy. So another 3-star for Conan over there, and this means Wahaha really needs that next attack to 3-star. Otherwise, it is getting pretty unlikely for them, or pretty hard to come back from this one.
Yeah, putting up 3 triples, and that's the thing, is this is their first time competing on the world stage in a qualifier just like this, and they're putting on a show. What a well done. Look at that. The blimp using the clone to not only not drop the clones at the exact same time, but kind of leading in towards the town hall to be sure the ballooned clone gets the town hall, secures it, and then just crushes the base. What a beautiful attack coming in. And we're seeing the strength of cloning the balloons now. We haven't seen clone spells being used all that much, but now people are realizing how much value you are getting. But now Wahaha needs to get this 3-star with the Hydra. We do have 1 Earthquake in the mix with 4 invisibility, so maybe we're gonna... Okay, there's the Earthquake, using it to help damage the bomb tower, because what happens is if that blimp lands on that bomb tower, you are at huge risk of losing your Super Wizards. Oh, I said it.
Oh no.
Oh no. The tornado trap giant bomb combination absolutely shredded through those Super Wizards. It's just not their war right now. The defense is just coming in so far, especially for the Finnish team. TorillaTavataan, what a performance on the defensive side you guys have been putting together.
That's crazy, especially considering like those mind games which are involved in this one, because there is only 1 NATO in the game and he has 2 options. This base, at least the Blizzard itself, looks pretty symmetrical. Yes, you can take down from the bottom side the Air Expo, but still, except that, it looks pretty much the same. So predicting that we are going to see that Blizzard from the bottom side is really, really nice base building right there, and base identification for the base builder. This means Wahaha are struggling quite a bit to getting that town hall because he has to send the king funneling right now with that queen, with that dragon to get the king inside that town hall compartment. And take a look at those sweepers, putting them next to the town hall, making sure that they're protecting that town hall so air is not getting as easy towards it. Now we have to take a look at that king. Is that king going to get that town hall down? So far it looks like a big yes, because the town hall is getting targeted by that king. And now the air is about to get started, Corbin. And the eagle is really far on the outside.
Yeah, the eagle is right on the bottom side, so he's pushing straight into the, hopefully take it down pretty quickly. But he still is the royal champion at this point. He wants to try to see how much value he can still get. But don't count these attacks out just yet. We've seen the strength of the air attacks, especially coming in with dragons now. But the problem is, a lot of the funnel over here, these buildings, may cause these dragons to completely move away from going into the middle of this base. Now, using our ward ability, the Royal Champion just went down, but there just looks like way too much on the base still remaining.
Yeah, and especially the setup of this base is making sure that there is no connection for pathing into this core. And this means the Mutang Phone Tower is staying alive for which is key, because we just saw it in one of the earlier attacks where the Mutang Phone Tower was staying alive. And yes, it's just a Mutang Phone Tower, but even Mutang Phone Tower with 6 beams, it can do quite a bit of damage over time. And we see that with those dragons and everything, which are flying right now in the core. And there are some more red bombs, black mice, and whatever. And those troops are going down quickly, and this means we have already an incredible defense. 63% 2-star. That's an impressive defensive job right there.
Absolutely. We saw the baited blimp, and that's what these players try to do. We've asked them many interview questions of like, what do you do to try to build your bases? And the pro players, what they say is they try to defend against the most common attack strategies and potentially bait certain attacks. And like you said, symmetrical bases could be kind of just a luck of the draw where you send the blimp into a town hall, and it just wasn't his day right there. Went straight into the tornado trap, giant bomb, and he lost all those super wizards. But now ODS wants to come in with the dragons as well. And again, we're seeing the double clones. And ODS is coming from Finland and the US, and he's looking to try to continue the 3-star streak for TorillaTavataan.
Yeah, and it's an interesting choice of seeing those clone spells in this one, because we have seen typically when they use the strategy that there were like a lot of defenses right behind the town hall. But this time around though, I feel like there's a small gap in between of the town hall and like then for example the single phone tower. So let's see how he's going to do that. We have the queen and the king pushing inside. The yak is going to open up the next compartment. And I don't know if you plan on that one, but getting through that compartment, getting into the eagle compartment is OP right there, because this means the eagle has been taken down as well. And he is sending in his airstrike from the top side. And we have any second yet again that blimp coming in. There it is. And now we have to take a look at, is there going to be a NATO trap preventing that blimp to reach the town hall?
But he waited as long as he possibly could to use that Grand Warden ability. He does find the tornado trap leading towards the town hall, but the Sticky Airbite hits it. Here goes the clone, and he should be able to take the town hall down. Uses another clone past the town hall and trying to push his way towards that back, and scatter freezes the scatter shot. Dragons go straight to the queen, but he still has the royal champion to deploy. It's looking like a lot of troops are still moving. He pulls some traps here. Can he get through this back? And finally, the royal champion's coming down. Needs to get the cleanup down. He has a minion or two, but the Dragon Rider is being picked off with 1 freeze left. RC ability. I mean, I'm still liking what is left on this base. He can still get this.
Yeah, that's for sure, especially considering the back end. We have no cannons on that back end, which means out of those defenses, or most of the important are one-shot by that royal champion ability, which means all of those archer towers on the back end, which look kind of maybe like a big threat to this royal champ, just the ability and all of them are just going down. And this means we have a close one, but we have the next 3-star, I believe. I don't. No, we can't jinx this. We can't jinx this. Yes, 50 seconds left. This is going to be a 3-star for sure.
Well, funny enough, you say you can't jinx this. When asked How will you celebrate if you win the tournament? ODS specifically said in his answer, no jinxes allowed. I cannot answer this yet. If it happens, I will answer. So ODS, we are going to be waiting for your answer to that question. But GG, well done. Look at him celebrating, putting another 3-star on the board, going 4 for 4 so far, and they are putting on a beautiful performance with these dragons nonetheless.
Yeah, that's right. They're looking really, really strong with the air. It's going to be interesting to see if later in the tournament we're going to see teams actually using bases which are preparing, or like which were prepared against this type of strategy, because we see quite a few teams being really successful as soon as they know if the enemy is coming in with air. They were really good with defending against those strategies. We saw even alternate multiple times forcing 1-stars with really nicely placed NATO traps. So this is going to be interesting to see, but we have our first Queen Charge Dragon Rider attack on our hands with the log launcher. Let's go. That's something what I want to see. Let's take a look at where exactly he's putting it down and how the plan looks like. I feel like Queen Charge into the scatter, King into the multi, and then we have the log launcher all the way to the Town Hall, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, that's really one of the best use cases of this log launcher. And remember, the logs, they will continue through and especially launch the clan castle troops, including archers, goblins, and those headhunters. But he's trying to keep this. No! The queen ability was forced, and you can't lose the queen ability in an attack like this, especially if you're charging into a town hall and a single target inferno. There's just no way to now try to protect her unless using 4 freezes and an invisibility. It's just having that queen ability in the bag is so important to just save an attack in case.
Yeah, that's right. And now we have to be careful with that single inferno tower, because this queen has no second chance whatsoever. And so far it looks like this single inferno tower is staying alive for quite a bit more. There's another freeze. There is so much freezing going on because the ice golems are doing the exact same. But take a look at those logs. The logs actually...
Whoa.
Those... Wow! Those loons really paid off big time. Taking that inside the log launcher right there. Now the town hall should go down, I think, at some point.
Incredible use of those balloons coming out of that log launcher. Queen still needs to take this town hall down, does have an invisibility and freeze, pops an early warden ability to help protect these dragon riders. Here comes the headhunters across. We still have the defending queen. Remember, the dragon riders will not target his queen, just cleared and grabbed the town hall, but the king is now trying to push his way, grabbing the multi-target inferno, and that queen though is going to do so much damage with no headhunter support.
Oh no, the queen going down was a big thing, and now we can see as well the defending queen staying alive is clutch on this one. He's making her invisible, but it's not working like a freeze. The invisibility spells sometimes like working the other way around. He's trying to lure over the healers to make them tank, but it's too late. And this strategy is not working either. It seems like Wahaha is really not finding the right strategies on those bases. And it seems like those bases are just defending and defending and defending. And this is something which we're not seeing too often in the current meta. Like, it is right now 2 completely different results. 0 out of 4 versus 4 out of 4. And this is something which is a big surprise to me, I have to say.
Yeah, we're seeing an incredible performance coming in just from one team. Wahaha not able to get this Queen Charge Dragon Riders, and that early Warden ability over the Headhunters unfortunately might have been the difference in this raid, because the defending Queen was supposed to get picked off either by the King or by those Headhunters there. And now at this point, we already see they've confirmed and locked up the ward, but they're looking to put up another 3-star, and this is going to be with another air attack coming in with the Mass Inferno Dragons. Let's see if they can put up a 15-star performance. And we've seen over the qualifiers that each team, which was Alternate Attacks, Top and I Empire, and Queen Walkers, all of them came from the upper bracket, did not lose, which is putting the pressure. It makes it even harder for Wahaha to make that comeback to try to win and get a golden ticket, because that is what they're fighting for. But with this attack, using the lightning spells to help take down a sweeper, we're going to have to keep our eye on the Inferno Dragons coming down with that blimp for the Town Hall.
Yeah, we have the queen getting placed quite early. There's the king as well. What is he going to just ignore that multi-inferno tower? That's quite an interesting move right there. But there's an early blimp towards their town hall, so let's see if that blimp is going to reach the town hall, being able to take it down. The first couple of backmines right there. There is no tornado just yet, and this means this town hall is going to go down. And now we have this huge wave of Inferno Dragons and Dragon Riders flying over this base, and as long as the traps are not incredible master placement-wise, it is not easy to defend this wave of troops.
Yeah, the Queen's ability was just forced on the outside. Still has a Royal Champion to deploy, freezing up the multi-target Inferno. But we're finding a Tesla farm down by that Eagle Artillery. Here comes the King ability. Needs to grab this valley, but he still has a bunch of dragons still up moving through the core of the base. And look, there's still a handful of freezes and the Skeleton spell now just being used. These spells can make all the difference in this attack.
Yeah, the back-end Skeleton spell to tank the scatter shot is clutch right there. The Royal Champion with her ability still left. The Queen is getting healed up again with that Unicorn. That is just incredible, even though the Unicorn is getting taken down at this point. There is the back-end poison as well to make sure the clan cast, to make sure the Skeleton trap is not having any chance whatsoever. And this means they're getting the perfect war right here with their first performance and the first appearance in Clash Worlds for this year. That is quite an impressive showing in their first match.
Beautiful job right there, coming in with a perfect war for TorillaTavataan. Unbelievable, but that's the thing, Itsu. We saw from this team, all their triples was indeed from air. They all came in with dragons, either the Drag Clone or the Mass Inferno Dragons. Now the question is, their opponents that potentially they will face into the next round, they now know this, and they can try to choose maybe some bases that try to help defend against that. What would you say would kind of help try to counter attacks that we just saw there?
I think a couple of defenses are key to place them, especially X-bows and air defenses. But obviously with putting air defenses deeper inside the core of the base, you're making your base maybe weaker to other attacks. But so far, we only saw those dragon type of attacks from Torilla. And maybe it's just the way to go, to just take it, only try to defend those air attacks. But now we have another Queen Shot's Dragon Rider on our hands from Wahaha in their last attack, and he is bringing the jump spell, and so far he has the blimp selected as well, maybe to take down the town hall. Let's see if maybe he's going to switch there. Let's see, is that Queen supposed to go over there? That's the question. What do you think?
That is the question. We saw a little bit of funneling coming in. It was on the left side. The balloon was over there, but does end up using the super wall breaker. Queen will be able to reach this town hall. And remember, even if the Queen goes the wrong way, these pros are so good they can adapt on the fly. But we do see on a charge like this with a single target Inferno and the clan castle behind that town hall, that could be devastating for trying to continue and keep a Queen alive.
Yeah, the King is getting used to push the Queen further inside. And now it's all about the timing. Is this Hound going to go for that Queen? If she's in range of that single Inferno Tower, that might be really bad news for him, and it's exactly that case. Take a look at the range. The Queen is like with one toe being inside that range of that Inferno Tower. That is so unfortunate right there.
Yeah, I'm imagining now, look at, he still has that jump spell. So if he was actually wanting to get the Queen to the left side, that jump spell would have actually got him beautiful access to both the multis through the channel there. Well, now we're seeing the Dragon Riders with the Stone Slammer finally popping the warded ability here. Needs to take this Eagle Artillery down. This Queen's ability is probably going to be going off. Yes, it's forced through the single target. Look at all these air skellies that are popping up in the base.
That is so crazy. They're just following those Dragon Riders everywhere. The next rage to keep the Queen alive, but the question is for the back end. Wait a second, that wall was open.
Oh.
Isn't it open? The jump spell, I feel like it's not really needed right there. But either way, I think there's a couple of Dragon Riders left alive on the left side, but is this air defense being able to take them down? That is the big question, Corbin.
Yeah, that air defense. These Dragon Riders don't have too much health here. Taking out the first Wizard Tower, but there is also an Archer Tower right there. The Queen jumping some walls. with just over 30 seconds left. This queen, she can clear the rest of this base, but now time is the question.
No!
Can she do it? The queen goes the wrong way. She needs to walk out the other way to walk around, but now she would have to beat through the wall. You know what? The owl, no, does not take out the archer tower.
That is
Oh my.
unfortunate. It was a really good attempt of saving this attack. You have to say it was a really, really good attempt right there. It's a 99% to finish off this match, and especially like taking a look like forward in this entire tournament. I don't know if that's how they wanted to finish this match, because they have to play another match later today, but we have our winner, and that was TorillaTavataan. That was quite impressive showing in the first match.
Yeah, an impressive performance, like you said, not only coming in with the perfect war, but their attacks were super quick, meaning that if they went up against a perfect war as well, they would have had a huge advantage and would have won the war. So you need those fast attacks like Mass Inferno Dragons, Mass E Dragons, for super quick attacks to be able to really bring that average attack duration down, but still coming with a perfect war in your very first performance in a World Championship qualifiers with all the nerves that you may have is an unbelievable performance coming here representing your country.
Yeah, that's right. Like it was truly impressive how they performed, especially like just going with their style. And yeah, I think we should take a look at a couple of those attacks. So let's take a look at that with Judo together, and he is going to highlight everything you need to know if you want to master those attacks.
Thank you so much, Itsu. What an incredible performance that was. We've seen TorillaTavataan using the clone attack quite a lot. It's not something we have seen in previous qualifiers, so that is what I wanted to break down for you. And it typically is used alongside the dragons. Now, however you want to set up the funnel, often they were using the E-Drag, sometimes the Yeti, as in this situation. You just need to make sure that you have both angles of the base cut out so that you can fly the dragons through. Typically, you do want to fly behind sweepers. I know that they were using lightning spells in order to help with that. And we've seen a couple of times as well the delayed Warden ability alongside that battle blimp. Again, you want the Warden ability to protect the dragons, but what I want to highlight to you is the clone spells. Has to be patient due to the tornado trap, and notice that they are placed in separate areas to continue encouraging the balloons to clone to that town hall. Worked out fantastic for him, and the beautiful thing is you can get so much value around it and continue creating the pathing for your dragons. Just like yourself, though, Itsu, I love seeing that attack strategy in action.
Yeah, it is really powerful if you can make it work with those clones, taking down everything around the town hall. And I think the key is, which we have just seen, the timing of those spells to make sure the town hall poison is not taking it down. But I think we should take a look at one of those bases which holds strong and somehow was able to defend Judo. What do you think about this one?
Well, I just love the fact that they said in the player questionnaires that they bait the blimp. That is what they do, and it worked out so well for him, didn't it? You can see with the trap locations, all of the giant bombs around the town hall. You talked about this, Carbon, but it was super effective in this situation.
Absolutely. That tornado trap spitting, he tried to use an earthquake with that battle blimp to help secure the bomb tower. But lo and behold, the tornado trap spun the super wizards around into that giant bomb. And the sweepers were pointing the complete other way, which he would say, hey, I'm going to send the blimp into the town hall, and unfortunately was not able to get it done. And every single one of the bases defended for TorillaTavataan. Beautiful performance right there, coming away with that perfect war. But with that, we're going to be saying goodbye to Itsu. We'll be seeing you a little bit later. And now Judo and I are now jumping into this next war. But Judo, man, from what we saw, perfect war. Can the next matchup kind of keep on par and keep that going?
I find it so interesting because that was not a close war, which is what we often see. Let's take a quick look at the bracket so we know what is ahead. Obviously, TorillaTavataan with a just mind-blowing performance. It's not often we get to see a 15-10 war, but it's Inquisition and Badzinger. And this is interesting because both of the teams were facing facing each other in the ESL Mobile Open just a few days ago. So it will be really cool to see them battle now in the World Championships, where it really is on the line. Like, this is the big one. $1 million. This is what everyone wants to win.
Yeah, they are trying to fight for their share of that prize pool. But that's the thing, is people now are looking at this next match, and people may think that Badzinger could be an underdog, but I've covered many of their matches, and they are doing so well. So let's take a look at the community predictions. What do you think? Who is going to win that war? And man, we are going to have to be seeing for the next war. We need your help. For JX Tiger and TorillaTavataan, who just put up a perfect war. If you think JX Tiger is going to win, make sure you put it into hashtag JXT in the chat. Or if you're picking TorillaTavataan, make sure you put hashtag TT for them. And we will tally up your votes to see who you guys think is going to take that one.
I find that's interesting because it's the #1 seed, but watching TorillaTavataan, you could see why people would pick it. However, let's take a look at what the results were of the community prediction for this war that is about to happen. And interestingly, it's Badzinger that is edging the victory. You said they might be an underdog, but I completely agree with you. They are such a good clan, and they actually had what I think is one of the best wars I have ever casted a couple of days ago. But what about yourself, Carbon? How are you foreseeing this match going?
I've covered a bunch of Badzinger's wars. I've seen some Inquisition. They're both fantastic, but I think I'm going to go with Badzinger in this matchup here. What about yourself, Judo?
I was going to pick Badzinger as well, so I guess we are both going with the community.
Yes.
I guess Inquisition are the underdogs for this one, if you want to put it that way. So we'll find out exactly what it will be. Badzinger with their lineup: Dima, Jose, Juan, Leon, and Rakira. As you can see the pre-qualifier stats of each of the players here. And it's interesting that every single one of the players did falter at some stage in the pre-qualifier.
They did, but their opponents, Inquisition, coming in with Striker, Haha, I Am Green, Lou, and a Vendetta. But look at that far right stat. Perfect so far during the pre-qualifiers. Can he keep up that momentum? But Inquisition is coming in, leading in both categories here of average destruction percentage and stars, just edging that out. But now it comes down to this performance here in these wars. And now Juan, who is a defending world's title winner. He won with Nova back in the very first season of the Clash of Clans World Championship. And he's coming in to help take down this air defense, maybe even grab an evil artillery. But it takes so much time to get these warden walks going.
It really does, and it's interesting that he's using this attack. One really normally uses a queen charge. That's what I see him using time and time again. But he has played Clash of Clans for 9 years, and like you said, he's a world champion, so he's very experienced. Maybe he just spies something in this base, potentially picking off the Eagle first thing here with the Warden, which then allows him to set up the Super P.E.K.K.A. Smash.
Yeah, this Warden has the healers with the Rage, and that Rage helps speed this Warden up. We have to keep our eye. Where is the Clan Castle? It's farther off to the right side of the base, in the middle, near the defending King and Queen. So this Warden is no risk of pulling out that CC, but now finally, dropping Ice Cold P.E.K.K.A., which should bring this Grand Warden back down. But actually does also grab the cannon, but Warden, where are you going? Come back finally! Gets pulled back down to join the rest of the raid.
Yeah, just trying to put the balloons a little bit further to the left, grab the Grand Warden's attention at any stage. He does move across, like you said, and this is looking pretty good, although the P.E.K.K.A. might go to the outside of the base here, depending on how things go. The Expo will still stand, which means the P.E.K.K.A. are drawn into the middle. Exactly what Juan wants at this stage. He needs the core down, yet to deploy the Royal Champion, just waiting, and I'd suspect just across to that right-hand side is where he'll use her.
Now finally finds a tornado trap here in the core of the base. The Super Wizards are trying to push their way to the backside of the Town Hall as a bunch of troops actually still alive, making their push through. Has one freeze. The King ability still could be used here, pushing his way and grabbing all this value. Now the Queen stepping up, grabbing the storage. She is going to burn her ability. King still hanging on the ability. This is looking strong. Look at that. Still, the Town Hall's been secured, but not much is left.
I thought he was going to try and swag the hero abilities for a moment there. He had all of them left over, but does not want to play it too close to the wire here. Healers will be going down due to that Giga Poison. Still has the multi-target to deal with, but with the Royal Champion seeking shield, you can see it pings through those defenses. She's now back at full health, and with nearly 30 seconds to go, one is going to be opening with a 3-star for Badzinger. An interesting start there. Not what we tend to see him use, but showing the diversity of his attack strategies.
Absolutely. You need to be able to come in with a wide range of attacks, and shows that that ground attack was the right call to grab the 3-star. So are we going to be seeing it come down potentially to time? Because who knows, it is a little bit on the time. It takes a little bit of time for that ward walk to develop. Because like we saw from the previous war, those dragons are so quick. So we're going to have to see what Inquisition can come in with. But Inquisition, they are typically kind of known to come in with the Lalo attacks. Maybe some Zap Lalo, Blizzard Lalo, which we saw the Super Wizards get baited and destroyed. So it is risky to come in with an attack like that. We haven't seen a Lalo attack yet so far.
No, we haven't. So let's find out if they will use it at some stage for their first attack. It is going to be the Inferno Dragons. This is an attack strategy we tend to see earlier on in the war due to sometimes a little bit less planning than an extensive lava loon. And we did see this from TorillaTavataan as their first attack. Took down the base in about 1 minute 30, didn't they? So Striker already diving in here with the heroes, setting up that funnel. Let's see how quickly he can take down this one.
Now using these skellies to help distract these point defenses like the Ground Expo and the Archer Towers. King is moving his way in towards the Eagle untouched. Finally now does get locked down by the Ground Expo, or is that just the Yak? So the King, no, the King is taking a little bit of damage, and now the Inferno Dragons are down. Not wasting any time. Balloons as well. Grand Warden going to join the fight. Get ready for the Blimp to push its way across all the way towards that Town Hall. Queen now coming back around, going to grab that Eagle Artillery, saving on to the Warden ability, not using it just yet. Feels like he can get more value from it, and now he's going to finally pops it as he's pushing his way into the middle of this base, Judo.
Still has the Battle Blimp, obviously. Flying into that sweeper wouldn't be ideal. Is he going to try and angle the Blimp just from the side, or does he send it right across? Interesting to see what happens here. This is his favorite attack strategy when we asked him, and you can almost see that due to the patience he is using. Battle Blimp does come across, means that area hasn't been tested for traps. It does indeed go off, and he has to freeze the Town Hall. Tornado spinning everything. Can he get this?
Wow, he did want to wait, did not want to send the Blimp with the Inferno Dragons. But now the thing is, the Town Hall's been secured from the Dragon Rider. With no spells left, only these few Inferno Dragons on the bottom side. He's going to have to be very careful where he deploys his RC, but, I mean, there's still just so much left on the base here.
I'm not sure where he can send it, because Clan Castle is right there next to the Inferno Tower in itself, and he can't get much direct access to it. The Seeking Shield probably won't even hit the single at this stage, so he's going to allow the RC to take a bit of damage, then use it, but with nothing else left in his arsenal. It is going to be the 2-star. It's all about that percentage, but he's not really got much cleanup here either, Carbon, so even when he takes out the defenses, it's not like he can rack up the percentage very high.
No, he can't. The single finally goes down, but the Air Expo is going to take that Royal Champion down with 30 seconds left in the raid. And these archers maybe takes out an army camp, but does not look like that gold storage is going down. So not only is this going to be that fail, but it's going to be a low percentage, like you said. And you cannot afford an attack like that. So that's going to be a huge advantage coming in for Badzinger.
Certainly is. What an incredible start for them, and maybe they can take advantage of this, get another 3-star. Like I said, they took part in the ESL Mobile Open alongside Inquisition as well. Badzinger actually were in a war that was a perfect perfect. And get this, the average attack time was the same.
Wow.
So that it really had to go down to the wire with even further tiebreakers. But my point here is Badzinger can deal with that pressure. So knowing they are already ahead with this incredible defense and their 3-star, I think they're going to be sitting comfortable right now.
I can only imagine you're in a scenario where you put up a perfect war. You're like, yes, celebrate, you win. But then your opponent puts up a perfect war, and then you tie on time. It's just unthinkable. But hey, it is possible. But now, finally, we are seeing a Lalo attack coming in with the blimp. Following behind this lava hound, trying to get in towards the... Oh, using a second freeze. Not finding any sticking here, but finally use the invis. He wants to get incredible value, take it down in the core next to this scatter shot, because remember, if you take that scatter shot in the core, there's probably a bunch of traps like red air bombs, sinking air mines in the middle here that would devastate balloons. But hey, they're not going to pat there if he takes it down.
The interesting part about this from Mukirez as well is, since he found the right angle, I doubt many people have tested a blizzard in the center of the base. It tends to be on the perimeter in one of the compartments that you do have your traps for the blizzard. So trying to take advantage of that, and like you said, getting rid of the middle of the base means that the lava loon will not track there. There can be as many red air bombs in that region. The balloons do not have to go over that area. Trying to get the scatter shot on the right-hand side, obviously, that will be key in terms of that lava loon and the pathing. But the town hall is his main focus here with the queen, and so far, this is a gorgeous attack, Carbon.
Unbelievable value so far. Look at this. Can even maybe freeze this town hall. No, the world champion is going to go down. Queen's ability goes off, secures the town hall. Air defense goes down. Now, Judo, the question I ask you, what is left of this base? A perfect pathing right around an L shape, which is exactly what you want when you're using the lava deployment. Have hounds come across. That ice hound just freezes onto the enemy royal champion, moving his way across, can pop a perfect warden ability. There it is. And the Eagle Artillery's been secured as he's pushing his way through with some haste left. And look at this. Now it's going to be the question if there's going to be a seeking or a red air bomb field. There's some red air bombs, but remember, they won't go to the core of the base because the scatter shot was taken down. There's a freeze, but does he have enough here?
Oh, it's really getting close, isn't it? The Wizard Tower will get one strike, and then it goes down, so he still does have a lot of balloons. They are at low health here, but with only single point defenses left. Can they get through? Oh, they don't!
Oh, no!
He's got 40 seconds. Is it enough? But with the gold storage, will the single start to pick off these lava pumps and minions?
The Owl's going to help so much chain through. This single target Inferno comes down. No, air skillies! No! The Owl, the warning got locked onto by the single target Inferno. Oh, no. The Owl's going down. It's going to come down to the single target Inferno. That's a handful of minions. Wait a second.
Could they get this?
Can they? Judo. No, they're going down quick. He doesn't have much left. The minions going down. No!
I can't believe it! 99%! Imagine how Rakirez feels when we take the brunt of that attack. I really feel for him there.
Yeah.
So many twists and turns, an incredible start to the attack. Like you said, setting up the pathing for that lava loon just phenomenally. But stalling out towards the end... Imagine if the Royal Champion or the Queen had have picked off that single in the first instance. I think he maybe wanted that actually as part of the hero push.
Yeah, he could have, but the thing comes down to the Warden ability. Did he use it properly so that the balloons wouldn't have taken hits from all those traps in the core, moving his way around? But that is what Inquisition needed, and they were very fortunate enough to just hold off, and now they want to answer and tie up the stars with a 3-star coming in potentially from Lu. And we're seeing another Lalo attack coming in with 2 skeletons charging this queen straight in towards the town hall. This king's coming down to the left. He's going to wall break here, grab the multi-target Inferno, but it looks like we have a Tesla farm awaiting this king as he approaches.
Yeah, this is interesting because it's more of just a straight-up hero dive lava loon. It's something that we don't see too often in the current meta, to be honest with you. I know this is an attack strategy you used to use all of the time, being very proficient with it. How do you feel it's shaping up for Lu at the moment?
It's looking really good so far. Remember, you have to take out either a queen or a royal champion because your Lalo cannot target her, except, well, the owl can nowadays, and it can help it potentially, but the clan castle, when notice he does not have a lightning spell, which can be very useful for defending headhunters if you're going to try to take it down during a Lalo, during your attack here. But the queen pulling now the archers should be able to go down pretty easily, but still has not dealt with the clan castle, and the Lalo's coming up, and the Eagle artillery is going to be a lot that he's going to have to still get through, though.
There certainly is, and I believe it's more about the pathing, in my opinion, once you're doing a big Lalo like this, because it's not like you've carved out a huge area of the base, as we've seen in the last attack with Rakires. Really has to get the balloon deployment. Notice them coming in from that left-hand side towards the Eagle very quickly to keep the main pack through the middle.
Yes.
That looks like a brilliant Warden ability, capturing a whole group of loons.
That was perfect to push his way through. Now the balloons hasten their way right around. It even has a heal spell. And
Six balloons.
Yes, 6 balloons to still use. You know what, Lou? You don't need to use them. Go ahead and use it for your next attack. You know, it's going to help save you a little bit of elixir there. Even though it is a friendly war, you can cook up whatever troops you want, but still, what a gorgeous Lalo. But it came down to the perfect Warden Eternal Tome there to crush that base.
I just tried to count the balloons. I got 24 counted. He only had 29 that he used in the attack. That means he only lost 5 balloons if I counted them correct. Sometimes it's a little bit difficult to see, but either way, I'm pretty confident he had most of the balloons left over, showing you the strength of Lava Loon. It's often, said in the meta that the dragons are what we tend to see, but you can purely... Brilliant demonstration that if you pick the right base, Lalo does still prevail.
Absolutely. If you guys enjoyed that attack, we may be seeing Itsu breaking that down later. So definitely stay tuned to see Itsu's pro viewpoint of breaking down an attack just like that. I'll be curious to see, unless something crazier happens in this war. But now Jose from Badzinger is looking to bring his next attack in. And Jose was actually brought in from Juan to help Badzinger try to win potentially in the qualifiers like this to compete against those top teams. The queen is down, super wall break in towards this town hall. And again, we're seeing another dragon attack, but this time the queen's going to try to secure the town hall. And this has a clone spell, potentially maybe for the multi all the way in the middle of that base.
And look at this, he's also attacking from the opposite side with the Barbarian King at the same time, just keeping concentration. I honestly don't know how he attacks on a phone. If I was trying to concentrate on multiple stages of the attack at opposite sides of the base, the bigger the tablet, the better. But the Barbarian King has totally dodged it, and he's not going to get it either.
The problem was he accidentally made the eagle invisible, so the king ignored it. So that could play a huge role now. Some of the skeletons have moved over to the RC. She's gonna burn her village, gonna skip across, take out the archer tower. Wait a second, is this a Valkyrie being used on the bottom side of the space, pulling some of the archers over there? The Royal Champ doesn't look like she's gonna grab the scatter shot, which is a lot of value. Now here comes the dragons on the top side.
Yeah, unfortunate there. He obviously wanted to turn the troops invisible, keep the RC towards the scatter, so not the ideal start for him, but let's find out what he can do with these dragons, because he's still got a lot of spells left over. 1 clone spell as well. Dragons already thinning a little bit, though, and taking separate paths around this upper area.
Yeah, with the headhunters running off to that warden, they are going to be taken out by the dragon. And they're splitting off. They're trying to push their way through. I don't know. Finally now drops this blimp in towards the scatter shot on the bottom side. But these dragons are taking a massive amount of damage from the double multi-target Infernos.
Uses the clone down the bottom of the base in order to get the scatter shot, peel the balloons off towards the air defense, but really I feel he used it in that area to try and free up some percentage down the bottom of the base, knowing the dragons weren't going to get the inner core. Sometimes it's then looking at the non-defensive buildings on the outside of the base, and how many defenses can you take out in order to free those up for percentage. This is a tough one for Badzinger, because they know they had the lead with that 3-star, then the 99, but this is going to pull their average percentage right of the way down, Carbon.
Absolutely. We're seeing the percentage play a huge role in this war specifically because of the failed attacks. These minions and archers trying to grab as much as possible. 77, 70. I don't think a 78 is going to be positive because the builder is competing with that archer and repairing that multi-mortar. It's like, nope, you will literally be hitting that multi-mortar for infinity. You're never going to take that down with a single archer. So it is a defense coming in for Inquisition, which now really turns the tables. And with a 3-star, Inquisition could take the lead.
They could, and this is where the 99% is even more painful when it does actually matter, because like you said, if Inquisition get a 3-star, that's 100%. It really pulls their average up, and most likely they will leapfrog Badzinger, meaning into the halfway stage. It puts them in a tough spot when you don't have as many attacks in order to recover.
Absolutely. Now we're seeing Wahaha coming in for Inquisition with the Queen Charge Dragon Riders. And to be honest, we've not been seeing too many Queen Charge Dragon Riders. I thought we were going to see an overwhelming amount, but we're seeing just a handful. And now using the Blimp Yetis to help take down that single target Inferno air defense combination to help protect this. No! The healer, where are you going? Just one healer? Oh, come on, healer. Why are you? Okay, comes back, but now the super minions, are they even going to target it, or are they going for the queen? Yes,
actually,
they are.
Yeah, targeting the
Okay.
healer. Not ideal, because that healer is now history. I guess it's a bit of a silver lining that not all of the healers went across. And I do like the fact that he used the Yeti Blimp to just clear the front of the town hall, mean that the Queen Charge can easily take that out. I think it's a really smart play to do that. He's looking to improve on the hit rate of the pre-qualifiers. He actually had the worst hit rate for Inquisition, only 50% of 3-stars, and this could mean he gets the 3-star and really turns it around for his team when it matters.
Yeah, with this being his favorite attack strategy, the thing with being a pro, you need to be able to adapt on the fly. Say, I don't know how many times I come up with a plan, and I would say more than 100%. I know it's crazy. Something goes wrong. It usually never goes exactly to plan, and that's what these pros can do. They will adjust. If the queen goes the wrong way, they will have to adapt. Send the Dragon Riders. Protect that queen at all costs. And remember, that queen ability, he still has that. But the problem here in this raid is that Eagle Artillery is remaining up for the end of the attack. So he's trying to push his way through it, but there's a Tesla farm still waiting for him.
Yeah, the Royal Champion ability could be key here. He still does have the Queen ability, and the good thing about sending in the Dragon Riders as quick as he did is he still has 1 minute left. Plenty of cleanup, a Dragon Rider to the left. Oh, the Queen ability, can he actually... Oh, I thought she was going to go up towards the upper wall there. Maybe she will redirect after the Skellies, but she has to push up to that top area. Or perhaps that one Dragon Rider can actually finish that off.
That Warden's going to tank the Archer Tower perfectly here, and now it's going to come down to cleanup and time. Queen's going to probably burn her ability to help get her through walls. There it is, and now the final storages these buildings on the outside and should have plenty of time to clean this one up, and now going to take a 1-star lead for Inquisition.
What a turnaround. Looking at the start of this war with the opening 3-star and the lower percentage too, it would be easy for them to falter under the pressure, but they've spun it around. They've really kept their head in the game, and this puts Inquisition now in a lovely position with only 2 attacks remaining. Sometimes it is difficult to commit the Dragon Riders as early as he did in that attack, but it really paid off for him, time being the factor and ensuring he had enough for the cleanup at the end.
You mentioned his hit rate being just at about 50%. Well, he got the 3-star when it matters here in the World Qualifiers on the big stage. So GG, there's so much pressure put on you, your clan, and everyone that you're representing trying to come away with, remember, one small misclick and an attack can go south. But now we're seeing Leon from Badzinger having to now bring another 3-star on the board to bring them back, because not only are they down by stars, they're down by the 1% as well. 93 to 92. And it's just bringing back flashbacks of their close wars. They have the experience to try to push through it.
They certainly do. Imagine if that 99 was the 3. It probably would be tied up on percentage as well. That's just devastating for them. However, Leon likes to warm up with a friendly challenge or two prior to a war, so I wonder how many he did in this situation in order to keep himself fresh. Look at this Grand Warden War Carbon beautifully sniping the scatter shot down the bottom area of the base, and we have seen pretty good success with this P.E.K.K.A. Smash attack so far today.
We have indeed noticed, that he is saving onto 2 healers, which you tend to want to drop on your P.E.K.K.A.s. Because the big key thing is you get that, well, he dropped on the Warden there. Hopefully they transfer, because you want those healers to transfer to the P.E.K.K.A. They can keep that huge tanking. They have so much HP to stay alive, and that's incredible value. Pops an early Warden ability, which he lost a few balloons, unfortunately. But there's so many red air bombs. He's trying to push his way all the way into the core, but the Town Hall isn't going to go down. It does secure it as he continues to push through.
Yeah, utilizing the rage there as well, just to secure that Town Hall, means he won't have as much force towards the back end of the base here, and it just depends on how the troops split. The Super Wizards still behind that one P.E.K.K.A., which is pretty good. He's got heroes going in every single direction, and with the Royal Champion sweeping through, he can use the 2 freeze spells up to the northern compartment. But this looks very good right now for Badzinger.
It does indeed, with 2 freezes still to use. Uses a Party Wizards down south to help take down the defense, the buildings. Remember, the Party Wizards, they, hit, of course, it gets sprung there, but he still has the RC movement through with the Queen ability. She's now going through the wall. He's going to have to invest these freezes on these final defenses, especially the point defenses. But with what's left on this base, it is looking good for Leon. And these Super Wizards somehow in the core still didn't even go down.
Yeah, they're just waiting to get through that max level wall. As the double cannon is tanked by the Royal Champion, they can try and help out. Still has the 2 freezes. I'm surprised he hasn't tried to use them yet. Press the Queen ability, speed up the attack, particularly with that war I mentioned with Badzinger. When it did come down to time, why did he not use the freeze? Has he disconnected here? Is that what the...
That's my only question, if that circle meant that he might have disconnected it. So it comes down to, is he going to be able to even drop the remaining freezes to even get that Queen ability off?
Look at the army
Hold
camp.
on. No, those 3 archers could have secured it. Are you serious? Oh my goodness. It comes down to the time fail, and he disconnects because of it. How unfortunate. The Queen not able to finish that, and it's a 99. That is just the most unfortunate thing. He could have easily gotten that 3-star, but with the connection, he only gets the 99%.
Yeah, hopefully it was just a brief disconnection from his device there in order to keep their dreams alive. Super unfortunate, but it does mean they're in a really tough spot now because they were already a star behind. Whilst that was a higher average percentage than what we have got, it's still heartbreaking either way, and they are that star behind.
Absolutely. We're seeing those 99% playing a huge role in these wars. Now, I am green for Inquisition. Can they keep putting the pressure on? With another 3-star, they'll be well in the lead. And they're trying to push this Queen in towards, maybe the tunnel has a couple super wall breakers in the mix. And the air defense goes down, raises the Queen up through the double ground expo. Watch out, we do have a Grand Warden altar that's right around the corner.
Just about snipes that Archer Tower, which helps relieve a bit of damage off the Queen. But where is she going here, Carmen? Does pull across towards this area. He's got it open with the Tesla farm. He can deal with that nice and early, just taking out the area in front of the Town Hall. This is something that we are seeing a little bit more, I would say, with the Queen charges, is using it to snipe the buildings in front of the Town Hall, and then walk her into the compartment next to it.
But what's beautiful about this is that this Queen charge is also clearing a Tesla farm. That's incredible value. You do not have to deal with the Dragon Riders or even that Royal Champion. Pushing his way through these skeletons, King is now going to lock out and secure that Town Hall for that first star. Giant Bomb popping, but even has a jump spell to continue this Queen push towards that Town Hall, or towards the core where that Eagle Artillery is.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he's going to jump to the Eagle, or does he try and push her to the multi? Yeah, it does not open that compartment. He's got the Royal Champion down here. Has to time some headhunters, I would say, but the Royal Champion actually jumps to the Queen. That's beautiful for him to allow the RC through to the Eagle. Now he can start the Dragon Riders because he knows the Queen is going to the core.
Absolutely. Now the Lava Hound, though, is going to slow this Queen down, drops that poison spell to deal with these lava pups. The Royal Champion, will she be able to push her way to the multi? But the problem is, he pops the warden ability. The Royal Champion's pushing her way across. If the Dragon Rider trying to grab that multi-target Inferno, but the air defense is picking off the one Dragon Rider that was not protected by the Warden Eternal Tome.
Oh, he's got an invisibility spell onto the main pack. That air defense now falls. Queen ability still in the bag, but that pops off. There's a few defenses on the back end that look dangerous here, Carbon. And the multi-target Inferno is slowly getting through the Dragon Riders. I think this is too close to call.
It is, with only 40 seconds left. The Giant is on the outside. Some headhunters need to help clear up these final buildings. The Queen does.
Got it.
It got that down, so the Queen actually, the wall is open up there, so the Queen can continue her way through with 20 seconds left. He has a super goblin to help a little bit with the cleanup, and it's looking good for another 3-star for Inquisition.
He is celebrating. Look at that. He's loving it, and I do not blame him because this puts them well in the lead at this point. With only one attack remaining, it means that Badzinger, despite being the community and mine and your favorite, look like they're going to be losing this one.
Yeah, now with Inquisition being up by 2 stars with one more attack still to use. What a beautiful Queen charged Dragon Rider. That Queen got incredible value, charging through a Tassa farm, clearing the clan castle, even making her way towards the core of that base. Textbook how you do the Queen charged Dragon Rider attack.
Yeah, it was absolutely beautiful. And one thing that I appreciate now that we're casting the World Championships is the in-game challenges we've been having after each qualifier. It really shows the pressure that these players are under. And the fact that they can get that attack to work on the first attempt without knowing where the traps are or anything like that makes it even more impressive to me.
Absolutely, and that's the thing, is when we see those challenges, not only do all the viewers and the players out there try to copy the tech, they try to see how much they can swag to improve it, but it just shows you how difficult the attacks is, because I would say most players try like over 1,000 times, who knows, and still might not even be able to get it. But we're seeing Dima for Badzinger, and he has to put up a 3-star. But I mean, at this point, even if he triples, Inquisition just can get a safe 2-star and they secure it.
Yeah, that is the brilliant position they are in. Dima has actually been practicing 3 to 4 hours per day in order to prepare for this. And it's going to mean that it could still prevail. Remember, they're only going down to the losers bracket at this stage, or the lower side of the bracket, should we say, because they could still come back and win it all. But that commitment, hopefully it will pay off for him, and at least he can get a 3-star to hold his head high in this war. It's looking pretty good as he's already taken out that left-hand side. The P.E.K.K.A. diving into this area, uses the first jump to give pretty good value to the multis, and he's still got the second jump to get up towards that town hall.
Yeah, with that early, now Warden ability protecting it, all of the troops moving his way through. A few Super Wizards weren't included. They were a little far away, but he's trying to push this whole charge towards the top end town hall. Hall Grinders did come out of that Siege Barracks, moving around with the Royal Champion finally now being deployed. The heal spell is down, needs to clear the defending king, but now he's moving his way to the town hall. It's looking really good as he locks onto it finally.
It always impresses me when these players attack from the opposite side of the town hall. They control the troops so well. I mean, it's pretty safe for them, to be honest. But I would just be nervous attacking all the way up from the other side of the base. Doesn't really have the backup plan once the RC's at the right-hand side. But it's not even needed. He's got the ability. I always see the Seeking Shield as a bit of a celebration towards the end. The 3 to 4 hours a day practicing for Dima does pay off 3 stars and a win for his team.
Absolutely. Well, that was a beautiful job for Dina coming in with the 3 stars, able to still keep his head held up high. But remember, all we need from Inquisition for the final attack is that 2 stars to secure it to advance in the bracket. The P.E.K.K.A. Smash, absolutely beautiful job so far. We've been seeing that attack coming in so strong in the qualifiers, even this month and the previous months as well. Those Super Wizards have completely changed the game, and the P.E.K.K.A. Smashers in those blimps. But if it fails, it is devastating. It can lead to almost, sometimes we've seen 1 stars before. But now we're jumping into the final attack from Vendetta. And the key thing to keep your eye on is at the bottom left. Well, he is perfect so far in the pre-qualifiers. He has not failed a single attack. So all he needs right now, a 2 star no matter what wins it, or a 1 star 97%. But 97% on a base like this is so hard to get with a 1 star. It's like a 2 and you secure it.
Yeah, I think the 2 stars is easier. It's almost like getting a 99% 1 star is more difficult than the 3 star, but Vendetta will be going for that 3, no doubt. Put them in as good of a position as they can, moving across in the bracket to face N.Y Amazing later on today, or tomorrow, sorry. And we will be seeing exactly what happens on this one. He's already got the Queen up towards that Town Hall. Dragon Riders nicely pushing in, get the Eagle down early. He's got a couple of multi-target Infernos to deal with, which can be difficult for the Dragon Riders.
Yeah, with that Queen now locked down of the Town Hall, even still has her ability. Town Hall's been secured. Warden ability goes up, and here comes the 50% 2 star. Locked it up, secured the win for Inquisition. But he's still pushing his way through, looking for that 3 star to keep his streak going. The Stone Slammer just pops. Uses Invis in the core, clearing the right side. That multi-target Inferno needs to go down. But he still has plenty of troops still up in the raid.
Oh, it's gorgeous. It is done with that. Queen still having the ability. He's got the Dragon Riders flushed out a couple of multis. Whilst the Dragon Riders have a lot of HP, and against 1 multi, they're pretty good. When you've got 3 of them stacked, and basically there's 6 beams, they can hit every Dragon Rider. You'd be surprised how quick they could go down, but he managed to push through it very, very well. Plenty of time left over, and this is a dominant victory for Inquisition. Not quite the perfect like we seen earlier from TorillaTavataan, but it's still a very good one for them. Multiple stars ahead of Badzinger. They can celebrate and prepare for their next matchup en route to the golden ticket.
And that's the beautiful thing. Inquisition taking the victory, and they can relax for the rest of the day. They will be playing tomorrow in day 2. But Badzinger, they are not out. They still have a second chance to try to make it. They'll be playing later today. But Inquisition showing the strength of the Queen charges and how important it is to keep your Queen alive, even saving onto that Queen ability. Hey, take it out of the Town Hall. It can be risky pushing the Queen in, but keeps their Queens alive to get that value. Unbelievable performance. And we saw it from the viewers and even us picking Badzinger to win, and they proved all of us wrong. GG, congratulations to Inquisition. They are going to be advancing. But now, like we talked about earlier, Judo, let's go ahead and invite Itsu back here to the desk. And Itsu, which attack are you going to be breaking down for us?
I mean, I wanted to follow what you said. So let's take a look at the attack of Lu again. You asked for it. I would just do it because this was such a beauty of an attack. So let's jump into it. Let's see how and what exactly he did, because we are having something which Lu is like incredible good at. He's pretty much always using this strategy, always this army composition. And this is like this hero dive Lalo. It is such a strong strategy, but one of the hardest strategies to learn in Clash of Clans. So what you're going to see, and we'll just speed through the beginning because this is not what we want to take a look at, because we are going to take a look at the Lalo. But one of the important things is obviously to know the limits of your heroes, knowing that he has to go for the tunnel with the Queen, does not need any more investment in that, and then putting down the Inferno Tower and the defending Queen on the back end of the space. This is really good because this means for the back end, he does not need to worry about the defending Queen not getting taken down by headhunters whatsoever, but instead, as soon as the Queen is about to drop, he's starting off with his Lalo. And now let's slow down. Let's take a look at the space what is left. There's still quite a bit of things left, like double sweeper, 2 scatter shots. But when you can master Lalo and you can attack from different angles, those defense have no chances of actually shooting all of the loons at once. That's not possible. So splitting up all of this, making sure the slammer is pushing out in the top group is then pushing in the left group, and so on. And this is how perfect Lalo is working, like everything getting pushed in this. And then he's just finishing it at the last scatter shot, and this is just wrecked. Like, this was incredible good Lalo, and that's how you do it. But it's not easy, Carbon, for sure.
Yeah, not easy indeed. I'm a Lalo attacker myself, but he makes it look so easy, pushing those balloons in perfectly timed Warden ability. Protects him through a core where it tends to see a bunch of red air bombs and traps. But Judo, we've seen some incredible action. It was just a beautiful performance from Inquisition there.
It certainly was, and they just kept their heads high. Like we said, they faltered on the first attack, 3-starred since then, but did have some defenses as well. So we should take a quick look at one of the bases that were successful in defending. And Itsu, what did you make of this one?
Well, first off, we obviously have, again, a lot of traps to defend this town. I feel like this is one of the key things at the moment. But as well, take a look at those spring traps at the top right. I think this was one of the important things as well. Making sure those headhunters are getting sprung away. Like, this is something which is really important, and a lot of people are using their spring traps now to exactly make sure that this goal is achieved. Like, not putting their spring traps against like Hawk Riders or Miners, because this is a really uncommon attack strategy now. Instead, put your spring traps against headhunters, for example, and this is how this base defended, because this defending queen did pretty good.
Yeah, beautiful. I was just going to say it was a beautiful job. I can't believe the spring traps, like you mentioned, took and by the enemy heroes can get all that. And if you spring the headhunters and you can't kill the royal champion or queen, they could just be havoc on your attack and cause you to fail.
Yeah, particularly when you're using a Dragon Rider attack, which we've seen quite often, or even a Lava Loon attack. We know exactly how strong those defending heroes are. But thank you for your expertise, Carbon. We are going to be getting to the next matchup, myself and Itsu. So let's go ahead and dive on to that. I think the first thing we should do, Itsu, is just take a look at the bracket. Make sure to remind everybody at home, if you're just tuning in, exactly where we are.
Yeah, so we had our first 2 matches already. Now we have the first match in the next round, which is going to be Jax Tiger versus TorillaTavataan. And this is going to be really interesting to see. I have to say, I'm looking forward to this match and see if Jax Tiger can defend air, because I feel like this is the big story, Judo.
It certainly is. We've seen how powerful they were. JX Tiger #1 seed though. However, before we get into the match, I would like to ask the viewers to give us their predictions for the next matchup, which is Inquisition and N.Y Amazing. So be sure to pop in the chat hashtag NYA if you think N.Y Amazing will win, and hashtag INQ if you think it's going to be Inquisition.
Oh, we have so many good matches ahead, but now let's take a look at the predictions for this match. Like, how did the community think it's going to end? Ooh. Wow, such a close one. And it seems like that TorillaTavataan was able to convince in their first match and got a lot of fans in the chat. So this means this is going to be a close one. I have to say, I'm looking forward to this one. As I said, maybe it's a bit predictable, not really sure, but I think I'm still going with the JX Tiger, I think. Yes, we saw a lot of air from Torilla, but I feel like if they know how to defend this, they're going to win the match.
Yeah, I've foreseen you picking JX Tiger being the #1 seed. I'm going to go with the favorites from the community, TorillaTavataan. I was really impressed with how they did, not just offensively, but they did have some really good bait traps and defended extremely impressively in that first matchup. So let's find out who will be correct. We can take a quick look at the teams again. The almighty lineup of TorillaTavataan really... I mean, I was super impressed, too. I'm not going to lie. I wasn't expecting to see them do that good in the first matchup.
Yeah, they were truly really strong in that one. But we have on the other side JX Tiger, the #1 seed. And we can see how those hit rates. 2 players with the 100% hit rate so far. All of their attacks were 3 stars. So I have to say, I'm looking forward to that, especially as well because the Chinese team so far are using quite a bit of P.E.K.K.A Smash, which still is one of my favorite attacks as well, because there is quite a bit of strategy involved. And we have the first attack already starting, but this is, again, with the air from the TorillaTavataan team.
Yeah, Vayne used this attack in the first war. It is his favorite strategy. We've seen him take down the base in just 1 minute and 30 seconds. Battle blimping inside the tornado trap, but not too much of an issue at the moment. However, the air sweeper pushes the balloons away. The Dragon Riders actually caught across to that side, so they will take some damage from the Giga Poison. Less than ideal, and leaves the Inferno Dragons in the middle a little bit more vulnerable.
Yeah, that's right. And take a look at that Queen. I don't know, somehow she's ending up inside this compartment at the top side, which means she is going to be stuck for quite some time. She is going for the core, but all of those dragons, or like Inferno Dragons and Dragon Riders, gotten taken down kinda quick. So the question is, with the Eagle being on the back end of this base, is this going to be a deciding factor? Because this Eagle can non-stop shoot. We have 1 poison left. But can this poison make sure that this defending king is not taken down out of the hero pseudo? What do you think?
I was going to say I'm more concerned about the Barbarian King, but at least he can slow it down. He's used all of the abilities now, but the Royal Champion is still at full health. She's having to try and take down the King by herself, but thankfully she's behind the wall, and the King gets to the Eagle. 1 minute 30 left. Looks pretty good right now, though, Itsu.
Yeah, it is. And those eagle shots were going into nothing, targeting the grass. And this means that we have the first 3-star in our hands. That was a quick strike right there. Vane is getting it done. And the Royal Champion, and even all of the heroes are surviving. Every single hero is surviving. And I was afraid. Like, yeah, why was I even afraid? Like, take a look at this attack. That was, yet again, a quick 3-star right there. Nicely done, and this means they're starting strong yet again, the same like the last match.
Exactly what they want. Really shocking JX Tiger maybe coming in as the #1 seed, and they will have been potentially looking to just take advantage of the first match, move on through towards the top area, because when we look at the pre-qualifier stats, there was a big split this time, Itsu. There were almost 3 teams that had a bigger hit rate than the rest, significantly higher, and that was JX Tiger, N.Y Amazing, and Inquisition. So that hasn't really translated into the monthly qualifier at this stage. TorillaTavataan, so far, flawless.
Yeah, they're looking really, really strong. Still, like I said, I'm kind of surprised because I think they were streamed quite a bit as well in the pre-qualifier, and teams were seeing what they're using. So surprised that we don't see more traps against those entries, but so far they're doing an incredibly good job of actually trying to avoid those baited entries. And now it's back to JX Tiger to try to show that they're right behind it. We talk a lot about the pressure game. You don't want to fall behind in those matches. Like, obviously, like playing a normal match, maybe community league match even. Yeah, it's always a bit of pressure and maybe a little bit of nerves involved as well. But when playing on the big stage, you don't want to fall behind because this is putting you under so much pressure. And we have, as we said, the P.E.K.K.A Smash coming in the ground. Really, really prioritized so far from those Chinese teams. And the first match, it did not work. The bases of TorillaTavataan did amazing versus those ground attacks. So I have to say, I'm looking forward to see if they're doing it yet again, or maybe if those attacks are better planned.
Particularly from Vic, because he is one of those players that you mentioned. You can see in the bottom left of the screen, perfect in the monthly pre-qualifier, 3-starred every attack, so this would be even more of an impressive defense. Grand Warden can snipe off the scatter shot due to that greater range. Looks like since he's still got plenty of time on the board, he's going to let it get a little bit more value before he starts pushing the P.E.K.K.A in towards this area, and nicely using the Yeti and a P.E.K.K.A on the outside for the funnel.
Yeah, we have, I mean, it's yet again the entry on the complete other side. So he has no plan B in this one. I don't know. P.E.K.K.A Smash can push towards the Town Hall. Otherwise, he's in huge, huge problems. There's the first rage and the Warden ability as well, covering everything. The heat is already tanking those black mines with the Warden ability, which is awesome. The outer side obviously is getting taken down with the Royal Champ. There the Hawk Riders. Judah, what are you spotting?
I'm just surprised that he sent the Royal Champion in from that right-hand side, because it looks like the P.E.K.K.A are moving to the right-hand side, and he's losing some force in towards the Town Hall. The Queen has a long way to go, and the healers follow the P.E.K.K.A, Itsu. Can he get this? It's really going to be difficult for the Arch Queen to get right down there, I think.
I mean, he could rage the Queen, and the Unicorn, the effect, like the healing effect, is getting raged up as well, so exactly what he's about to do. So the healing is quite impressive, considering that it's just the Unicorn on her. And since this wall is open, everything is still looking not as planned, but it's still looking decent. Let's put it like this. The Unicorn healed the Queen up yet again, and now the P.E.K.K.A are coming in to finish off the space, and it seems like this is going to be a ground 3-star as well for Vic. He is doing the unthinkable. P.E.K.K.A smash with a 3-star against the OP bases, which we have seen in the first match with only 10 stars on defense. TorillaTavataan is getting 3-star as well. And this is obviously a huge game changer because now they're getting pressured as well. And like we said, this is their first appearance, so this might get an impact, like have an impact on their mindset. We don't know, obviously, but it could be the case.
Yeah, it certainly could, and I want to say I was very impressed with that attack, because he went with his initial plan, had confidence, and like you said, just committed the spells actually to the Queen. Whilst the P.E.K.K.A were moving away, he did get one of them peel back off to distract the Barbarian King, and using the spells on the Queen really nicely just kept her through that area. Keeping his cool, like I said, and making sure he got the 3-star. Ever so impressive when it starts to look a little bit hairy for me.
Yeah, now we have another clone attack again, and I have to say I'm surprised. So we don't see too much behind the Town Hall, so having the clone space right there is a big surprise to me. So I'm looking forward to see if this is going to work. He's trying to push his heroes into the Eagle compartment to make sure that he's taking down that one, and then going to lightning the sweeper and going to push into the base from the far left side with that delivery blimp yet again for the clone spits right behind the Town Hall.
We've seen him use pretty much this before, didn't we? Kashte is someone that has been close to qualifying a couple of times, he said, but this is the first time he's made an appearance in the World's Qualifier, so he really wants to put on a show. Did very well in the first attack. Battle Blimp is cruising on along to that Town Hall, and he has the 2 clones in order to help out. There is the Rage. Clone spells are down. Notice he's trying to force them to the multi, and does that beautifully as well, Itsu, to make sure that they're not all within that Giga Poison.
Yeah, this is taking down quite a bit, and possible back-end traps as well. Question though is, can this Royal Champion now finish off this base? We have a lot of dragons inside the base is still left alive, especially considering that the Warden is left. But this air defense, he cannot easily reach that. The Dragon Rider though is wait a second. That Warden is OP. I want to have a Warden like this as well. Like this Warden just sniping out the air defense. That was truly impressive, because this means a lot of damage has been taken like into the base, or like getting dished out by this Warden. And this is saving the attacker this 3-star.
Wow, that was incredible. And look at how the dragons have split almost perfectly for him. One of them in the middle there for the clan castle. Clear that up with 1 minute remaining. This is the thing about the dragon attack. It is very quick, Itsu, and as long as you get them through the core and the defenses, generally speaking, you've got more than enough time to clean up. They certainly did not crack under the pressure of taking a 3-star on defense. Another 3 for TorillaTavataan, keeping the pressure on the #1 seed, JX Tiger.
That's exactly keeping their head cool. That's exactly what they had to do, and they're doing it. They're thriving under pressure so far, doing an amazing job of just sticking to their style and smashing those bases, even though everyone kind of knows what to expect from them strategy-wise, because they're just doing their thing. And well, as long as it works, it's obviously a good move. And now it's back to JX Tiger to see if they're sticking to their style and maybe just going with ground again. And no, this time around though, we have a Queen charge on this one with 4 Dragon Riders and Yeti to funnel. So let's see how that's going to work out. We have the Town Hall kind of far inside the base, considering an anti-3-star setup. The question though is this funnel working? He wants to get into the multi-inferno tower as quick as possible with that wall break then later into the tower compartment most likely.
Yeah, very nice to use the Yeti there as well, because hopefully the Yeti mites can indeed get that cannon, which means the Queen is definitely coming into the base. There's nowhere else for her to go at this stage. Peels in towards the multi-target Inferno, has the enemy Queen in that region as well. Always nice to get down, actually, in terms of one of those defending heroes. Like you said, the Headhunters are the main thing, but it's difficult if you're going after both the Archer Queen and the Royal Champion once you send the Dragon Riders.
Yeah, the pathing so far is set up perfectly. He's waiting for the clan castle to come out, so just he could send in the king for the multi-inferno tower, because you don't want to have the clan castle locking onto your king instead onto your queen, because you can easier take that out. The question though is the king actually walking inside? He really needs to be careful with that angle, and it's working. The barrage at the top side is not distracting that king. That's exactly how he was playing this. And this is an interesting clan castle. We have only archers with 2 headhunters in this one. The NATO trap, though, is keeping the king away from the multi-inferno tower for just now. With that king ability, the inferno tower should go down. The queen should now loop around, and the dragon riders already started into the eagle. And the pathing so far looks awesome for this tech.
The synchronization here is fantastic, with the queen just being sent down that side, forced to the town hall by the barbarian king. And that also, like you said, sets up lovely for the dragon riders. I also very much like the stone slammer in order to force the dragon riders through the middle. Can it actually get in towards that scatter shot, though? He's got one of the dragon riders there, and a couple of them do peel across, but it's not the end of the world. The main thing is if he can get this royal champion and single both looming in the same area.
Yeah, that's the big question. The Royal Champion, his own Royal Champion, is about to engage over there. Question though is this going to work? There's the invisibility spell, nicely timed, just to make sure that the defending Royal Champion is not inside that invisibility spell. And this means she should be taken down, and with this, the backhand is no problem as long the time is enough. But with that Dragon Rider and the Royal Champion turning around, this should be the next 3-star for JX Tiger as well. Which means both teams are starting off with 6 stars. But Carmen talked about something earlier, and that's the time. The time is the third tiebreaker, which means if stars and percentage are all tied up, time is the deciding factor. And obviously, when you're using those air attacks, your time is getting boosted up quite a bit.
It certainly is. This is something that I mentioned recently, though. You just have to go for the safe 3 stars and hope that your defenses hold up. Have confidence in your base design. I don't think that players can commit too much to the time. It's nice if you can use an attack strategy, but if you can be so precise, as he was with the Queen Charge, to know everything is in your control, then I'm sure the teams will pick that strategy over the dragons all day long.
And this is an interesting looking base with the double multi-inferno tower in the core. We have 4 expos. No, wait a second. It's 2 expos to air. So let's see if that's going to be the answer against those air attacks, which we have seen so far. It's going to be clone spells again. There's the wall break to get the king inside this eagle compartment. And then we have those dragons getting used on this right side with yet again the far side blimp. But there is Queen and Royal Champion right by the Town Hall. Is there going to be a problem, though? That's the main question.
Could be difficult here, and I noticed that on this base, it's almost like something you pointed out in one of your recent YouTube videos, where the air defense are very close to the core, and there's also those big HP storages in order to tank all the dragons, but just allow the air defense that are super close to that area to do a lot of damage. So far, though, he's got the battle blimp through to the town hall, can clone over that area, and look at all of the balloons. It looks so cool whenever that happens. So far, those air defenses not really paying off too much, but still a lot of storages to get through.
I think this back-end sweeper is making the life of those dragons really miserable, and there's still quite a few things alive. And you have to think, like, those heroes behind the town hall are super annoying for this type of dragon attack, because you're ending up on the town hall. Your heroes are ending up on the town hall. And what is a good thing on defending heroes? You're right, more heroes. And this means he has to get through king Queen, and Royal Champion. Judo, I think this might be the first defense.
I think so. He doesn't really have a lot. Oh my gosh, that freeze was timed perfectly. I thought he was going to miss it, but protects that Royal Champion a little bit. Will help with percentage. Headhunter arguably just a touch too late there, but I don't think there was anything he could do. The base was just very well set up, I would say, in order to defend this attack. Like we mentioned, the high HP storages in front of the air defense, but more arguably the heroes on the back end as well, because he's still got the King and Queen alive. They basically didn't even need to kick into action yet.
Yeah, one thing which I was kind of surprised about, to be honest, is the fact that he used the NATO on the outside of the base. I think, especially against this team, TorillaTavataan, they pretty much always do the same style with this port side blimp, which is working. But if you... I know, like, it's
if
getting close again.
If that dragon had have gone to the left, he would have got this nearly.
No. We don't jinx those. We don't jinx those. It's all good. I still want to talk about the NATO, because I think with the NATO behind the town hall, with both heroes over there, he could have forced 1-star. Because if those blimps do not reach the town hall, it is really devastating. So, I don't know. Maybe it's going to be an answer to those attacks of Torilla, but... either way, this is going to be the defense. Still really high percentage. We have to say that as well. Like, it's really incredible high percentage, which means even if JX Tiger might be fading later, it's like, if it's not like an incredible high percentage, Torilla can still win this.
They could, and that's the good thing about putting up such a high percentage. But it kind of goes back to what I was saying before, in that if you can keep the attacks in your control and make sure you go for those comfortable 3-stars, those complex queen charges, whilst they are very difficult to master, they can be a lot more safe, actually, when they are in the hands of someone that does it day in, day out. And that's clearly where JX Tiger are looking to just go with that consistency. And they have managed to get a defense. Well, I know it's a high percentage, but it is a defense. Might be just what they need.
That's right indeed, and we have another attack strategy which we have not seen yet today. I believe we're going to see the mass Dragon Rider strategy, which is really, really powerful. It kind of replaced those Zablado attacks because it is easier to execute, and most of the time it's doing the work. So let's see if this one is going to work as well. We have a similar entry to what we have seen from Lou, with the Queen just getting pushed into that tunnel compartment to take that down, and then the King in the flanking compartment, which is the scattered compartment. And if everything goes right, he might even want to get the defending Royal Champion, because those air heroes are the important thing to take down with those Dragon Rider attacks, because, well, they're not going to fight back. And we have a Rocket Loon Clan Castle right there, which is really annoying to face sometimes with those Queen charges you talked about. But so far the entry looks awesome. He took down the Royal Champion, and there we go with the Dragon Riders.
Picture perfect at the moment, isn't it? Even has the Stone Slammer in order to move in with the Dragon Riders to just help add a bit more DPS, get a bit more damage onto the defenses, clips that within the Warden ability as well. It's a bit unfortunate the Stone Slammer is lagging behind at the moment, because it only has a bit of health, and it could actually tank a Seeking Air Mine here and mean that there's very little difference in the raid. However, there's not too much left, Itsu. The Dragon Riders are ripping apart this base.
Yeah, they're going through this like nothing. The backhand Eagle, yeah, it's shooting, but the Dragon Riders are splitting up again, and this means they cannot hit all at the same time. Like, yes, 1 minute and 20 seconds still left, and this base is looking wrecked. Really nicely done, getting this 3-star. He's smiling in the camera, knows that he's getting the 3-star right here. And they are getting the lead, and this is now a position where TorillaTavataan was not in yet, which means pressure. It's their first time on the big stage, and so far they have done amazing, but they were not in this position yet.
Yeah, that is a totally different question, isn't it? It's all well and good when you are 3-starring, your opposing team is not, and you're well in the lead. You can keep that confidence rolling, but can you work back? Ren celebrating again to the camera. 100% hit rate in the pre-qualifier. He actually plays 6 Town Hall 14 accounts. Clearly paying off for him there, because that was a gorgeous 3-star attack.
Yeah, this paid off for sure for him. So Really, really nicely done. Getting the 3-star, and with this, getting the lead against a really, really strong team. We have the masked Dragon Rider. He even swagged one of those lightning spells. I feel like he was knowing that he's going to push into the clan castle, and he had 6 lightnings overall. But he invested all of them into the Inferno Tower, which you don't need. Like, you need 5 lightnings and 1 earthquake. That's it. So maybe just getting a bit nervous. But hey, swaying that already in the beginning, like the pre-swag, the style points are collected. And now we have the next attack in with the Queen. Wait a second, the Queen charge hybrid? Okay, I have to say I'm surprised. So let's see how that's going to work.
Well, this is actually Conan's favorite attack strategy, and when we had the mobile open a couple of days ago for Europe, it was used once, the hybrid, and it did 3-star. Conan actually started playing Clash of Clans in 2013 with his military friends, so he's been playing a lot of years, and obviously just kind of felt happy with the hybrid ever since that Town Hall 13 meta, using that Yeti blimp to clear out the compartment, allowing his Queen up into the north here. Standard stuff for a hybrid, but where will the spring traps be placed? Will that fall to him?
Yeah, that's always the big question. At this point, it's always like the mind game. I feel like, I don't know if I would go with normal spring traps, knowing that my enemy, like my opponent, is using mainly air. So either way, let's see if that's going to work. The Queen is not walking inside. He has no wall breaker left at this point, so he has to think about something quickly to take down this multi-inferno tower. Royal Champion, Hawk Riders, something. He needs to invest something. The Royal Champion is going the wrong way, which means the Inferno Towers keep staying up, and maybe he has to do my favorite move, healing the healers. No, not healing the healers. But those healers have not as many hit points anymore.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I thought he might have sent the Royal Champion in, actually further around, quickly press the ability to get those defenses and try and redirect the Queen, but just a misplacement really with the Royal Champion. If he wanted it for the multi, really needed to put it further north. And with the Barbarian King in, I mean, he has to just push the hybrid to the Town Hall now, Itsu, right? And just see what he can get. I don't think he can do anything else other than that. Or does he just send a small amount of the hybrid? He's in a tricky spot right now.
Oh no, I feel like I don't know, splitting the hybrid like this is not a good thing, I feel like. Because you want to have the heals, but it's really getting some good value. With this, I'm not sure. Warden ability, though, is great. The rage. Wait a second. That NATO trap is OP, keeping everything inside that town of poison until the warden ability runs off. And this is going from bad to worse for him. He has to heal up again. But wait a second. Those hogs and mice are so low. And take a look at those. That's just not like. Oh, you can't show that. Like, this is just looking brutal. All of like this double get-up shot compartment. Those miners and hogs have no fun at all, like, with this.
Yeah, it's just not fair, is it? Attacking a double scatter shot like that. He had the heal spell on the Hog Riders. It just couldn't heal them up. There was too much splash damage. And unfortunately, whilst an attack strategy that is off meta can be very good against a base, you can sometimes take advantages of, like you said, things that people aren't defending. You always run the risk of it just failing outright, and unfortunately, that is what happened to Conan in that one. Puts TorillaTavataan in a very tough position now.
Yeah, especially considering the percentage. Like we talked about their first fail, where that percentage still was incredible high. Like the percentage looked really, really good. But now with this defense, Jax Tiger looks really strong. And this might be a big surprise, because typically the #1 seed is not having the best performances in those qualifiers. So let's see if they can push this through. And wait a second. Okay, normal. I thought that this would be a queen charge with like dragons and dragon riders, but it's no queen charge. Okay, we just have the queen with a unicorn walk into the eagle compartment, and then we have dragons and dragon riders pushing through the space with this sweeper setup, which looks quite interesting.
Yeah, we normally see quite a lot of the P.E.K.K.A smash from the Chinese community. However, we're actually seeing a lot of hero dive into a dragon variant from JX Tiger. So far, they have really been doing well against the bases. And you have to say, you can just see it so clearly with the queen down the bottom setting the pathing. Obviously, the king on the outside means that the dragons will keep their fire inside the base on the defenses. Battle Blimp so far having an easy job getting across to that town hall, Itsu.
Blimp actually reached the target. The dragons are doing a fine job. Take a look at that king. I mean, cleanup is not going to be a problem at all. Like, this king is walking all the distance. But this bottom left air defense is kind of a big problem for him right now, maybe. Depending on how the pathing of those dragons looks like. And yet again, we talked about what is the biggest weakness of those air attacks. This is the heroes on the back end. I feel like this is a super, super important thing to not have this happening, because the Roy champion typically is the hero, is the troop, which is finishing off the base. But with like a king and a queen on the back end, that's not an easy job.
It certainly isn't. Wow, she got shredded down there. We had the Tesla farm, skeleton traps pop, and like you said, the defending heroes were waiting in the wings, didn't really have to kick in towards the royal champion. So a fantastic defense, this one. Kind of keeps TorillaTavataan in this one. The percentage is quite low. They will still trail, but it definitely, I mean, it keeps it somewhat alive for them moving to the last attack.
Yeah, I agree. I think with this defense, they for sure have the chance of coming back with those last attacks. Still, JX Tiger has the lead, but I mean, we saw that the last couple of bases, they don't have as great plans on them. Like, we saw a lot of ground attacks so far from JX Tiger, and they work great, but those air attacks, I mean, this is quite common, right? I mean, we have one team which really likes to use air, and then they test their bases with this strategy. So they're knowing how to defend this because they're using it non-stop, and this means you maybe don't want to attack with this strategy against them because they tested against the strategies. At least this is how it looked with this attack. Either way, we have the next attack on our hands, and this one is going to be the Inferno Dragons with the Dragon Riders on this base, which is looking surprising with these scatter shot compartments. Like, he's just putting them into an extra compartment, maybe just to make sure that heroes cannot take them down, or at least the king cannot take it down.
Usvi is taking advantage of that 30-second scout beforehand, has his mascot just sitting behind him, cheering him on as well. Actually warms up with an attack with, like me, a nice cup of coffee, so hopefully that has gone down well. Starting the Dragon Riders nice and early to this bottom area of the base. We see the Battle Blimp cutting across, which is typically what we will see in this style of attack. So far, so good. He should be able to get to that town hall, but the tornado trap is there. The sweeper pushes it across it too. This is disaster for Usvi.
That's actually a safety balloon, which means a lot of those sneaky goblins, but they're running towards the storage. He's freezing it up again. That was a perfect bait right there. JX Tiger predicted that entry, and now it's bad news for him. The single phone tower and the air defense, but wait a second. Can this dragon take down the town hall? The town hall is following, and now it's back to concentrating again because, wait a second, never mind, there are no dragons left.
Why? Oh, he's sending the Royal Champion there. I was wondering why he sent the freeze and the skeleton spell really, really late, but sending the Royal Champion obviously makes sense to clear that out very quick on his feet there in order to try and keep the raid alive. Now, he still has the Queen ability. He still has a freeze, and he's actually getting through the base somewhat okay. The defending Royal Champion is there, but with the Queen ability, oh, RC goes down. I thought he might have used the freeze there for her.
Yeah, maybe this can still work, to be honest, because he has this one freeze, he has the Queen ability, he can use that Queen ability as he is engaged in defending Royal Champion. First off, he's using the freeze. Question is, was that the right decision? I mean, the Unicorn with that Queen, like, this is one of the strongest combinations, and they're so powerful, especially considering that he has still the Queen ability left. So maybe, can this still work? The Queen ability is getting forced any second. And she can leave this compartment again because all of those compartments are open, Judo.
Yeah, very nice to wait until the wizard tower went down. Try and protect as many of those archers as possible. There is the mortar, but if he can take it down, then he might get a bit of a split to help with time. Skeleton traps, though, pop. And I think this will be the end of it. Archer Queen is going to be super, super close in order to get this. But with the archer tower, it will just pick her off as she steps up into that region. Yes, yes, it does. She nearly got it as well. I nearly reverse jinxed him, but it's a super close attack. Not quite the 3-star. Leaves the door open for JX Tiger to just finish it off.
That was such a close attack. Good comeback after that bait in the beginning. It felt like all of the Inferno Dragons and Dragon Riders were taken down, but then with those heroes you were talking about, if there are no defending heroes on the back end of an base, this is typically really, really good news for your heroes, and exactly that was showcased in this one. Now we have JX Tiger. If they're just going to 2-star, they're going to win this match and going to stay in the upper bracket, which is such an important thing considering so far in the qualifiers, always the upper bracket winner took the golden ticket. And we have Mock coming in with the Queen Charge Dragon Rider attack on this one, Judo.
Like you said, just the 2-star or the 1-star 85, but I don't think the players need to change their plans too much. I know I talked about this with you previously, Itsu. You think that they just stick with the same plan. They don't actually know what would happen and have enough time to adjust the plan. It's more that I guess they know they can adapt mid-attack in order to secure that town hall. But with it being at the side of the base, you'll be looking to just get that down and know it's a bit easier to hit the 50% 2-star once you've got the town hall.
I think this attack is super safe. Like, he's doing the pretty classic... Wait a sec. Okay, never mind. He's not doing the classic. I want to say he's doing the classic legend entry, raising the king for the town. But wait a second, there are rocket loons coming out of the clan castle with that race, then doing nothing. But now we have that ram taking down the town hall with this sneaky goblin troops inside. This means he wants to save the king for somewhere else. Like I said, I thought the king is going to be used for the town hall, but he had different plans. Keeping the queen alive with that jump and forcing her into the double multi-inferno tower. Everything still looks pretty decent. Depending on the queen, how quick is she going to be? Because this defending queen could deal a ton of damage versus those dragon riders.
Oh, the queen has peeled across to the Dragon Riders as well. Has to force that Warden ability. Was probably hoping his Archer Queen was a little bit further forward in order to take down that defending queen. But obviously, the Headhunters can deal with it. It just means they're not going to get across to the Royal Champion, particularly with the Tornado Trap. We now have the Seeking Air Mines hitting the Dragon Riders. But due to the success of the Queen Charge, he's still in with a good shot of the 3-star. Either way, JX Tiger getting the victory in this one, though, Itsu.
That's right, they're getting the 2nd-star, but obviously they want to get into the next round with an incredible showing, because this is giving you momentum, giving you like more mindset-wise, more power, and this is going to be the 3-star he was looking for. Really, really good plan, really good execution. Still surprised by the Wall Wrecker, but hey, it is what it is. Getting the 3-star, this is what all of those players are going for, and he did it. 14-12, and holding back TorillaTavataan to 12 stars after their strong showing in the first match. That's quite impressive.
Yeah, very impressive victory, that one by JX Tiger, showing exactly why they are the #1 seed. But we do have N.Y Amazing coming up in the next war. They actually had a higher average stars and hit rate than JX Tiger, just obviously faltered to them at the end of the pre-qualifier. Great performance there, though, moving them on to tomorrow's matches. And I am very impressed either way with TorillaTavataan. I think they've done incredibly well, but we should invite Carbon Thin in order to break down one of those attacks.
Yes, thank you so much, Judo. We've saw some incredible stuff there, and JX Tiger came in and got that done. Let's break down the one attack that we saw for the first time using the lightning spells. So right here in the beginning, we'll take note of this multi-target inferno. He uses the earthquake and then the 5 lightning to help secure and take that down. If you're able to take down this core, now let's break this base down into a kind of like compartments, right? He's going to send the queen, and she's going to be responsible for grabbing the town hall. The king's going to help take down the scatter shot, and then the royal champion is going to come take down the air defense and this left side, which is going to have the whole right side be available for the Dragon Riders. Notice how this left side, that's all the value that he's able to get. So much stuff. That whole left side will be secure, and then the biggest threat remaining is going to be that defending queen on the backside, because remember, your Dragon Riders cannot target that queen, so you have to figure out some way to take her down, and that's exactly why he has the Headhunters in the mix, even with that Stone Slammer. So, secures the Town Hall, the Royal Champion following in over here, and with the King, so all this is going to go down with the Teslas, and now here comes the Dragon Riders from the top side, moving his way through. And notice what else he's going to do here is going to be the Headhunters and then the Warden ability right over this enemy queen to help secure and take her down, because the Dragon Riders, they won't go. And it's a gorgeous attack coming in through this bottom side. The whole top, the core was taken out to force these Dragons Riders right through. That's why you did not need to use the healers for a queen charge, because the heroes got incredible value to push those Dragon Riders across. So that's what you want to think. Lightning spell maybe in the core, have your heroes grab one side and send the Dragon Riders across, which led JX Tiger to getting the 3-star and winning this war right here. And we'll be seeing definitely more of JX Tiger coming tomorrow. They were the #1 seed, and you guys talked about, especially you, Itsu, about the #1 seeds not doing all too well, and they kind of changed the tide, and let's see if they can keep it up.
Yeah, certainly is going to be an impressive one. Now, I feel we talked about base building quite a lot throughout that war, particularly the dragon attacks, but I think we should break down one of the bases, because we know how good TorillaTavataan were in that first matchup, getting the 15 stars. However, the bases of JX Tiger held them back to 12. So what did you feel of this one, Itsu? Actually, was that super impressive defense against the hybrid?
Yeah, take a look at the sweepers. Like, I just noticed that now. Like, take a look at... I'm just surprised seeing the setup of the sweeper, because I did not notice that in the beginning. I guess they just tried to defend this air, and they were really predicting that they're coming in from the bottom left. And because of this, they're just putting 2 sweepers against that. That's how you do it. Just put 2 sweepers against the obvious air entry. Easy as that. And then being able to defend that. And we saw at the end, you can see the core maybe a little bit on how many Blackmans over there that were as well. So air, they really tried to focus on that, and it did work out because they forced them on hybrid.
Yeah, really did work out indeed, and the double scatter shot for me was so important. But again, we will be seeing if JX Tiger can continue how the other teams have been managing moving on through. They do look very strong. But what do you think about the matches to come, Itsu? Is there any that stands out for you in particular?
I'm just super excited for the next match. I don't have like one specific match, but I think we should invite Woody. And thank you so much, Carbon and Judo, for joining me. But let's go into the next match with Woody. We have many more matches to come, and Woody, welcome back.
Thanks very much, Itsu. It's great to be back, and wow, these wars have been going crazy so far today. Big surprises and some really close 2-star 99% hits. But yeah, we can take a look at the bracket right now. JX Tiger will be moving on, and our next war that we are going to be casting it to is N.Y Amazing versus Inquisition.
Yeah, and this is going to be an OP match, I believe. Inquisition so far did do really well in their first match, and as already mentioned earlier, N.Y Amazing had the best hit rate out of those teams over the pre-qualifier. So now let's take a look, though, at the community voting. Who do you think is going to win this next match? And take a look at that. 67% of the community is saying N.Y Amazing, so we clearly have a fan favorite out there, Woody.
Absolutely, and you know what? I think I have to agree with the community on this one. 2-1 voting margin for N.Y Amazing. And for the clan that has the highest average stars, a 98.4 average destruction, this is going to be the first time you see him, and they are going to rock the world. But for me, yeah, I'll finalize it. I'll lock it in. N.Y Amazing is my pick on this one. How about you, Itsu?
I think I'm going with the German community in here.
voting for Inquisition with the underdog, as you said, like statistic-wise and everything. But I know they put a lot of time into base bidding everything. So for me, it's going to be Inquisition who's maybe going to win this one.
All right, well, let's go ahead and introduce the clans. It's Inquisition, captained by Striker and joined by Haha, I Am Green, Lau, and Vendetta.
That's right, and on the other side, we have the team with the highest hit rate, as we said. Take a look at that. N.Y Amazing coming in with Sue. 100% hit rate so far. GYY so close to 100%. And this team is not easy to be stopped. Take a look at that. 14 stars on average. That is not too bad with 98% average destruction as well. Let's see how that's going to work. And we have the first attack coming in for Inquisition. Lou is attacking. We already said he loves this attack strategy. And we have, to be honest, legend type of base. So let's see how he's going to do against those. He is normally really good against those legend bases. So I'm surprised that N.Y Amazing is running them against Lou.
This is Lou's first Worlds qualifier. He's eager to compete with the best. In his first attack earlier today, he brought a Sui Lalo strike and got that 3-star 100%. He's going up against Sue from N.Y Amazing, whose base is going to give away that Town Hall over the top, but not give away anything else without a big fight. Two really well-protected multi-target Infernos inside this base, and an Eagle Artillery very difficult for Lou to reach.
Yeah, but take a look what he already taken down with just his heroes. This is so impressive to watch. When you... such control over his heroes, and is so good at calculating how much value he can get with them. We have the loud sound from the bottom set, but take a look at that slammer coming in from the far left side, right into that core, taking down the sweeper, and then wait a second, there is a ton of traps over there, so maybe not the multi-inferno tower on the menu. We have to wait for that one.
He's also popped the enemy Lava Hound, and those pups are going wild, attacking loons. There's going to be some skeleton traps triggering as well. A lot of troops in the mid-section of the space having trouble focusing on that Eagle Artillery, getting after that multi-target Inferno. And even though he's doing a great job rounding the bases here now, going counterclockwise all the way up to the top, having an Eagle Artillery and a multi-Inferno in the core is going to be tricky to deal with. Uses the Eternal Tone of that Grand Ward to try to get these balloons through a heal spell to keep them back up on top, but the multi burns through all of them, and through just one connecting, and a free spell is all he can throw at it. Does he have a shot here?
Those Eagle shots really, really hurt, and those initial rat bombs were devastating for him, and that's a really, really good looking base. So that's going to be the first defense for N.Y Amazing. We were asking ourselves, are they going to be well prepared in this match? Because the offense was the best of the pre-qualifier. And so far the answer for their bases is like a huge, big success. Because, I mean, holding back Lou, one of the best Lalo attackers in the world, is not an easy thing. And they got it with round about maybe 90% on defense. That's a good sign. That's a good start.
Great defenses here from Sue, and you can see why N.Y Amazing is one of the best clans. The number 2, in fact, from our previous month's qualifier. That earned them their advanced positioning within this bracket. And this is going to be a big uphill battle now for Inquisition, starting out with a miss. Inquisition is a squad which put up a great performance in that last war, 14 stars against Badzinger, but already starting off a star behind their expectations against the clan that has the strongest offense in this bracket. I think this is already tipping really far toward N.Y Amazing.
That's right, but still we have to wait for their offense. I think the last time they did not really got their goals achieved in the earlier qualifier. And, well, let's see if they are going to be able to handle the pressure. I feel like this is the important thing right there for them, being able to somehow work around the pressure, do not do mistakes, which they typically do not do, because as we said with those stats on the screen earlier, we know how good they are on offense. The question though is, can they show this today? Because today everything is on the line. with this match. And we have the first attack coming in. This is going to be a P.E.K.K.A smash against this base. I feel like so far, P.E.K.K.A smash having a huge comeback in this qualifier. And this is going to be a ward and walk for this multi-inferno tower, and then the P.E.K.K.A smash into this eagle on this left side, Woody.
Yeah, despite N.Y Amazing being a relatively new clan, they competed as AS Godliness in the past, but have been reconfiguring their team and bringing new members in. Light, GYY, and Sue are new additions here to this squad. This is a changing roster that has nonetheless got a star-studded cast. So expect to see them rising very quickly, and this could be their month. Having a bit of a difficult time with this Warden walk to start, though. You're right, that Warden going pretty far down, but now that it's really only the Expo and the multi-target Inferno locked onto him, he should be able to get top back off thanks to those healers in the Unicorn, giving him a little bit more oomph. It's a big push now in from that left corner with a big old Siege Barracks dropping some P.E.K.K.A and Wizard action for funneling on the outer edge, while the main force is moving straight on through. Great placement on that jump spell.
That's right, an early Royal Champion, and this means there is no coming back from this one. It's either going to be a 3-star or 1-star maybe, depending on if that Town Hall is going to fall. The back end, the B plan is already on the field, which is that Royal Champion, but so far everything looks like it's working out perfectly. Take a look at that pathing.
This is cash money.
This is a beauty. And wow, as you said, this base looks wrecked. But wait a second, there's the Tessa form coming up. Can this Tessa form somehow make a comeback for this base?
I don't think so. When you got a fly swatter in hand, you're not worried at all about another distraction or two popping up in the outer corner. Big, crushing defeat for Wahaha of Inquisition. Light is just shining through on this right side corner. Chopping apart the Town Hall compartment and has got plenty of time for the cleanup. It is looking a little bit dicey. It was not a decisive, crushing defeat of this base, but it is ultimately going to be a 3-star in the end. These defenses falling just kind of left and right. Two main contingents of the army still left in it, and as you can see there, look at those 3 big, beautiful P.E.K.K.As march into the final corner for the last blow. I have seen the light, and it is beautiful. 3 stars for N.Y Amazing to pick up the lead in this war.
They are looking strong, and this is something which we have seen now from all of the Chinese teams, like those P.E.K.K.A smash attacks. They were really, really strong. The first match, though, it did not really work out for them. We're going to see later on if maybe they're going to see a couple of better than plans over there. But so far, the P.E.K.K.A smash is really dominating in those matches. And well, let's see if they're going to use a couple of more times, because it seems like this base specifically did not really had a chance against this entry. We already said, like, mid attack in, this is going to be wrecked because so many P.E.K.K.A were alive, and we have the next attack on our hands. This one is going to be GYY versus N Striker right there. We have the Inferno Dragons and Dragon Riders, Woody, and we have a couple of skeleton traps as well.
Striker told us before the matches began today that he really enjoys having his own clan and has sought to improve over the years. He is a long-term committed Clash of Clans expert, and arriving here now with a great strategy in the current meta, this hybrid army, Skybrid we might call it, or Hydra, with the Dragon Riders and Inferno Dragons. Lots of base defense targeting troops that can wall up them quickly. Big hit point, big, super beefy aerial assault. And it's starting in really quickly right from this bottom corner, moving on a big march right up to the core where you see those 2 multi-target Infernos trying to defend. I'm noticing that Air Sweeper might cause a little bit of problem here. It's already pushing that blip back, Itsu.
The blimp is getting caught in the NATO trap, and this is now really bad news, because this means the Town Hall might not go down. He needs now to invest all of those spells to somehow take down the Town Hall. This is how we see those 1-stars happening in the current meta, if the NATO is getting placed perfectly. And this blimp is not reaching its target. Can those freezes keep those dragons and Inferno Dragons alive and make sure the Town Hall is going down? The Inferno Dragon is on the Town Hall, beaming up, but the Town Hall isn't going down.
Oh.
Yeah, what?
Gets the Town Hall, and that might have been the saving grace for this attack by N Striker. He's making it to the back end on the top side there. You can see that Royal Champion doing quite a bit of work. But that was a really close one right there. The Inferno Dragon barely having enough firepower, no pun intended there, to knock it down and get that second star. Really weak heroes in the interior now going to get taken down by point defenses and the inevitable march of time. But 1 minute left to try to get some additional work done on the cleanup. Hold on, that Royal Champion's doing some great work. That ability might get the 3-star after all, Itsu.
Yeah, the Royal Champ with her ability is getting that 3-star raid, and small base building mistake over there as well. Being able to reach, or was it the base building? I'm not sure. No, I think it's fine. It's just this one wall which got destroyed. Either way, getting the 3-star raid, and Striker is happy to get this 3-star, and making sure Inquisition is getting this comeback chance. Because they started off with the 2-star, N.Y Amazing with the 3-star, and yeah, you showed already, right? He was really celebrating about this one.
Oh yeah, and you got, I mean, if you're down a star and you get that big pickup on a close match, that is just the biggest rush of adrenaline that the Clash of Clans esports world knows. Yeah, I mean, with that battle blimp going straight for the town hall, but Air Sweeper pushing it back, a tornado trap. Windy skies and a difficult landing, but finally managed to get the job done in the end, even though it was a bit of a plan B approach there, Itsu.
Yeah, and we have the next air attack with Neon coming in. We have yet again the blimp, and there is a super early warn ability. This means yet again we have to take a look at that blimp. We have seen earlier a lot of air attacks, but the warn always got delayed. Now we have the blimp. Is it going to be a far side blimp? Is it going to be a blimp which is just getting used next to the heroes? That's the question. It seems like to be. It is getting used with those heroes on the right side. The blimp needs to take down the town hall. Is it going to make it? Yes, it is. This town hall is going to fall. Now those dragons need to make it through the core because, wait a second, those dragons died out kind of quick. But now with the Roger on the back end, Woody, this is still maybe possible.
Yeah, we actually saw a pretty strange swap off there from Neon. All of those dragons soaring down to the bottom of the base this time with the Dragon Rider to help out as well. It was kind of looking like the attack had kind of fallen apart in the middle there, but in fact, they had just moved. They repositioned, and I think that he is still going to be just fine after all, holding onto a couple of hero abilities and that free spell. This base is not long for this world, and Neon's about to put the final stomp on this outside corner. 95% overall damage, creeping up a little bit more, and this is a lightning quick finish with still 1 minute and 40 left, Itsu.
Yeah, getting the 3-star in quick and making sure that they are not going to lose on time if it might come to the third tiebreaker. But so far, they're looking good on offense, 2 out of 2. And Inquisition really needs to make sure that they keep getting those 3-stars in. It's not going to be easy. N.Y Amazing so far had a really good base in this beginning, which kind of got a lot of problems for the attacker. Even the second base predicted them perfectly, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to stop those dragons. But either way, the next one is coming in shortly, and there we go. It is going to be the Queen Charge Dragon Riders on this base, which is having 2 sweepers pointing into the top direction. Is this going to be good or maybe bad for the attacker? We're going to find out in just a couple of seconds.
We did hear from Wahaha that this is his favorite attack strategy, has made great use of it in the past, and in fact used it in the previous attack as well in the last war. He got a 3-star 100% with it, so certainly is going to be feeling confident. Inquisition starting out along this bottom left edge, doing a bit of funneling here, but not piercing into that compartment with the multi-target Inferno. Instead, going to let that Queen go to the bottom where that single target Inferno is the bigger obstacle here. It's going to burn through this Barbarian King, but he'll get to pop that ability and send out a few more supporting troops here. Kind of surprised that there hasn't been a freeze or invisibility spell yet to help these guys out.
Yeah, the freeze is coming really late, as you said. And this means it seems like the Inferno Tower is going to be left staying so far out of range. But no, wait a second. Those eagle shots, minion shots,
Queen.
everything. Is it going to keep the Queen alive? And so far, it looks like it. The eagle shots, yet again, missing. And this means the Queen is living another day, being able to push through all of this. The single Inferno Tower, though, is it going to go down? No. The single Inferno Tower is staying up, and this is bad news for Wahaha.
Massive undercommitment there on the bottom compartment. Barbarian King and now several balloons thrown at the single target Inferno. And because the spells weren't properly placed early on, it is still standing and now being repaired by a builder hut. Let's take a look at the top side of the base, though, where the remainder of the attack is now coming on in. He's lost his Queen charge, and those healers are going to swap off to the Royal Champion, who also goes down. Protection for the Dragon Riders by that Grand Warden as they start their path through the base, but there is still so much to deal with. A tornado and sinking air mine catches one of them on the inner edge. Another sinking air mine. These poor Dragon Riders are just having the time of their lives, but it is not going to be an easy flight. Throws out the last spell and trying to round the final corner here, Itsu.
Yeah, now we have one of the worst things happening for those Dragon Riders, which is the defending Queen without having the support of those Headhunters. This Queen is just going to take down every single Dragon Riders, and they are quite tanky, which means it takes some time, but at some point, all of them are going to be taken down. So far, Queen has some mercy. She's now, wait a second, what? Okay, she's taking down the Dragon Rider, now taking down the Owl, and I feel like this Queen single-handedly completely changed this attack and turned it into a defense, Woody.
Yeah, not a member of the Audubon Society. Keeps on popping down those poor little birds. Haha is going to be left with that 2-star in the middling, maybe high 70%, but that is another miss for Inquisition and leaves NY Amazing once again in a strong spot trying to clinch that lead. They might have already done it just halfway through this war, Itsu.
Yeah, it's looking incredible for them. Their defenses are OP, you have to admit that. I mean, obviously, sometimes the attackers mess up, but if you're defending on such a consistent note, it is all about the base building. Obviously, all of those teams coming into this weekend tested all week long to make sure that the best bases are getting used on this one. Was not enough for the Queen Charge Dragon Riders on this one. 80% 2-star, which we have to say is not the percentage you're looking for when getting not the 3-star. So already pretty big lead for NY Amazing. So let's see if they can keep that and keep pushing their lead with another 3-star.
Well, I gotta say, I think that there's a bit more of an advantage than maybe has even really been discussed so far about being in the top 2 seeds. Getting a free buy out of your first round means that you get a chance to watch 5 attacks from your opponents, don't have to reveal 5 bases, and get that additional breathing space in front of your war. So NY Amazing certainly seem to be making the most out of that opportunity, having earned it very well in the qualification period. And this is a lightning fast response from the CC of Vendetta. Sue is attacking with a Queen Charge in the bottom corner, but she is taking a lot of damage. She is down, Itsu. The Queen Charge denied.
Oh my goodness, we were talking about a really strong defense, and I don't know, Sue maybe was watching something else, but you should always, especially in the current meta where people are sometimes bringing those rocket dunes on defense, always take a look at that. Wait a second, now this is going to be a ward and walk for the time. What is this? What is it? This is just a genius idea, making sure the Town Hall Poison is not going to affect those hybrid troops. So he's just going to use the healers to make a ward and walk out of them, and now going to send this hybrid in from the right side. This plan B is genius, considering how bad the entry weren't.
Well, if you can't get your omelet cooking on the first crack, just pull out the carton again and try once more. He had another hero to throw at it, and it looks like he is going to be just as happy as he possibly can be with this second entry. Sue has a big ground hybrid army and lots of heal spells to support. Another rage as well. But with 3 multi-target Infernos standing and a well-protected scatter shot also in a different compartment, this is going to be a long march for him to reach the back end. He's playing aggressively with these spells and abilities, and I gotta say, I think that that's probably the right idea here. He's got to knock down these big splash damage structures as quickly as possible and try to minimize incoming damage against his main army. Royal Champion right up the gut is going to get some support with that invisibility spell, but can she get that scatter shot down? That is the crucial interaction here, Itsu.
Wait, why is this still looking good? The Royal Champ has her ability left. What is going on? The Unicorn keeping the Royal Champion alive. Is this still going to be a 3-star? I mean, time is ticking. Like, time, I feel like, is the biggest problem right now for him. He has 40 seconds left, but with those healers transitioning over was not as bad as he thought. But, like, considering that he pretty much swagged his Queen, this save was incredible. Like, just the transition into the Warden Walk, into the Hybrid. I want to say I'm kind of surprised by this, but this is still a pretty decent save considering how the entry worked.
Go, Goblin, go. You got 13 seconds to steal all the loot you got. He's going on a shopper's rampage along the outer edge with no defenses to stop him, knocking down collectors and mines as best he can, but that is going to be all that Sue has got. A 2-star, 82% will keep the lead over Inquisition, but a defensive pickup from their opponents, breathing a little bit of hope back into them.
Yeah, wow, I mean, there were 3 defenses left at the end of this attack. That was surprising, you want to call it at least. I mean, we were talking about this earlier in one of the matches where we saw the traps of one of those bases, and most of the traps nowadays are placed against headhunters. This means if there's a Queen Charge Dragon Rider attack, you want to make sure those headhunters are going to be taken down by those spring traps. But those spring traps typically are really bad against hybrid because they're never getting triggered because they're specifically designed to take down headhunters. And this, well, then hybrid is sometimes even looking as OP as it just did. We have now the next Queen Charge Dragon Rider attack coming in for I Am Green. And the King, is he walking? Okay, the King is walking inside the compartment, doing everything he can. Meanwhile, the Yak is having a different plan on the outside, but should follow to the King onto the scattered compartment really soon.
There's a soft divot in the left side corner of this base, and that is a perfect invitation for I Am Green. The welcome mat has been thrown out, and he is going to just march straight on through against Neon's designs here, taking down a scatter shot and a big chunk of that compartment right above it with the Barbarian King, crashing through and holding on to the major force to come in next. Those Dragon Riders are punishing, and they just need to dodge those air sweepers and ensure that that single target Inferno over in the right side compartment doesn't cause trouble. Now, you mentioned that that Archer Queen can be a big problem for Dragon Riders as well. That's why those 3 headhunters are in this army comp, and it's all about avoiding, just like you said before this match, those spring traps. Dodging traps and knocking down those key targets should be enough to complement this entry point for the 3-star. I think this is looking pretty good so far, Itsu.
Yeah, but I'm just confused by this jump spell. He has a wall breaker. Just wall break and use the jump for the back, and I mean, just save the jump. Either way, we have now the Dragon Riders, as you said, coming in from the top side. The Sweeper, though, is still standing and is pushing those Dragon Riders back. The core Dragon Rider, though, from the Slammer is making sure that the Sweeper has been taken down. We have the Dragon Riders, though, now engaging into the back end. The Headhunters with the Warden ability should come in soon. But now it's yet again, as you said, the back end Queen. Is she going to be the game changer? That's the main question.
Dragon Riders reach that single target Inferno, knock it down with the support of that invisibility spell, and I don't see any more Queen firing away. Oh, wait, no, she was hiding behind the Grand Warden. She's still there. She kills the Grand Warden. Backstab him from out of nowhere. That stealth Queen is really giving I Am Green a bit of trouble. And we might just have ourselves a Queen versus Queen showdown to finish this base off, Itsu.
Yeah, yet again, the defending Queen being the game changer. But wait a second, the attacking Queen is shooting first, striking first, and now it's all about time. I think he should still get it. I got it. With that Dragon Rider on that right side, the Queen is going to finish up the core, and the Dragon Rider is going to finish off the storage on the right side. So this means it is going to be still that 3-star. It's close because of this defending Queen trying to somehow come back from this one. But it is going to be the 3-star for Inquisition. He is happy, relieved, everything at the same time, making sure that Inquisition is staying inside this match. And this 3-star was super important for them to still have a chance of winning this matchup and staying in the upper bracket.
I Am Green with envy at that attack planning. Great job toward the end, especially keeping that Queen alive. Oftentimes when you have a Queen charge as the starting component of an attack, it's all about keeping her through till the end. We've seen a few attacks that lose the Queen. In fact, the one right before this lost the Queen quite early on, and I think that was ultimately what cost the triple, but not this time for I Am Green. The 3 stars once again for Inquisition, giving them a solid late game here now against N.Y Amazing, which will have to continue applying pressure with another triple if they want to keep that lead.
We have the Blizzard, one of the strongest strategies if you can make that work. So let's see if he's going to get all the value he needs. So far, this entire left compartment has been taken down. Getting the Blizzard right behind that compartment is key. And take a look at that value. Wow, half of the base is already down. Like, that is just impressive value right there with just a NATO and with just the blimp, I'm sorry, and a couple of spells. You take that any day of the week.
Yeah, I think GYY is a super wizard based upon that last performance. Might have lost him to a giant bomb there at the end, but he knocked down virtually every major building that was going to put up a defense against him. So fantastic entry point. That is a beautiful start. And I'm not seeing any problems with stage 2. We are now 1 minute into the attack, and that's about the point when you want to start seeing these Dragon Riders deployed. Great snipe of this Town Hall as well. Like, this is just a so well executed attack. He is going to have half of his base finished off before he even deploys his main army, Itsu.
Yeah, this hero part already is incredible. Now it's all about, though, taking down those defending heroes. I feel like if he's able to take those out with those headhunters, he's just looking OP. It's the question if he can make that work. The headhunters are coming in, the vulnerability perfect. And with this, he can take down Queen and Royal Champion with a million freezes on the back end. I think he looks, yeah, more than good on this base. GYY is just demolishing it. What is going on, Woody?
Yeah, I am afraid that I might need to evacuate because I hear fire alarms going off all over the place. This is just a conflagration. GYY set the match, and it has been burning this whole time. Flawless, without a hitch. Still holding on to a swag invisibility spell that he would be happy to drop if he needed it, but he doesn't. GYY with the 3-star gets his team up to an 11-star total, and with the 1-star advantage going into the last round of attacks, Inquisition must triple and then hope beyond hope that they can keep N.Y Amazing, a clan with a 14 average star war record, at bay.
And that's not going to be easy. That's not going to be easy at all. And I mean, that attack which we have just seen, like just this Blizzard entry took down so much of the base, and just the heroes after, like 50%, 60% of the base were already gone before starting his second or his next phase of the attack. So that was truly impressive to watch. And now we have, I think Vendetta is going to be the last attacker for Inquisition. So far, I think he had a pretty good hit rate over this tournament. So let's see if he can keep going with that and give another chance. Give another chance to Inquisition, because if they're 3-starring, they might have the chance of getting this victory. It's not going to be easy, but they need a 3-star to somehow get the chance of getting a chance, pretty much. And that's going to be a P.E.K.K.A. smash. And I'm surprised. Typically, Vendetta for me is always this Queen Charge attacker. And he's coming with the P.E.K.K.A. smash. That's quite interesting.
Yeah, switching from the Queen Charge to a Warden Walk instead. And yeah, going from his favorite attack strategy of Dragon Riders to P.E.K.K.A. smash. This really signals to me that Inquisition is concerned about the aerial defense strength of the bases that Amazing have put up. Light is going to be defending this time against P.E.K.K.A. smash from a Warden Walk. Unfortunately, having to sacrifice that Electro Owl right out of the gate. Even this poor Warden is going to get the Town Hall down, but it'll take some time. And that is not something that a P.E.K.K.A. smash necessarily has in spades here. Holding on to one jump spell for some relatively open compartments. My concern is that either the top or bottom compartment, more likely the top, is going to be the last to be targeted and will still be standing when the P.E.K.K.A. smash is finished.
I think the jump spell now is going to be really important, because the Queen is going to walk into this channel. The majority of the smash is going to walk into this scattered compartment. And now he's using that rage to get everything inside. But the Tornado Trap is making sure that nothing is getting into the core just yet. The question now is, though, how is he going to take down the Singing Inferno Tower? There's 1 or 2 loons going that way. Wait a second, I think there were way more loons, because this Singing Inferno Tower went down quick, and now it's all about the back. And the P.E.K.K.A. though, they're stuck in the lower compartment. They want to follow, but they're not sure yet what they should do with it.
This is really great value and expert use of those hero abilities and spells so far. I think that he is outperforming my expectations from the midpoint here, chopping through each of the compartments. But just like I said, it's going to be that top one, the final defensive platform for this base. Light is going to be defending hard that scatter shot in the top, and with a Tesla farm right next to it too. It could be tricky. Vendetta's looking confident though, charges in, hops over the walls, knocks it down with the Royal Champion, and with still 2 abilities left, this wound up being quite a bit of overkill after all. Excellent job for Vendetta, and leaving happy with this final attack by Inquisition. They'll have 13 stars after this one.
That one was really impressive. I did not expect to being at such an overkill. Like, just the entry was really strong with that Warden Walk for the Town Hall. If you don't have any storages in front of the Town Hall, yes, it gives like quite an easy Warden Walk, but not a lot of people are doing it. So really good plan, well executed, and this is the chance of Inquisition to maybe stay inside this match.
I think as a caster, sometimes I get kind of hung up on the little gains and the little losses, but it really is that main point of entry into the base when all the Inferno Towers start firing away at you, when scatter shots start locking on, when the Eagle Artillery is raining down. If you keep your head cool during that moment, that like 5 to 10 second window when you have to deploy all your spells, pop your abilities in perfect order, and then make sure that everything is funneled just right, you do that, and then kind of everything after that point is smooth sailing. Any mistakes that you made before that point can kind of be tossed to the side if you get the perfect spot like that from Vendetta. So really, congratulations to him. I think that was a beautiful P.E.K.K.A. Smash strategy that a lot of people can learn from. I certainly did, too.
Yeah, and we have... I just tried to figure out, like, the Yeti. Okay, we have the funnel Yeti. That would be my prediction for this one. And we have an... surprising looking base. Like, just take a look at that channel at the top left. It's really uncommon to have a channel like this in your base, but we have the jump spur as well, so he should get all over those walls to get towards the core of this base, to maybe even get towards the town hall, depending on how he's going to place the... Wait a second, he is bringing the lock launcher. Where is he going to jump now, Woody?
I'm thinking the jump might wind up being in this multi-target Inferno compartment over on the bottom right. It's pretty easy to get through most of the base along the top side with this queen, if she can go the distance. She's taking a lot of fire, but raged up healers are going to do everything they can to keep her safe. That's going to give her access to 3 of those air defenses, a really great entry point, just suffering tons of damage. Whoa, hold on. Log launcher pops and is going for that scatter shot now. Can't get it down with the CC pull out. Shuai is having a real rough time on this point.
Yeah, but the Queen shot just... Wait, now he's bringing the Royal Champion with the Ground Warden. He is going crazy. This plan so far, guaranteed no one has tested. And this is all about, like, you don't want to run into a bait. And this is exactly how you make sure that you're not running into one, because he is just going all in on this one, using the Royal Champion with that Warden together. Warden ability to keep her alive. The only single Inferno Towers on that Queen.
Nice.
There we go with the invisibility spell. Now we have the Lalo pretty much as cleanup at this point. He's going against the Sweeper though. The Sweeper might have some impact on this one.
Freeze it, freeze it. Oh.
Yeah, freeze, and the Queen is going down as well. I don't know if that's going to work.
Yeah, he gave up the Queen, instead using that free spell to protect the loons from that air sweeper. He's pushing in mighty hard, but I'm not quite sure whether this is going to be a 3-star. Nevertheless, Shuai knows he just needs to get a 2-star and 89% to win. He's going to throw everything he's got at the backside of this base, sends in the skeleton spell to try to knock apart that air defense, and the last Tesla in that top corner is approaching the mark. 2-star and 85%, 88, 89! That's it! N.Y Amazing have guaranteed advancement with victory over Inquisition.
That one was so cool to watch with the lock launcher, with the jump for the king. That's just really creative right there. And he's making it work, and it's paying off all of the risk, because this one is going to be the 3-star, and N.Y Amazing is getting the 14 stars against a really strong looking Inquisition. They got 13 stars, was pretty close. But the winner, it is going to be N.Y Amazing, and they're going to move into the next round, Woody.
Congratulations to N.Y Amazing. Slim victory at the end there. with a 2.4% overall destruction advantage and a set of balloons that I was really wondering until the last second whether or not they'd be able to finish it all off. But a slim victory or a total victory, it matters not. They will advance undefeated through this bracket and will be up at the top for the next round. They'll be facing off against, of course, JX Tiger as the winners in round 3, victorious over TorillaTavataan.
Yeah, I think that's going to be an incredible matchup to watch. But we want to take a look at a couple of more matches, obviously, later in the lower bracket then. But I think first we should get our good friend in here as well to cast the next, take a look at one of those replays, right?
Sounds like a good idea.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Yes, we're going to be breaking down the Blizzard, using the Super Wizard, coming in to help grab so much value. We've seen it come in before where it didn't get the value, was kind of baited. Tornado traps ruined it, but it all comes down to that value going to be able to charge in with the Dragon Riders. We want to see how much value you can get, because then the Dragon Riders can push their way through the base. And that's going to be the question in these types of attacks. But when we saw from N.Y Amazing, they were able to do just that. So first, let's take out and highlight the sweepers, right? We have one sweeper that is pointing over the kind of near the town hall, and the other one right over near the multi. So this blimp location is perfectly away from those, so he can land in here. But notice how he also has, well, it's kind of a little hard to see, but there is also a lava hound that is right in front of this blimp that is right below it, because you want that blimp to be protected. So let's go ahead and play this and see the value that he can grab. So he's landing near the Royal Champion, the Air Expo. This hound doesn't pull any traps, so he's okay. But this is the value. Pulls out some rocket loons, but then there is the invisibility, the rage, getting all this value, completely gutting this, and so we can set up the funnel. That is the key. What is the funnel in a base just like this? Well, you notice how this section is pretty much going down, and then now the base is set up like an L section, so he can push his way across. So the Royal Champion now is coming into the bottom side, removing this multi-target Inferno. And if you get that value with your Super Wizards, where you can take out the enemy CC, then you can use the poison spell in any kind of direction on any heroes or things like that. But using on a super minion is great value. But now it sets up a perfect pathing for his heroes straight into this town hall. So the blimp removed one section of the base, which was pretty much like this. His heroes took out the other, which was this town hall, and now the final section where the king is now taking out this. Just incredible value that he is grabbing from the blimp, the queen, the Royal Champion, and the king. And now here comes the Dragon Riders from the top side of this base, and you have to think about it as compartments. Each section, the blimp, the heroes take out their own compartments, and the Dragon Riders can take out the final one and the top side using that Grand Warden. But again, the key thing is the headhunters over that queen to help take her down. You need to pop that Warden ability to help take it down, and then if you're able to do it, then you can push your way through. And just a lot of times when it comes down to these attacks with the Dragon Riders, you need to have something that is able to protect them as they pass through the queen. So headhunters are the perfect call with it. But we see attacks, and I talked about in the very beginning of this broadcast which attacks will we see a lot. I thought it was going to be Queen Charge Dragon Riders. We're seeing a fair bit, but we've been seeing quite a bit of the P.E.K.K.A. Smashers, and especially the dragons with clones. So we're going to have to see now what the final elimination matches can bring us. But I know there's also some bases that help defend as well. And Woody, I mean, these bases have been holding up strong, but I can't wait to see what's going to be coming up next.
Yeah, neither can I. I think it really speaks to the credit that the attackers are giving these bases by not using what seems to be the preferred attack in the meta right now, that Queen Charge Dragon Rider, necessarily as often as it had been in the past. It's one of the top attacks that we've seen in the Clash of Clans World Championship, and still really going strong in the past few weeks.
That's right, but I think as well that is based on the teams. Like every single team so far had kind of like their go-to strategy. So for example, a lot of the Chinese community teams had the P.E.K.K.A. Smash. Then for example, The Finnish team had the air spam, so every team has their favorite go-to strategy. And it seems like the teams which we have this time around in the qualifier do not prefer the Queen Charge Dragon Riders as much as maybe others, so that might be the case. But I think we should take a look as well at one of the bases. Corbin, you mentioned it, the defense, which is important as well. So let us know, what is the important factor about this base?
Yeah, for this base, we're taking a look at where the sweepers are located, but also look at where the tornado trap. It is on the other side of where the sweepers. So normally I would think, okay, we're going to put our tornado trap on the bottom side where they're not pointing, but he's thinking maybe potentially some lightning spells or something can really stop it. So blimps potentially come in from those directions. But we have a bunch of traps with the bomb towers near that town hall. Because if you try to send that blimp into the town hall and you don't find a way to take out those bomb towers, those super wizards will get destroyed. We've seen it before. An earthquake is just enough to be able to have the blimp land and take it out. But is there anything else in the space that really stands out for you?
No, I just think the core Black Mines, I feel like right now is the key thing. Otherwise, the Tesla farm at the bottom side, we saw that he had quite a few problems with taking down the Tesla farm, because this Tesla farm, making sure that the Single Inferno Tower is so well protected that the king is not on his own being able to take it down. I think that was the key thing as well in the attack as well, which was able to make sure that this base has a chance to defend and make sure that only 80% got taken down of it. So that's a really good defense right there, Woody, I think.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, anytime you can stop the 3-star, it is a good pickup. But yeah, down to 80%, that's a defense that could potentially win a tiebreaker as well. Well, thanks very much, Carbon Fen, for taking a look at those bases for us and give us a little bit more of a in-depth approach. But I think that is going to do it for us. Itsu, Carbon, thanks very much for joining. We are going to bring back in another caster for our round 5 match. It's going to be Judo. Judo Sloth will be coming back in. Are you ready, my friend?
I am ready, locked and loaded for this matchup, Woody. It's going to be an exciting one because we are now at the stage where if the teams lose, they go home. And both of these teams, I feel, had a little bit of unfortunate mishaps in the matches that they lost.
Oh yeah, 2-star 99% hits. You can definitely call those unfortunate mishaps. I think that sets up a really dramatic battle between these two teams now in terms of what to expect, because their past performance isn't necessarily indicative of what we can see going next. We could see a perfect war, and I wouldn't be completely surprised at all.
Neither would I. I think it's very, very difficult to predict who is going to win this one. But as we take a look at the updated bracket, you can see JX Tiger and N.Y Amazing obviously progressing to tomorrow's matches, still in that upper bracket as well. But moving down to the bottom left, we can see Badzinger and TorillaTavataan is going to be the matchup we have now. Right after this, we have Wahaha and Inquisition. That is going to be finding out our first matchup of tomorrow, which will obviously be the winners of the next 2 matches, Woody.
I really just got to shout out again TorillaTavataan for getting that perfect war and a perfect defense against Wahaha. 15-10 scoreline is a massive pickup, and even though they took the loss to JX Tiger, they put a great dent in their opponent. I think that they probably have the upper hand in this next matchup against Badzinger, which performed really well and had a lot of really tough breaks. 2-star 99% hits against Inquisition. I really think it could be anyone's war. What about you?
Yeah, I think so as well. Badzinger are a very experienced clan, like you said, the 299%, and one of those was a disconnect where arguably it would have easily been a 3-star. But how can you argue with a perfect war? And it's almost a double perfect war, Woody, because not only did they 3-star every single base, they defended in terms of the 2-star every single one of the opponent attacks. They could not have asked for anything better. Clearly a 1-star would have given them a better outcome, but in terms of the esports format, if you can defend to the 2-star, that is the main goal. They did that on every single base. I was so impressed with them in the first matchup. And I think as much as Badzinger might have been the initial favorites if you were looking at this match prior to the matches starting today, I think that assumption might have flipped based on the events that have already unfolded.
Oh, you make a compelling case, Studio Sloth. I'm going to try to play devil's advocate here because I think that Inquisition, despite the fact that we're kind of both tilting toward the Finnish clan, Inquisition is a clan that put up, like you mentioned, those two-star hits at 99%. I think that their offense is more reliable. They are trending up on momentum. So even though they took a loss just the same as their opponents, I think that their overall consistency is potentially what's going to give them the upper hand here. If TorillaTavataan does really well at the beginning, but can't run a marathon and just winds up taking a loss and then unable to keep that offensive momentum up, I think that that's going to be what might wind up eventually drag them down. No team wants to play 3 wars in one day of the Clash of Clans World Championship. You want to get on that win streak, right?
Yeah, you want to be like JX Tiger or NY Amazing, just progress straight all the way through. Looking at the schedule in terms of what is coming up, though, like we said, we've got those matches for you. We've got TorillaTavataan and Badzinger. Like you rightly mentioned, the Inquisition, a very impressive team up against Wahaha. That is going to be another difficult one to predict, because how do Wahaha bounce back from only the 10 stars, whereas some of the other teams already put the 3 stars on the board? I think equally both of these matches are going to be really tough, but we've mentioned it's hard to predict. However, let's put each other on the spot. What do you think, Woody?
I think the more I think about this, the more I'm starting to lean back toward Badzinger. I was feeling like TorillaTavataan had the lead, but yeah, I'm going to go ahead and tilt it toward Badzinger. I think that they had a rough entry point with those 2-star 99% hits, and I feel like their offense is strong, despite the fact that they're going up a clan that had a perfect war. I feel like the consistency and the deep experience that they have, being helmed by Juan, a 2019 world champion, that is really going to take them the distance.
Yeah, it is a tough call because they did get very close to 14 stars. However, I just think I'm going to go with TorillaTavataan because I've been so impressed with them today. And even against JX Tiger, I know they only put up the 12 stars, but they still looked very impressive. And if they can shift themselves back into top gear, I can certainly see them taking this one.
Well, we do always love to have a little bit of disagreement among the casters, a little bit of opportunity to find out who had the better prediction skills on this round. Of course, it's all in good fun, but yeah, you know, I think Badzinger has got a lot of fans in the chat as well. I don't know if we have community predictions on this one or not, but I know that there are a lot of fans in the chat right now that are cheering their teams on. And getting that energy forth. So let us know if you are supporting Badzinger or TorillaTavataan. It is going to be an amazing match either way, and we are going to be getting underway in just a couple of short minutes.
Yeah, you can continue to cheer your teams on throughout as well, but taking a look at the rosters, we have Badzinger with that pretty impressive hit rate, like we said, in the pre-qualifier. Dima, Jose, Juan, Leon, and Ramirez hoping to bounce back after that initial loss. 14-12 they lost to Inquisition, but as we mentioned, it was a close one, and I'm pretty sure we can be expecting some exciting attacks for them in this one, Woody.
Oh, we certainly can, but do not forget their mighty opponents. TorillaTavataan, which I recently learned means in Finnish something along the lines of "let's meet in the square." It's a celebration cry for their victory, and that is what they will be hoping to scream after this war. ODS is their captain, Conan, Costa, Usvi, and Vane marching back in. Very impressive hit rates among all of these fine gentlemen, and scoring, of course, as always, in that really high average destruction, pushing into the mid-90s percentage there. It was a slight advantage for Badzinger in the monthly pre-qualifier on total average stars, 12.8 to 12.6. And that held up as well for their average destruction, 96.4% by Badzinger against 94.1% by TorillaTavataan. But they both had a 56% hit rate, putting up the exact same number of triples in the monthly pre-qualifier. So very close match. We've seen offense and defense from both of them. It all comes down to this. Which one will be eliminated and which one will advance on in this 4th season of the Clash of Clans World Championship?
I couldn't have said it better myself. It does come down to this. One thing we have not talked about, Woody, is that TorillaTavataan have actually played 2 matches today. Badzinger only the 1. So is that going to help them having a little bit more warm-up, you could say, in terms of getting into this match? Or does the extended time off help Badzinger? We're starting out with Juan, who did get the 3-star in that opening matchup with the Hydra. Oh no, it was the P.E.K.K.A. Smash actually, wasn't it? I remember him doing that Grand Warden walk, switching it up for this one and going back to his roots in terms of the Queen charge.
That right side corner looking like an easy snack for him. Gets a big charge in with that Barbarian King who will chop up the enemy queen and a scatter shot. Very big value from just one hero, and still has a little bit left to say with the Archer Queen out there. Late deployment of those healers was really giving me a heart attack, but he has managed to protect them and ought to be able to get this queen topped back off. In just the first 40 seconds and already drama. Juan's gonna have to face off against a Lava Hound and an Ice Golem defending from that clan castle. Big slowdown effect here. Fortunately for him, though, he has kept that queen out of range of the defending Barbarian King. He'll have a pretty easy time with both a poison, wow, and an invisibility spell to take down those defending troops. First minute is out, though, and it's time to get those Dragon Riders into action.
Oh, he took a huge blast from the Eagle Artillery onto the healers. They are clinging on with the tiniest bit of health. One red air mine would see them go down, and the difficulty here is one is trying to charge really deep into the base. You can see he's got the jump for the town hall, but just as he places it, the healers are gone, and he needs to kick in plan B here, Woody.
Do you think that this was a miscalculation, that he didn't plan on activating the Eagle this early? Because it seems like he just didn't have anything to send in against the Eagle, and it was just raining down fire on him the whole time.
I mean, the invisibility spell, I don't think helped. Maybe he could have got that in a little bit quicker when the Eagle Artillery was locking on before, but obviously, he's just kind of thinking about what to do here. You don't want to send the Dragon Riders into that area because they'll take so much damage. He needs that percentage. Sends in the Battle Blimp, but there is a Tornado Trap as well. The Sweeper is pushing it back. Non-stop drama here for this attack. He gets the Town Hall, but what type of percentage can he rescue? There's only 50 seconds left here as well, Woody.
Feisty Finns fighting back on defense are not going to give away a single building without a big showing. Let's see if Juan can get this percentage pushed higher a bit, more into that respectable category, so that the overall damage, at least for this 2-star, can keep them in contention. Badzinger have got a big contingent of Dragon Riders still left here on the top side, but with only 20 seconds, it's looking like he's just going to time out here. It's a race to the finish. Judo, where is Badzinger going to be positioned after this attack?
I mean, what a major defense this is for TorillaTavataan. You couldn't have asked for a better start. The previous world champion kicking it off for Badzinger, and you defend with a 79%. That is incredible. But when they are under pressure, remember, this is the first time we've seen this clan in the qualifier. Can they keep their cool now that they're in the lower bracket and the potential of going home? They've got the door open, but can they take advantage of it?
You've got to keep the faith if you're a fan of Badzinger right now. This is not the time to be a Fairweather fan and start switching sides. One attack at the beginning of the war, and we haven't even seen the response yet from TorillaTavataan. Certainly a difficult route for Badzinger to start this path on, but Vane will be the next to strike. Will he get that 3-star start and take TorillaTavataan all the way to the win right out of the gates? Quick use of the Eternal Tome there to protect that Battle Blimp, pathing directly for the Town Hall, and no interruption. That is the 1-star claimed right out of the gate, Judoslav.
Exactly what you want to see for the opening of an attack. Vane has actually opened up all of the wars today for his team, getting 3 stars convincingly with this attack strategy. It's his favorite attack, so it's no surprise that we see him ripping apart bases. And so far, the Inferno Dragons are getting to the middle of the base relatively easily. Nicely freezes the multi-target Inferno just to protect them through, because with so many beams, it can take them down quickly. With the Queen ability, the RC ability, 2 minutes left on the clock. It looks pretty good here for an opening 3-star.
He's going to catch that tornado trap right in the core there. A couple of dragons having some difficulty making it to the final stage of this base, but still holding on to that last bit of hero ability usage there. That Royal Champion shield cracking through the final compartments. Plenty of time, so that is not going to be an issue at all. And these heroes are on a march toward victory. Vana will indeed get that 3-star. And the question will now be open as to whether Badzinger just had a bad opening, or if that is going to set the tone for this whole war. A big response from TorillaTavataan, and out of an attack that didn't necessarily have a whole lot of fancy crafting applied to it. You know, it's a pretty standard Dragon Rider Inferno Dragon line aggressive attack. So, if that's what they're starting with, I'm pretty sure that the next attacks from TorillaTavataan are going to be even more fancy, even more put together, and potentially have even more destructive power.
3 stars are 3 stars, my friend. It does not matter how classy an attack looks, as long as you get the 3 stars. And there we have it. Vane has got 3 stars throughout today. He's done everything he can for his team, and they find themselves in such a good position here after the first attack. However, playing devil's advocate a little bit, this is where Badzinger were in their first war. They got the opening 3-star. Their team, their opponent didn't. It was a convincing defense, and yet they still lost. So there's certainly lots that could still happen here.
Leon, the next attacker for Badzinger. He is a Queen Charge specialist, and he is not going to disappoint this time with those 5 healers in tow. But what is this? Queen Charge Hog Rider. The first time we've seen a fully Hog Rider kitted army here, not joined by any miners. This is not a hybrid at all. He's going to be crashing in on that bottom compartment for that town hall early on. And I'm trying to figure out what are the main threats here. That right side corner with a multi and that Archer Queen are going to be pretty difficult. Expect to see lots of spell usage to get all the way through that. And you can see also being highlighted that scatter shot over in the left corner. One centrally protected as well. This base looks pretty well set up to defend against this kind of attack. But what are your thoughts, Judo?
Yeah, there's lots of places where the giant bombs could be as well, which is major for the Hog Riders. We certainly don't see it very often. I think only MCES is the team that I see that using Hog Riders pretty consistently in the current meta, but it's not something we see often. So you are in for a treat here as he's charging the Queen to that single target Inferno, just trying to basically thin out the base at this point, because when you go with mass Hog Riders, if you can use an early Warden ability, push them into a lot of the major splash early on, and then heal through the middle, you can do pretty good. And the Queen is already getting herself through the town hall. He's got the battle blimp as well. Might even decide to switch that as a backup plan, but no, sending it into the Eagle to push the Hogs into the middle. Beautiful start.
He caught a seeking air mine with that coconut loon over in the bottom left compartment and managed to keep that Archer Queen very safe with an invisibility and a rage spell, spending a lot on this early point. But it's all going to come down to whether or not he is able to follow up. Are these traps going to trigger? Boom! Big giant bomb over to the right side corner, and those Hogs are toast! One big half of this army is down, but he's done such a great job on the entry, it might not even matter at this point. Still holding on to another freeze and a heal spell. He's feeling very confident about his chances here, not sending in any support until the last second. The
Hog Riders only had to deal with that one area. Look, he is so calm. Didn't even blink in the... I was panicking, thinking, get the to heal in. I know what happened last time with that 99%. He made it look easy. Actually saved the Warden ability for the middle of the base. Often we just see an early Warden with the Hogs able to push right on in, but that was incredible. It really shows when you dissect a base and use the right strategy, doesn't matter whether it's on meta or not, you can really get it to work. I can't believe how overpowering that was, Woody.
Bad to the bone. If he hadn't earned his leather jacket yet, that attack is where he got it. Excellent job from Leon there, and getting another triple on board for Badzinger now. The first in this war, but a repeat performance to be sure from that pro. We're going to send it back now to TorillaTavataan, where Conan will have an opportunity with mass dragons. Big clone spell usage expected for this attack, as well as holding on to that battle blimp. Is he going to send it in early maybe and go for a sneaky strike, or is that going to be a complement added later on to this Hydra army?
Yeah, going back to what he used in the first war, using that double clone, obviously. He did struggle with the hybrid in the last one, but they've been having good success with the dragons, and the good thing is you just need that quick funnel. As you see, the Yeti down to the bottom, the Queen up top, and he's already got the dragons flying in. The Town Hall is at the back end of the base though, so let's find out what he gets with this Warden ability. Unfortunately, going to miss some of the dragons at the top, but it's not the end of the world as he's got the battle blimp in there. It's cruising on through. There's the rage. Now we will see the clones, and they are cloning everywhere. I just love to see it.
Incredible entry from Conan, and this thing was like over before it even began. Also managed to catch quite a few seeking air mines and air bombs over on the top right side over there with that small army of dragons that you saw early on, and so he's dodged a big part of this base. Now, unfortunately for him, he has lost those dragon riders. Defense targeting units in his army were going to be really helpful for this top corner here, where a Tesla farm is now popped out. But I'm counting still 5 dragons left in this attack, and as long as they can concentrate fire, he should be good. Add on a royal champion and a freeze spell there, and I think he's cleared for landing, Judo.
Yeah, I was going to say the Royal Champion's ability and that spell, she's actually going to be able to solo a lot of that top area. The dragons taking down the ground expo just before that was so critical to relieve fire on the Archer Queen, on the Royal Champion. And this is where we always say these dragon style attacks, if you can get through the core quickly, he's still got a minute left. Even though the attack is slowing down, he's got more than enough time to keep themselves going. It could have been easy for them to falter under the 3-star that Badzinger put up, but they are not worried about that. As long as they keep getting 3 stars, the war is in their hands at this point.
Yeah, are they going to have another perfect war? 15 stars is certainly within their realm of possibility. Hydra this second time, and going quite fancy, I'll say, with those 2 clone spells. Very atypical to see clones used at the high level play, and to bring 2 of them really indicated that he knew exactly where he had to apply maximum pressure, grabbing both dragons and balloons with those spells, and then raging them up for maximum effect. So a great raid there by Conan on a perfect start so far for TorillaTavataan.
Yeah, it's an attack strategy that's really just developed within the last month. There's actually KOG that showcased that to us on Twitter, and it's really taken the Clash of Clans community by storm. For me, it's just because not only is it effective, it is so fun to use. But we have Jose with his mobile phone. We know how complex his attack was last time. I honestly, I have even more respect for anybody that uses their phone, because I physically just cannot do it. It's so hard when I can't, you know, see as big of the screen. But anyways, this is an impressive start, and an invisibility spell for the air defense. I can't help but think that was a mistap, because he sent the lava loon in after it went off anyway. I'm a little bit puzzled unless I missed something.
It might be a really unfortunate loss early on here for Jose. 20% hit rate in the monthly pre-qualifier, and has also not yet gotten that 3-star. He picked up a 2-star 77% using a Hydra army last time, so he's going to stick to the skies, but with a double Hound Laloon this time around. He's done a great job taking a massive chunk out of the top side here, but it's always a question of whether or not it's enough value to justify that push. Whenever you don't have a Queen Charge or a Warden Walk going in, it's kind of a race in the early stage to see if you can get through those big, heavy defenses. 2 scatter shots at the 6 and 9 o'clock position going to be big obstacles for Jose, as well as an offset Town Hall, which might force a diversion for some of his other troops.
I'll be honest, Woody, I think that was incredible despite losing that initial invisibility spell. Now, the Lava Hound caused him a little bit of an issue there, pulling the heroes in towards the base and taking a little bit extra damage from the Expo. Would have been nice to take that out on the perimeter, but it's really not that big of a deal because his Queen should be able to switch to the Town Hall here as long as she's quick enough, still has the ability. Royal Champion thinning out that right-hand side. Come on, though, Queen. Go to that Town Hall. He's freezing up. Where does she go next?
He's got the ability still. She goes to the Clan Castle, though. Bad news. Gets some support from her sister, though. The Royal Champion tosses a few spears out at the Town Hall as well. She uses the ability and pop! Gets it down. First star claimed, but we are 2 minutes in now, and this attack is running low on time, Judo.
Certainly is. Lavaloon can be a quick attack. I'm surprised he hasn't got any minions up to the top area of the base, the 12 o'clock area. 1 minion could have thinned that entire spot out already if he'd have sent them in earlier on in the attack. But he's actually got a lot of balloons coming around that top area. Not a lot left up there, but a lot of them thinning out in the middle. And with the multi-target Inferno, it just looks ever so more tricky for him.
This was a really intricately planned attack that had a lot of moving parts. Maybe the best plan, but not the best execution when it comes down to it. 2 stars will be the result for Badzinger, and that was not an attack that they could afford to miss. They are now down against TorillaTavataan in a pretty convincing way halfway through this war with only 1 triple so far.
I wonder if he wanted just a little bit more from the Blizzard in terms of that invisibility spell. Maybe the Super Wizards could have got down the bottom, but I really think it would have been a big ask if he had have planned to get all of the way to the multi, given where he sent it in from. However, these things happen. You've just got to be able to adapt, and remember, it is a team effort, so we can certainly have the other members of Badzinger stepping up, but they really need to start doing so because that is now 2 attacks they have faltered. And if TorillaTavataan were to get a 3-star now, well, with 2 attacks remaining, they're 2 stars in the lead, and it's pretty much GG for them.
Yeah, TorillaTavataan basically have 3 attempts, and if they get a triple in any of them, they've virtually won the war at this point. Costa will be the next attacker for the 3rd round here by TorillaTavataan, using this mass drag army and supporting it once again with those clone spells you know and love. Interesting once again to see them making use of these. I wonder if there's something about the bases that Badzinger were trying to block against, maybe from a Queen Charge Dragon Rider hit, that concentrates a lot of firepower within a small area that winds up then making that attack or that base weak to clone rage usage.
Well, Casta is a base builder for TorillaTavataan, so he would be able to identify that and just pick out the intricate parts of the base. I love the fact that the Barbarian King and the Queen have been able to dive into that compartment, not only set up the pathing, but just get huge value in terms of the Eagle. Keep your eye on that Battle Blimp, though, as it moves through. This is the crucial part. It is caught in the tornado. There's not a lot of damage, though, and it's in the Warden ability, so I still think he's pretty good here. He's got the clones, but are they close enough? He can use them. He should be able to get that Town Hall. Beautiful job.
Wow. A glorious spread, and the path through the bottom is perfect. Only one little problem is going to be that scatter shot out on the left side. Difficult to reach and still protected by the defending Royal Champion. To toss out a few spears to try to get it down. It's now locked on to the Grand Warden. Costa is actually running into quite a bit of difficulty along the outer edge now, as the main force of his army is now down, and it's all up to these heroes. All of a sudden, what was looking like a very great entry has left up just a bit much on the bottom side to feel confident that the 3-star is still in the bag.
I think with the Queen ability, he should be okay. He's got a minute left. So the Royal Champion has been able to thin out a lot of that area with her ability. Getting the air defense is huge because it just speeds things up super quickly. Presses the Archer Queen ability early. He's obviously pretty confident at this stage. You can get the archers ahead. I personally would have held on to that ability just because he's got more than enough time. But I guess when you're that confident, pressing it earlier will save yourself a couple of seconds. Does not want time to be the issue. But the fact that they are now 2 stars in the lead with 2 attacks remaining, got to say, it looks pretty good for them right now, Woody.
Yep, Costa had that perfectly planned, and even though I'm sweating about a giant bomb going off over here, he's like, relax, Woody, do not worry. The triple is easy at this point. You do all the work in the beginning of the attack, and then even if things go a little haywire toward the end, you can still clean up for the confident triple. With that one, I gotta say, Judo, it's looking more and more like you were right. TorillaTavataan, perfect so far in this war. With a tic-tac-toe, 3 triples in a row. They seem to be in a dominant position that would really demand some incredible upset to lose at this point. A 1-star from them or some sort of really strange combination of events. Let's go back to Rikira's now, where Badzinger will have their next chance to enter with an Icehound Lalo. Itsu? Oh, sorry, Judo?
Yeah, using the lightning spells throughout the middle. Rikira's is one of the players that pushes heavily in Legends League from Badzinger, and that is always something that I feel plays into your advantage. Not only can you identify similar things within bases, but you've just got the ability to adapt when things go wrong. Lightning spells, though, tend to give you a bit more security because he has already taken out that central area of the base. He's just lining up the hero dive here in towards the town hall. Slow and steady at the moment, making sure that goes down before he even thinks about his lava loon.
We asked Rikira's why he loves Clash of Clans so much, and he told us that it's because he wants something to try hard in his life. And Clash of Clans fits this perfectly. It's excellent mental exercise and gives him a lot of puzzling to do, trying to figure out the best way to attack these bases. This first minute of this attack has been a great puzzle collapse for him, though. Fantastic entry point against the bottom side, going all the way toward the town hall and knocking apart the Eagle artillery as well with that Royal Champion along the outer edge. It's all up to these Ice Hounds and Balloons now to make the path good, and with 5 spells still left to commit to that attack, he's got a lot of reasons to feel confident. That Royal Champion on defense in the top left corner is giving me a little bit of pause for concern, though. Popping balloons left and right, and has finally sent in the Headhunter to deal with her, Judo.
Yeah, I thought he might have sent in the other Headhunter, but obviously he's waiting on the Grand Warden ability and the fact that the other Archer Queen is over there. Or the other Archer Queen, the other defending hero. That would be something, wouldn't it, if we had 2 of them in the base. I've got to say, though, I really like the Ice Hounds because he used 2 of them. 1 froze the Royal Champion, 1 froze the Archer Queen. That has paid off for him because he's got a storm of balloons moving into the back end of the base. Still has an invisibility spell he could use here, decides to do it. I always give respect for anyone that gives everything in the attacks, not putting anything down to chance. Beautiful 3-star. Really enjoyed this one, Woody.
Great stage 1, excellent execution, taking down the town hall and knocking apart a big compartment down there in the bottom left. And yeah, fantastic follow-up as well. This was textbook play. Lalo remains strong, even though it's no longer dominant in the meta. It is always an impressive addition to any attacker's toolkit, and you can see why right there from Rikira's.
I think just how in control he was of the attack at every single stage. He didn't really look troubled at any moment, but when you know the complexity of an attack, I mean, I wouldn't even try that. So it's really cool to watch and see just how well the attacks come together when you do get to see a large lava loon style attack like that. It does mean, though, that Badzinger, whilst they can keep their hope alive, they are still behind in this war, and ODS looking to take even more advantage of their lead. Now, the interesting thing that I picked up from the player questionnaire, Woody, is he plays 8 accounts from Town Hall 5 up through Town Hall 14. He's got one of every level. But what happens eventually in the future for Town Hall 15's release? Does he have to upgrade every single account?
Yep. That's got to be it as far as I can tell, and then make a new one as well to play the bottom again, right?
Yeah. Starts out though.
Yeah, he got a 3-star in his first war, picked up a 2-star 96% in war number 2, so he is certainly among the strongest attackers for this TorillaTavataan squad. Setting up along the bottom left edge with that queen dive, sending in the ice golem to freeze up those defenses, but encountering a Tesla farm over there. I hope he's got another plan to add a bit more offense in there. Pops the king ability and will send in the dragons and balloons right out of the gate. He is really going full speed ahead on this one.
This base looks pretty similar to the one they just attacked, but actually just rotated 180 degrees, because we did see the king diving into the northern area with the Eagle Artillery, didn't we? The Town Hall on the opposite side as the dragons came down. It almost looks like the same base to me, so it's not surprising that they are doing a very similar attack, but he's into a bit of difficulty here. You can see that the Town Hall hadn't gone down, but there was still a clone spell there, and as soon as a balloon popped inside it, he had a bunch more in order to get that Town Hall. However, it's not looking as promising for that 3-star.
Not in the bag just yet, but that's a lot of dragons still on the outer edge, and they're clumping up pretty well here. Unfortunately for this Dragon Rider, it's going to be kind of veering off, but that might work out to his advantage after all. Taking down that air sweeper, and then if it can finish off the multi-target Inferno, that is going to be very, very good value. Just never a good sign when dragons are distracted and spreading out within the base, but I guess on the plus side, once again, that can kind of help him to avoid splash damage from the scatter shot. He'll encounter the last air defense next, and oh, ugly traps knocking down his Dragon Riders and distraction from the air skeletons. It's not quite over, though.
Is it enough? He's got that Grand Warden, which might be able to help with the Archer Tower. He got a little bit unfortunate. If the Seeking Shield had have gone to the air defense, he would have got this. There is no doubt in my mind, but it went the wrong direction. Missed the air defense. It's tough to calculate where the shield will go when there's so many defenses clumped and you're in the middle of an attack. If he'd have just have managed to get it to that air defense, it would have been a 3-star. But to be honest with you, 95% too, they are still a star in the lead with the percentage coming to the final parts of the war. It still looks good for them. I don't think he can be super disappointed with that. Keeps his team where they need to be.
Oh, certainly no disappointment there. I feel like I'm really nitpicking at this point to be like, oh, you missed 5% at the top, but it was an extremely close attack that really could have tipped one way or the other depending upon where traps were placed. So in the end, a 2-star 95% will certainly keep TorillaTavataan ahead. ODS dropping that 5% at the end, but a well-planned attack, and sometimes you just got to kind of cross your fingers in hopes that the traps work out in your favor, that you can get the timing down just right. Didn't exactly pay off for him there. But certainly something that he can continue to improve upon. And with a 1-star advantage now, Badzinger will have an opportunity now to try to get a triple up on the board and then hope somehow that Torilla really drops the ball out of their last strike. That would be the only thing that could give Badzinger the chance to win.
Yeah, he has to get the 3-star. And then, I mean, they could still get a 2-star to win, but it just means that the percentage is pushed up a little bit. So it just adds a little bit extra to it. Straight away, using the Grand Warden in towards the scatter shot. We've seen this, obviously, in numerous of the P.E.K.K.A. smash style attacks. It tends to be the typical way to start it off because the Grand Warden can get that extra range, set up beautiful funneling for you, but also when he deploys the P.E.K.K.A., you will see that it just nicely pulls the Grand Warden across. You don't have to worry as much about him walking in the wrong direction, Woody. I say that.
Well, he is taking a pretty heavy blow out there on the top. Does encounter quite a few point defenses, but will still be able, just like you said, to path through them and knock them down one by one. P.E.K.K.A. Smash is making its way into that left side alleyway there and going to be able to jump straight in. Bit of an atypical approach and hard to get them path in that direction. So credit to Dima for the funneling that he's done in the entry point here. Pops a Lava Hound, and those pups are going to start whittling away at his troops, but he's got plenty of firepower to shoot back into the skies as well, even though he's running a ground-based P.E.K.K.A. smash strat, hopping all throughout these compartments and finishing off the remaining big defensive structures. But the plan to go for the Town Hall is now going to be a split attack as the P.E.K.K.A. makes her way to the top with an Archer Queen healed up as best she can, but those healers are not looking long for this world, Judo.
Yeah, it's... healers go down, but he's still got that heal spell for the Hog Riders, which is super impressive. Not something we always see in the P.E.K.K.A. Smash, just in order to help towards that back end of the base. Once this area goes down, and he knows he's got the RC ability and the Queen ability, he can clear out that top area. I have to say, I think the deployment of the troops was a little bit questionable. I thought the Grand Warden was going to walk, but thankfully he came across, did get some value out of that ability. And if nothing else, Woody, this keeps the dream alive for Badzinger. It means that TorillaTavataan, whilst they can win with a 2-star, they can't get any 2-star. It will have to be the percentage which keeps them above the average. But will it be enough for Badzinger? They've done everything they can. 13 stars it is in this war.
A confident performance, but not at the standard that has taken teams along the upper bracket toward victory. Dima now finishing strong for Badzinger with that triple, but like you mentioned, the door is wide open for that finishing blow by TorillaTavataan, and we'll crunch the numbers real quick and let you know exactly what sort of percentage on a 2-star would be sufficient for the win, but I'm guessing that it's going to be much lower than the average destruction that we've seen so far from them. And with so much time to plan and prepare for the 5th attack, you would expect to see something great coming out from Usvi. I think he took a long time in his last attack, preparing with all 30 of those seconds to get his hit in, and it looks like he is going to crack his knuckles, prepare, and give himself all the time he needs to make sure everything is set up just perfectly for this last strike.
Well, there you can see it is the 68% 2-star. I'm sure he is going for all 3, but it's not just the safe 2-star. He has to guarantee that percentage using the Hydra style attack, the Inferno Dragons and Dragon Rider variant. It tends to be an attack that, if it does go wrong, the percentage can be quite low, but it doesn't tend to be into the 60s. I don't want to speak too soon. And when he builds bases, he says the main thing he does is bait battle blimps. So I think he will be feeling pretty confident as it cruises onto the Town Hall. That will fall, and now it's all about the percentage, Woody.
Early use of that Eternal Tome indicates a lot of aggressive potential for this attack. He is not going to give away the front end at all. This might hurt him on the back end when he's going for cleanup, but if his only goal is to get to 2-star and 68%, then that is a perfect tactical choice for him to make early use of those spells abilities to protect the troops along the inner edge. 56% already, and it is still creeping up higher and higher. A strong complement of forces creeping around the outer edge and lots of cleanup potential. This looks like it is good. Usvi gets the 2-star and crossing the 68% threshold. TorillaTavataan are victorious over Badzinger. They advance in the lower bracket.
I love the fact that he's celebrating. He still has hero abilities. He still has the archers, but he can have a quick celebrate in the meantime. Maybe even just let those automatic abilities go off. I think it will not matter, because as he moves through, he probably will still even get the 3 stars here. There's only that Expo that is clinging on for dear life, but as everything around it is trying to thin it out, he's looking a little bit scared in terms of that 3-star, but like we know, it does not matter. He's got the Queen ability. He's got this. Over a minute left. He has even more of a celebration as he knows they will be progressing into tomorrow's matchups. The tickets for the World Final are still in their sights, Woody.
Pulls the beanie down over his eyes. He has sight beyond sight. A demon hunter to slay his foes. He has no need for these mortal appendages. Great job there to Usvi, pumping his fists, and it is well deserved. Victory for TorillaTavataan.
What a victory it was as well. Beautiful job. 99% total destruction. So whilst they did lose that war to JX Tiger, think about their other performances. 15 stars, 14 with 99%. They look very impressive. I'm excited to see as they move on to tomorrow's matches. Commiserations to Badzinger, though. Unfortunately, they will have to try to qualify again for next month. But I think it is time, Woody, to invite our good friend Itsu to break down one of those attacks.
Thank you so much. Yes, we want to take a look at one of the attacks, which is going to be the Queen Charge Hog Rider attack. I feel like that one looked really specific, so let's take a look at that. Let's get started. So we had already the Clan Castle been taken down. I skipped that for you because that's not as interesting. We want to take a look at the whole story where it's getting interesting. So the Queen is charging into this base. He took down the Clan Castle already, which means this Single Inferno Tower is having no threat at his Queen at all. Charging in the King at the same time, and with this, taking down a huge part of the space. Everything below this line is getting taken down by his heroes. The heroes being the strong part about this, but now let's take a look at the Hog deployment, because it's really widespread. You might just think, okay, he's just like spamming everything in. No, he actually is deploying them really widespread, because he wants to have two group of Hog Riders. Otherwise, those Hog Riders would have not split up, and this core scatter shot would have stayed up, and this would have been obviously huge bad news for him. He's trying to make the pathing even better with sending in the blimp over there to take down everything, and with this, he is crushing that base. The opening behind the town hall is key, obviously, as well, to make sure the Queen can just keep going, keep getting more value. And with this, you can make Queen Charge Hog Riders work. So really nicely done to Leon right there.
Really good to see you break that down as well, Woody, and just pick Itsu and just see the specifics. I can see the similarity, see the specifics of the Hog Rider attack. What did you make of that one, Woody? Were you impressed by any of the defenses as well?
Oh, yeah, certainly. I mean, in a war where there is a clan putting up a perfect performance, any successful defense is going to be an impressive one here. TorillaTavataan on defense, though. Why don't you take this one away, Itsu?
Yeah, we have the core test. Like, you try to make this core as beefy as possible, because with those air attacks coming in, you want to have those dragons stalling out in there. Yet again as well, we see a couple of Expos set to air, a couple of them set to ground. A really interesting combination, because we have one air, one ground Expo at the top, and one air and ground Expo at the bottom. Typically you see like both around the Eagle on the same settings, both at around the Town Hall, and this made sure that this is the defense. Really nicely done. It did not pay off with the Queen Charge. He did not get too far, and this base defended.
Defended very well indeed. TorillaTavataan showing that they are very good, not just offensively, but also defensively. I am sure that they will have even better things for us tomorrow. But I think, Woody, you are just about ready to get into that next matchup.
Right, you are, Judo Sloth, and it's been great talking with the both of you, but it's now time to banish you. I would like to now bring in my other old good friend, Carbon. Welcome back.
Oh, it's great to be back for the final match, and this is an elimination match, Woody, so everything's on the line.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket and see the matches that have led us here today for our final match, our lower bracket match, where double elimination is on the line. Wahaha and Inquisition are the two teams up right now. And if you see the upper bracket, you can see Wahaha took a tough 10-15 loss against the team we just saw, TorillaTavataan. On the other side, Inquisition actually picked up a win against Badzinger, but then had a very tight, narrow 13-14 star loss against N.Y Amazing.
Yeah, that's the big question, is Inquisition won a war and then they lost. But the thing was, Wahaha, they were the very first team to been waiting to get to this point here, Woody.
It has been a difficult run, but hey, we've seen some tough wars come out despite, whether you've been marching forth on your third war already today, or if you dropped one right out of the gate and have been kind of sitting back trying to strategize and figure out your next plan of attack. Wahaha, unable to get a triple yet, though, I think kind of really signifies that they are going to have to hit the ground running on this next war if they want to get a chance to move back in. They had a pretty respectable hit rate among the teams that were advancing from the pre-qualifier. Certainly not at the very top, but with 52%, that's relatively equivalent to TorillaTavataan and Badzinger. So a team that has a lot good going for it to make it to the top here in the Clash of Clans World Championship. They are captained by B and joined by Ling Yu, Lin, Shek, and Wee.
Yeah, with Wahaha coming in, trying to add more triples into this qualifier because they haven't gotten any today, with only a 10-star performance in their very first match. Now their opponent is going to be Inquisition, and they are coming in led by the captain, N Striker, with Haha, I Am Green Lu, and Vendetta. Remember, he did go perfect in the qualifiers, so he is someone that could absolutely come in with a 3-star at any point in the match, and maybe even be a closer as well, Woody.
I think I've got to give a tip of the hat to Inquisition, given their performance earlier today. I think that, I mean, wow, look at that. A 97.8% average destruction from the monthly pre-qualifier really signals the strength of their attacks, and that they've also been able to pick up a win in this month already. Wahaha, on the other hand, I don't want to be too hard on them. They really put up a strong fight, but yeah, anytime you're unable to get that triple, even against a really strong defending clan, you got to wonder, where is it going to come from? Czech has been back at the drawing board and will be applying maximum firepower to this initial attack, trying to get that triple up on the board early for them with a Warden Walk out on the right side, not even actually sending in any healers to support it yet. There they come. Just safe as soon as he's confident that there's no mines going to blow up in his face.
Yeah, it's going to take quite a bit of time, but something that sticks out to me is at the bottom left with that hit rate. That 3-star rate at 30% is very low at the competitive scene. So it is kind of showing for the 2 stars from the first war. So they are looking to start this war off with a 3-star, and that will really give them the confidence for the rest of this match. So this attack right here is going to set the tone.
Wahaha emerged as a top team in the March Clan War Leagues and earned an appearance at the 2021 Worlds warm-up. And despite losing the first round, they succeeded in making a name for themselves, continuing throughout other tournaments this year. But this is the first one where they've come with a chance to try to get that golden ticket. They've got a lot to prove with this new roster that they've built. So let's see, even as underdogs, if they've got a shot. Shek knocks down that Town Hall early on, but with just a minute and a half now left remaining for this attack, it's a bit of a late deploy for the main army.
Yeah, with the P.E.K.K.A. and Witches down south, we're going to see the Queen charging in, but watch out, that single target Inferno!
Oh.
And he had to pop the Warden ability, but he popped it on purpose a little early before that Warden's health kind of went to nothing because he wants these healers to transfer off. And here comes the King pushing his way straight towards the Seagull Artillery in the middle of his base, but he's not going to have that Warden ability to protect everything.
And what is the plan for the single target Inferno? He's throwing a couple of balloons over at it now, but they're going to get burnt up before they make it in. Oh, Seeking Air Mine just adds insult to injury for Shek. He's pathing away from the single target Inferno now, but it is still burning straight through to him in the core, and his heroes are going to really be having a difficult time being able to crack through that. P.E.K.K.A. Smash does not like having to face off against single target Infernos, and finally we'll get some Hog Riders to deal with this thing.
Yeah, with the Royal Champion, she's already deployed on the far top side of the base. So the Hogs that came out of the Siege Barracks, unfortunately, they don't have the Royal Champion to help assist. They did find a Tornado Trap, a giant bomb. It has the Queen ability with one super wall breaker. He's got a handful of troops, but the problem here is time. With just about 15 seconds left, I think he would have enough to finish this one off, but he doesn't have the time to do it.
Unfortunate result for a P.E.K.K.A. Smash strat, which has had difficulty with time in the past. Shek from Wahaha picked up a 2-star 93% in his previous war and comes terrifyingly close to the same result here and now. Just time is never on your side as an attacker, and you've got to get it in quickly. Nicely done, though, in the end. The plan was set up very well, but as so often, bedevils attackers here is just execution has to be at a rapid pace. Rage spells can help you only so much. Carbon.
Yeah, absolutely. And that early Warden ability really cost a lot, especially trying to get that push through the core of the base. You know, he wanted to save it for later. But now the response from Inquisition. Lou looking to come in with that Suilal, like a full-on heal, one lightning, some skellies. I mean, he's got to have the lightning spell for potentially headhunters that come out of the clan castle. Because if that locks onto your Warden when you're sending the Lalo and air around, and it will absolutely stop him in his tracks. But we're trying to push this queen closer towards this town hall, and we do have a Tesla farm. And unfortunately, the Tesla farm is going to stop this queen, drops the king. He needs to get through it, otherwise that town hall is not going to go down.
Sui Lalo is his tried and true favorite attack strat. He used it in both of his previous hits. He picked up a 3-star in the first time, but got a close 2-star 90% on the second one. And yeah, you're noticing a problem here now. The queen not pathing toward that town hall directly, but does eventually make her way into that compartment. Could work out for Lou in the end, though, because that means a little bit more excess damage along the outer edge there. Queen pops her ability and has a little bit left to say before all is going to be said and done here. The triple Lava Hound, though, is a big, heavy-handed aerial strike, and it's going to leave him with a lot of options still left in the skies, Carbon.
What a beautiful Royal Champion ability to force the queen back towards the town hall. That was such a most people probably didn't even catch what he did there to get that queen to get the town hall down. That was incredible value. Now with the Stone Slammer pushing his way in towards the Scattershot, has a few balloons to help join in. The Warden is pushing his way straight over this Eagle Artillery, but get ready for a bunch of traps in between the Scattershot and Single Target Inferno. This could be a nightmare for these balloons if he doesn't protect it with the Warden ability.
Clever spells to try to support and get them back on the target. Haste is a great compliment for these loons, and he's applying rage and freezes all over the place. Great additions here, holding on to a skeleton spell as well for the back end in case he finds difficulty with that top compartment. He's got another minute left, though, and so time is not a problem here for Lou. It's just all about getting these troops on target. Gets that additional Archer Tower, and there it goes. The skeleton spell is out. Virtually all troops have been deployed. He's just got to cross his fingers and hope that they can go the distance. I think he's got a great shot at it, Carbon.
He's trying. These balloons, unfortunately, are getting picked off, though. This is Seeking Your Mind Tornado Trap pops. 40 seconds left in the raid. The Warden Owl are going to clutch up this Air Expo, but this King, he's going to slow everything down, and it's all about time. Has a Wizard to help as well. The minion grabs the far right elixir storage, and now he can drop the Wizard over to help grab it, but if the time, 22 seconds away at the Wizard Tower, no! The Wizard Tower down below just stays up.
That's fine.
16 seconds.
It's okay. Grand Warden's got plenty of range. He's going to handle it.
There we go.
I'm not worried at all, Carbon. I'm keeping it cool. I'm not worried. I'm not worried. Can you hear it in my voice?
Well, he got the 3-star, and it came down to the save from the Royal Champion and King, because that queen would have walked the wrong way, which she would have went down to the bottom side, but that RC ability helped take down that air defense to push the queen back in towards the top side. And if he didn't do that, this attack could have easily failed from a small mistake like that, but beautiful save.
Great read, excellent heads-up play, and if you want to play a Sui entry point, you certainly have to be ready for a Tesla farm to pop up. So he had a plan, sent it in perfectly, and adapted on the fly. What are you noticing about Wee's initial point here?
Well, he's got an attack that he did earlier, which has super giants in the mix. And the problem was it fell quite a bit short. So he's starting off with a Warden Walk, trying to get to the scatter shot. And it's just going to take a lot of time. So we have to keep our eye on that. And when he's going to push this through, because he also has a siege barracks as well. Are we going to see that kind of on the opposite side of the town hall? Or is he going to charge his way into the town hall? Usually you don't, because that town hall poison will do so much damage to any troops that do try to push through it.
I was surprised in the past to see 2 clone spells there in an army camp, in entire 6 spell production space. But he has brought 3 jump spells, the same equivalent, for something that doesn't often come about as a default pick here. He must really have a clear path set out for every single one of these, especially because there's so many small, tiny compartments in the middle that are going to be tough to jump over.
Yeah, this jump's leading straight towards the multi. He can drop 2 more, getting him his way into the core multi and to that town hall. But the king, he does not want to go in. He's going to walk his way around towards that Eagle Artillery. Pops an early warden ability. It's going to come down to these super giants trying to charge their way and keep moving through and getting this value.
Holding on to that Royal Champion. Sins are in now in the bottom left to support these hogs, which are going to be passing along the bottom. No heal spell to help them out, so better hope that they don't catch a trap. But the jumps are all out. The troops have now pathed all the way to the Town Hall compartment. Those super giants are still looking happy to pummel away at anything in sight. Big, bulky presence out in front, and they're doing their best to soak the shots from this single target Inferno. In point defense all over the place, but I don't know if we has got enough in the end, enough damage to complement them. You know, still big bulk out in front, but lots of defenses along the outer perimeter of this space, Carbon.
Well, King still has his ability. Baby Dragon, Party Wizard as well. Finally popping that King. The RC is going to keep moving her way through. Can drop the Baby Dragon on the top side to help protect and distract as the RC is going to make her way through. Has the Queen ability. Should be using it pretty soon. Some goblins coming through. Queen ability is off.
Looking
so
good.
There's the Baby Dragon. Tanking. Party Wizard's down. 25 seconds left. It's going to be close.
He's not going to have to worry too much about walls. He can pop right through just one of them to get there. And can he get these troops out in front to soak shots from the Builder Hut and the Grand Warden pedestal? I think he does. Super Wizard's going to be chaining lightning onto both of them. 7 seconds left. We is golden. Gives us the thumbs up. And even though it was a bit close to the end, Wahaha going to be getting that 3 stars.
And not only just a 3-star here, this is their first 3-star here today in the qualifier. So that is a huge weight lifted off their shoulders, getting that done. So they need to keep that coming in and using the super giants, which we typically do not see. You usually see some P.E.K.K.A.s thrown into the mix. It's just those super giants. There were so many of them, and they were able to help overload the core of the base with the super wizards. And hey, Itsu talked about it before. He liked using the super wizards or the super giants in the pre-qualifiers, and it did a lot of work taking down bases. And it does indeed there. But now Inquisition looking to turn the tables with a Hydra with 3 Rakaloons in the mix. Needs to probably pick off this air defense, maybe with some Rakaloons. But the Town Hall is pretty close to the bottom side of the base, but there is a clan castle that's very close.
Early favorite for an attack analysis breakdown. The first hit in the Clash of Clans World Championship to be successful with Super Giants. Striker moving in next, as you mentioned, with an aerial assault. Dropping bombs from Rocket Loons and has brought a great complement of Rage and Freeze to get through this base. Relatively deeply spread out, though. 3 Inferno Towers at a difficult triangulation, and of course that one single protecting the Town Hall in the bottom corner. Also air defenses insulating these Inferno Towers. It's going to be difficult to reach on the back end, but he's popping that in Grand Warden ability early to keep them safe from a ton of damage being dished out on the outer edge. They're pathing straight to the core now, but the CC pull is out, Carbon.
Yeah, the poison spell is down as well to help slow down those super minions. Another freeze through that to help freeze up that single target Inferno. Drops the blimp closer to the bottom side, not behind the Town Hall, which is maybe an ideal location for a tornado trap. Doesn't find it there, and even now finally deploys the Royal Champion straight into a Tesla farm. But there is the enemy Royal Champion. Will she go down? Locks onto his RC, which is, she goes down that with the assist from his Queen.
He still has got some hope on the back end over here. Dragon is going to do some great cleanup along the bottom edge, but loses a Dragon Rider. And now it's just that Grand Warden and the Electro Owl trying to chain some lightning through those point defenses. Taking a lot of shots, though, and this is not going to be a confident win. If it is a win, Striker with plenty of time left is going to make his final approach now. Queen knocks down the storage, and you can see him pumping his fists, excited. This is going to be a victory after all. Inquisition are going perfect so far. They are 2 for 2, Carbon.
Yeah, beautiful job here with the dragons and sending that blimp from the bottom side, not catching that tornado trap. Gorgeous job, and you saw from the excitement of his reaction getting a 3-star, because at this point, if you lose this war, you are eliminated. You cannot afford to make those mistakes. And Wahaha has to get another triple. Otherwise, they are at a huge risk since Inquisition came in with the back-to-back triples. Woody.
Well, right, you are. We're going to be hopping into the next attack soon. And it's going to be Ling Yu. Once again, our favorite attack strat, the Queen Charge Dragon Riders at the top of the competitive metagame right now. Great usage among players and pretty solid hit rate too, actually a 51% hit rate, despite not being all the way up there. Not the highest hit rate attack, but a very reliable attack that pretty much every pro player is going to know how to execute and execute quite well at. So feeling confident that this base is well laid out to get hit by this. We'll see how he proceeds. 3 multi-target Infernos. Air defense is really spread toward the outer edges of this base. It's all going to be about getting good, solid value from this Queen Charge entry and then backing it up with a big spread out on the other side.
He had that poison down, which was able to help take down and slow down the Rocket Loon, because that can be scary if you are not prepared and ready for it. Typically, you tend to use a poison onto the super minions and you freeze up those Rocket Loons, but if you're not ready, it comes out fast. Now with sending the King Royal Champion straight in towards the scatter, over on the right, into the defending King, and then there's also the Queen that is just right behind it, trying to get some insane value just with his hero so far to set up the charge for the Dragon Riders through the base. But the Eagle Artillery is on the top side. You're going to have a plan for it, and there it is. The Dragons are pushing their way straight into it. The Stone Slammer as well, straight to the air defense. But here comes some Headhunters. They're going to go straight for the enemy Queen.
Excellent addition. That Queen could cause a lot of problems for an aerial attack. He's going to pop the Stone Slammer, and the balloons soar on out. They're going to find their end, though, at this scatter shot in the top left compartment. Big defense still standing that Ling Yu is going to have to deal with. But fortunately, the Dragon Riders aren't stacking up too badly. They get an early lock on it and take it down. Archer Queen on the bottom corner is going to sacrifice her healers to a multi-target Inferno, happy to burn up anything within sight. She's focused on the wall right now, and the last few spells are going to get used by Ling Yu. Sends in the invisibility and a freeze on top. This is an easy 3-star.
That Queen is on the outside of the base. The biggest threat is that multi-target Inferno, but these Dragon Riders have the health to push their way straight through. Remember, they're not going to go for the air skellies. They will first take out the defenses, and then they will finish up and swag in the Queen and even the free spell. As we talked about, it is now coming in finally with 3 stars. That initial 3-star that we saw earlier is what is going to be the driving factor here for Wahaha, helping them now get 2 triples here into this war to help try to advance to tomorrow. And there it is, the Queen Charge Dragon Riders coming away with yet another 3-star here in the qualifiers.
Great turnaround from Wahaha. A sneaky ploy, I would say, in fact, to have gone without a triple yet in their first war, and then to have 2 of them in the first 3 strikes on the bottom bracket. So they have really turned up the heat and found their stride. The question remains, though, about whether it will be enough, because there have been quite a few triples on the other side of the field as well, and this war, halfway through now, has still got a lot left to go.
Absolutely. It's anyone's game still at this point. No one has taken the huge advantage. We're seeing 3 stars coming in, but still, a small mistake can still be a huge difference in this war. Everything's on the line. Again, you lose, you are eliminated, and these teams are trying to fight to get that golden ticket to join alternate attacks, Top and I Empire, and Queen Walkers, who are the other golden ticket winners. They all have experience playing against pro clans just like that in many of the leagues that they've been competing, and these Dragon Rider attacks have been part of the meta. The Drag Clone as well. We've been seeing Hybrid make it a small appearance again. It's not as popular as it was back in 10 or 13. And obviously with that P.E.K.K.A. Smash 2. Is there an attack that you would love to see here, Woody, that maybe you haven't seen yet?
It's a good question. You know, I was very fortunate to cast a few matches with Itsu for Clash Masters in this past week, and we saw quite a bit of creativity coming in from them, utilizing golems on the ground-based assault, for like a Sui strike. So yeah, maybe log launcher is what I want to see a bit more of. I like these ground-based hits, but it feels like most of them are kind of trending toward P.E.K.K.A. Smash. Even though we're getting quite a bit of variability out here with the Super Giants and Hog Rider hits. But show me some log launcher again. That's what I'm asking for.
Yeah, we've got ourselves the log launcher, like you mentioned, but we got Woody, do you see how many sneaky goblins that he has? Is there 20 sneaky gobs?
Oh my.
I think someone wants to grab that town hall using quite a bit to take out the storages, and he wants to use probably an invisibility as well to grab this value. Let's see if he can get it and then push his way through, but these builders are slowly repairing the storages though.
Yeah, he's being very judicious with the sneaky goblin usage here, just kind of popping them in whenever he feels confident that that's exactly how many he needs to knock down the next structure. You notice that he also sent one in there to trigger that giant bomb, and now he'll send all the rest of them with an invisibility spell, and that'll do it. You know, a lot of times people will use a battle blimp on the attack, drop the sneaky goblins right on the town hall and get the first star that way, but B found another way.
Yeah, with the king coming down on the bottom side with the log launcher as well. But now finally comes the lava hound, which is going to slow him down. But the warden is even on ground as well. 6 bats to use in this raid. Maybe on the scatter shot on the far left side. Since there's no other splash, you can drop her straight on top of it. But the king's ability goes off, pops the warden eternal tome. He's looking to help grab all this value on the bottom side of this base.
Oh, there is a ton to grab, too, and knocking around so many walls on a greatly positioned log launcher. He'll drop it in that bottom compartment, but he's opened up that scatter shot area, the multi-target inferno, and that air sweeper segment, which ought to be able to all go down, even though he doesn't have any healers to support this hero, or this hero dive in the bottom section. They've got a lot of distance to cover, but things are now starting to shape up with a hit over on the left corner now, Carbon.
Yeah, with the rage down over in the far left, we have headhunters that are trying to push their way straight into the Royal Champion. His queen is on the far left, but the multi-target infernos have not gone down, and he wanted his queen, but oh my goodness, she's just going to be going for the storage, walking her way to the left, but now the bats split off. We have Teslas in the corner, and these bats are getting shredded.
Oh, it's like a train wreck. You hate to stare, but you can't look away. It was on track to perfection in the initial stage, and the first minute and a half was looking beautiful, but things just kind of started to fall apart, wither away, and now he's just kind of throwing away spells at minimum value. I think that things really took a turn for the worse, as you mentioned there, with those multi-target infernos standing, Dragon Riders unable to get them down, and then Grand Warden not uniting the forces for that attack, unable to lend that life aura. This is going to be a big letdown for Wahaha now at a 2-star, 74%.
Yeah, a big defense for Inquisition right there. And he tried to come in with something really creative, using a bunch of sneaky goblins, having bats for a certain section. But the problem was all of those troops, the bottom heroes, that kind of split off in different directions. He wanted that queen to follow the log launcher king into that bottom compartment and grab all that value. But hey, it's not easy to do something like that, breaking the attack down in multiple different parts. And that's going to be a huge advantage now to Inquisition. They're going to try to keep putting the 3 stars on the board, and they're getting that much closer to the advancing to tomorrow. Now we have I Am Green with the next attack coming in with that P.E.K.K.A. Smash. We got the Super Wizards. We've been always seeing those Grand Warden walks on the bottom side or on a certain base. Usually you want to grab a multi-target Inferno, like he's trying right now, a Scatter Shot, and or a Town Hall with that Warden walk to really set up and establish that funnel.
Well, you're asking me what sort of attack I wanted to see. I got to see the log launcher, but man, there's a reason why they're not the most popular in the meta right now, and it's because they're very difficult to pilot towards success. I Am Green going to be going a bit more standard with the P.E.K.K.A. Smash and using that Siege Barracks as well to get even more troops on the board. The walk along the bottom edge is looking good, and the Grand Warden is happy to path along toward the top now to help out these P.E.K.K.A.s, making their way into that big compartment in the bottom right with a huge rage spell to get them all the way in, but only 1 jump added on to this attack. lots of little compartments along the outer edge, and kind of what I'm worried about now is will the pathing go in Iron Green's favor?
Yeah, with that jump spell into the core of the base, we have the single target Inferno that locked down. But wait a second, where is this Queen? Okay, so she's behind a wall. What is going on? He's not getting access to this town hall here at the moment. Everything kind of split off and they're going the wrong way. But he needs to get this town hall down. He still has a Royal Champion to help secure. But look at these healers. They're like, you know what, Pega, I want to heal you over anything else. But he does send a wall breaker down there to try to potentially help that Queen.
Yeah, you almost want to keep the Queen stuck on a wall a little bit longer to get those healers enough time to switch off back to her and try to top her off. Iron Green drops a rage spell, but it does not get the healers, and that means that Queen's ability is forced out. She's in the same compartment now as that Town Hall and is still at middling health. Gets some support from the World Champion now to get the lock on here. That should be enough to get the 2-star, but what a scary finish for Iron Green and what almost wound up being a devastating loss.
Yeah, that could have been really close. I was worried there that that all may not have gone down, but luckily the Royal Champion helped and the healers did go back to that Queen to help secure the 2-star. But they're still looking good. They got the 3 triples right there, but they're going to be putting up a 2-star here, and that's going to put them 1 star over Wahaha at the moment. We have a minion onto the mortar. It's going to come down to the final set of attacks. Anything can still happen here, Woody.
Right you are. This war is wide open now. And despite a low percentage hit from Wahaha, seems like the defense on their side is going to be able to put up one of the same. So that's going to drag Inquisition down to that 10-star mark, same as Wahaha, and their overall percentage is going to be relatively close. But with just 1 attack left for each clan, it's whoever has the advantage going into this 5th one that will have a big leg up. And with 80% from that P.E.K.K.A. Smash, I believe that is going to be, what is that? That's behind, isn't it?
Well, they're going to have the stars. So it's really going to force Wahaha still have to put up the 3-star so that Inquisition needs to get a higher percent or even maybe try to force them to 3-star as well. But everything, they're just focused on this attack right now. They've got a triple, and what are they potentially coming in with is going to be the question. We've seen some attackers in previous war with the final attacks even being a mass Inferno Dragon attack. Usually attacks at this stage of the war may be a little bit more involved, or even on some bases that they just they didn't have a plan initially, and they're kind of a little bit nervous. So we're going to see the final hit coming in for Wahaha, and they need to 3-star. And let's see. So this actually, the replay from Wahaha Inquisition with the Queen Charge Dragon Riders. And he did end up using the Queen up top at 12 o'clock.
Yeah, so we're not going to be watching this one live, but instead you will get to see it replay as it occurred. Queen Charge up in the top corner gets great value against that Eagle artillery early on. We've seen just how devastating that Eagle can be if it gets activated without any plan to knock it apart. So Wahaha is going to be able to crack into that top compartment as well, but is the Queen going that way, or is she a bit distracted over here by the enemy King?
Yeah, with that Headhunter to help assist that Queen there, you really want to try to push that Queen. Oh, there it is. I was going to say, you really want to get that Queen to go in towards this air defense, and that was a brilliant use of the invisibility spell to do exactly that. The wall break came down. Now the Queen was able now to look at this, get all this value straight into the core of this base, and he has access to the multi, sweeper, air expo, tons of stuff. Be able to then send the Dragon Riders across to help assist, because there's even the King and Royal Champ from the bottom side.
So the Eagle Artillery is going to stand up after all, despite that being a really crucial target. Wahaha will send in a Balloon and Inferno Dragon to get the lock on there. A little bit of insulation and then burn from that Inferno guarantees it eliminated. But with such a huge alleyway down the center of this base, this Archer Queen is just going to have a field day taking down an enemy Queen, knocking apart Expos. This is just like exactly what you would want from a Queen Charge, Carbon.
Yeah, absolutely. And the single target Inferno is where he sent the Dragon Riders in to help keep that Queen alive. Pops that Warden ability and was able to help charge this Queen all the way through towards that Grand Warden. Queen's ability was forced, and this is what helps keep Inquisition in the lead at the 11-star mark. So look at that. The Dragon Riders taking out the bomb tower. The Queen went down, but got the value. Has the minions, the Headhunter around the base, and tons of Dragon Riders to clean up. Yes, there is an air defense and Tassel of Arm at the backside, but with that Grand Warden assistance, it's enough to help push his way through. And luckily, that Expo over there was not set to air.
Well, time is ticking for the defenses of B, and it is not going to be enough here. Remember, that replay countdown is going to be showing a little bit less than actually was available to Haha in the last moments of his attack. This looks like a pretty confident 3-star that's going to end right as soon as that replay timer ticks away. A confident finish with 3 Dragon Riders still up, and a great addition of minions and even a Headhunter still helping out.
Yeah, and Ha does put that 3-star in Inquisition, so that is where we currently stand. 4 attacks each with 11 to that 10, and we're going to have to see if Wahaha can keep putting the pressure on. And Inquisition, they have the advantage. They have the chance to try with the final attack and even close it out, because with a triple from them, they can help take the war victory and move on to tomorrow. Or will Wahaha have a small chance try to advance?
A firm upper hand for Inquisition just like pulling off a triple will be the last nail in the coffin. Still, even short of that, they have a pretty appreciable advantage in percentage, and so Wahaha are really going to have to get that triple here and now. They've souped up the troops. Hats off to Lin. He is not going to leave any of this to chance. He has dropped a big support for this army. He's going on the ground with his Queen charge to start things off for this Dragon Rider. But yeah, once again, the log launcher to help out here, Carbon.
Yeah, with this Queen coming in towards the scatter shot, the 5 Dragon Riders, and like you mentioned, the log launcher to help push its way in towards the town hall. And now the question is, will some of these logs end up helping take out whatever comes out of the clan castle? Because you always know you would love to take out headhunters, archers, goblins, whatever it may be to get that value. There's a freeze to keep the Queen going. But so far, it's looking pretty solid as long as he keeps his eye on that single target Inferno. So he hopefully get through that and does not lose the Queen.
Yep, that bottom air defense, though, is starting to get me a little bit worried. Needs to make sure that that wizard takes it out nice and quick, otherwise those healers could be in trouble. Whoa, real quick rocket loons trying to threaten that Queen on the charge. Log launcher not going to be able to help against them at all, but nevertheless, Lin is going to have a confident response for that. Sends in that poison spell, will be able to knock down all the CC troops. A single target Inferno now locking onto his Archer Queen. That's going to force out an ability or a free spell. There you go, to shut it down.
He did use that freeze to keep the Queen going, and even has her ability with another rage. This is looking fantastic. What a charge, but that freeze did not get the town hall, but it's okay. The Queen is not at risk of going down. The Dragon Riders are coming through, but the problem is, the Royal Champion clutched up that scatter shot into the core of the base. Brilliant job, but we do have a Tornado Trap still slowing him down a little bit. The Queen finally clears the town hall, and now he's making his way to the backside with the RC ability. This is looking great.
On the last legs of this strike down, just like you said, looking great to finish off. This is exactly what Wahaha needed, and I hope for their sakes that they have a strong defense ahead of them, because a 3.5% average destruction behind means that it is going to be a good one, or it is going to be them being eliminated from this match. But all credit due to Lin. When it mattered most, he had the offense ready and got the triple.
Yep, with that 3-star coming in, few red air bombs, but it's not going to stop him here. Use those kind of swag spells. Beautiful job from Lin getting the 3-star, and now putting the pressure onto Inquisition. They're gonna have to be getting 2-star and percentage to win. 3-star, yeah, you're gonna guarantee the victory, but it's coming down to the final attack. The smallest thing can go wrong. You have to stay focused. Yes, it is the final attack here, and if you do not win this match, you are eliminated and you're going home. And they've tried and competed so much just to get to this point. Everything's on the line.
Well, it's on the line. Let's see how they marshal their forces for the final hit. The triple guarantees advancement. Vendetta, the clutch master, the final striker. He's put up 3-star performances before, and with a grim face, he is all business.
Yeah, with the invisibility spell rages, can he grab the scatter shot? Eric Skellies. He keeps using more. He's got one more. Oh, he did. The enemy Royal Champion's down. Scatter shot's been secured. And okay, even has still one invisibility left to use.
Good value at the start here. Inquisition knows that the hopes of their team now rest squarely on the firm, confident shoulders of Vendetta. Good entry point to start things off, and they have got to be pumping their fists, just hoping that the follow-up can be just as good. Barbarian King and Queen will dive straight into that top compartment, claiming the Town Hall is going to be a big relief, as they know that the 3-star, as difficult as it is going to be, will not turn into some 1-star disaster with that first target claimed. The La Lune component will be added in shortly. Keep an eye out for sweepers and scatter shots, which can cause big problems for them on the back end. Good early dive, though, has done its job, and I think Vendetta is cleared to get this 2-star, 87% necessary for Inquisition to win.
Yeah, it's looking really good so far. That Queen getting some incredible value. Even found the Tornado Trap as well. And the Air Expo goes down. He's getting so much value. And the Warden Belly threw some red air bombs. Wait, these balloons are going too fast. And oh, they survived through the red air bomb. Beautiful job. And this is looking golden. Freezing up the sweeper. But he's got so many balloons still. He uses a haste, pushes his way around. And Vendetta is looking so strong here for Inquisition. Not only looking to get that 87% 2-star to win this war, but trying to put up the 3-star to keep that streak going.
That is all they needed. Vendetta crosses the finish line, and with it, Inquisition will move on, and it's elimination for Wahaha.
The Queen finishes that off, and there is the 3-star. Congratulations to Inquisition. They will be advancing to tomorrow. And yeah, they did go down to the lower bracket, but that's all fine, because tomorrow everything is basically reset, and they have to now keep winning. If they lose, they will be eliminated. So the pressure is still on. But GG, Inquisition coming in with the victory, and they will be advancing. A 14-star performance, 96%. Great job there. And now they're going to be focused for tomorrow, getting our way closer to that golden ticket, Woody.
14 stars both by Inquisition and also by TorillaTavataan. This has got to be the highest scoring lower bracket that we have seen so far this year for the Clash of Clans World Championship. So hats off to both of them. They may be down, but they are certainly not back out. They have been knocked apart, but they are still in it. There is a double elimination tournament for a reason. And even though all of our golden ticket winners so far were advancing from the top side of the bracket, there is always time for a first. And I think that these teams really have a great storyline going for them tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. These teams are showing exactly what they can do here, and they're doing it in the lower bracket, even though the pressure is high, because they know if they lose, they are out. But we are going to be inviting Judo back here. We need to break down one of these attacks. Which one have you picked for us today?
Thank you so much, Carbon. I'm actually going to break down one of the attacks from Wahaha. Despite being eliminated, I like the fact that we was using something just a little bit different with the Super Giants, and we did see quite a lot of attacks entering from the opposite side of the town hall. So if you are wanting to do this, the main thing you have to do is assure you can guarantee the pathing through the base. The Grand Warden Walk typically does that on one side, and what we likes to do is have a heavy investment. We've seen him using all of the Yeti alongside the King, the Siege Barracks, even the Royal Champion on that opposite side, allowing him to then secure the pathing through and towards that Town Hall. Now, in terms of these Super Giants, yes, they do extra damage to walls, but he's not using them for that reason. It's more the fact of the tanking for the Super Wizards and the Archer Queen. The Giants, the Super version, have more hit points if you add them together than the regular Giants, and they would even have more hit points than the Golem. The only thing is, being 10 housing space, they are still susceptible to spring traps. But having a huge pack, you tend to make it through to the Town Hall, getting the 3-star on this one, and a beautiful demonstration of setting the pathing for the P.E.K.K.A. Smash if you plan to come from the opposite side of the base, and using the Super Giants just to have a little bit extra swag points, Carbon.
Yeah, the Super Giants are amazing to see. I can't believe that actually being used. That's the one thing, is those are some of the troops that you don't see all too often. It's like the Super Giants, the Super Barbs, Super Archers. But it's awesome to see, and even these pro players show how exactly to do that. But just like the offensive side we show some love to, let's show some love to the defensive side, because the defense is what helps these teams win nonetheless, and the base builders stand out. And we're taking a look at Inquisition, I Am Green, and Woody. We're taking a look and trying to see the Teslas. They're not on the outside of a base, but they're all kind of clumped together in the core there.
Yeah, real great clumping of these traps. You can also see the air bombs all clumped together in the center and up by the Town Hall, as well as all 5 of those spring traps over by the scatter shot over on the left side, really clearly trying to defend maybe against a hybrid army attack from the ground. But why don't you take it away?
Yeah, it was just incredible to see, and that's the left side, like you mentioned. Those spring traps probably made a big difference, and the right side was what stayed up. Potentially, you can send some heroes in there, and if you send any headhunters close to spring traps like that, they will get launched. But we've been seeing quite a bit tornado traps being placed near the Town Hall, and that's what was placed here as well. Tornado traps near the Town Hall do so much work. And Judo, do you have any kind of ideas of what we've seen today? And I just can't wait to see what tomorrow's going to bring.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the tornado traps around the Town Hall tended to be the big defenses. Yes, we've talked about the spring traps, some of the finer details in terms of base breakdowns, but the attacks that majorly go wrong, it does tend to be either the rocket balloons in the clan castle or the bats or blimp. But why don't we invite Itsu back so we can continue this conversation with all 4 of us? And it's always good to get Itsu's analysis on this, obviously being an ex-pro player, but also base breakdown as well. So what were your thoughts on some of the bases today, Itsu?
I think we saw a huge trend of having a lot of spring traps against those headhunters, like those line of spring traps, just hoping that some of those headhunters are going to trigger them. I feel like this was the biggest change in the meta of base building, Judo.
Yeah, it was fantastic to see, and there were certainly lots of incredible attacks. Why don't we have a quick look at some of the best ones? I know there was plenty that stood out for me. How about yourself, Carbon? Was there anything that stood out in particular for you?
Yeah, I would say the one that I broke down was with the lightning spell into the Dragon Rider, because those lightning spells used in the middle of the base and then sending the heroes up top helped set a perfect path for the Dragon Riders. Didn't end up including any healers. It was just zap Dragon Riders. I think that was the only zap Dragon Rider attack we saw all of this qualifiers. So anything unique, I love to see, Judo.
Yeah, I think that was fantastic. Woody, how about yourself? Was there any attack that stood out to you across today?
Yeah, let's go take a look at the last attack from match 3. That was from Shuai from N.Y Amazing. He sent in a QC Lalo and, of course, picked up the 3 stars. This was the first time that we got to see N.Y Amazing in the qualifier, and boy, did they really get a great stomping showing against Inquisition. This last strike getting 3 stars.
Yeah, it was impressive. For me, it was actually the attack from Inquisition, and it was Lou. We casted the attack Carbon, and it was when he used the hero dive into Lava Loon and had so many balloons left over. I think the careful deployment of the Lava Loon was so impressive. To have that many balloons left over really does show how good of an attack it was. I just love watching the Lava Loon attacks. But finally, what about yourself, Itsu? Was there any attack that stood out to you?
I think for me, just like seeing the Chinese community with their P.E.K.K.A Smash attacks, this is like their thing, like their superpower. Sometimes feel like, and seeing the transition over the qualifiers with like starting with the log launcher in the early days with the P.E.K.K.A Smash from the other side of the town hall, which was back then something really crazy. And now you see those siege barracks attacks with the P.E.K.K.A Smash. I feel like just seeing the one single strategy evolving over time is something really cool to see.
Yeah, definitely to see both the mix of the air attacks, but obviously that P.E.K.K.A Smash that we see quite a lot in terms of the ground. Good to see some Hog Riders mixed in. But we actually have an interview lined up, which is really cool, by one of the players from TorillaTavataan. And they certainly captured the hearts of the community today, I feel. So I think we should bring him on board. We can have a little bit of a chat, see how he feels. Thank you so much for joining us. You really put on a fantastic performance. ODS, how do you feel after today?
Everyone. You know, it's very, very exciting for us because, as you said, we're just a bunch of guys, you know, who play Clash, and we're playing against these amazing players, and you guys are talking about all these different attacks that they're doing. We're taking advantage of our good fortune and our hard work. You know, and it's really, really very exciting for us. And if I could just have 2 seconds to just express some appreciation to some of the people who have helped us, I appreciate that. The TT team, you know, is led by Mac. We've got VB as well, Lake and Atu. We've got Bond and KR Lower. Those guys, you know, they put in the work this week and really helped us get ready for this weekend. We played last weekend. We didn't really expect to make it to this weekend. But since we're here, we took it as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and we put our best effort forth, you know. I also have to mention N.Y, who suffered a personal loss, and so please keep him in your thoughts. And Tehosekoitin, who worked really hard on testing bases for us. And then we've got 3 different people who worked on building bases for us. And you'll find out who they are after we're knocked out if you follow us on Twitter at Tori, Tori_COC, at Tori_COC.
That's awesome to hear that.
Huge thank you to those guys. Sorry about that, Judo.
No, apologies. My fault for cutting in. It's awesome to hear the backstory because we see you guys doing the attacks on stream. Sometimes it's hard to appreciate the amount of work that goes into the background and the people that are there. If I can quickly ask you as well, you used the dragons quite a lot, or dragon variants with the clone spells. I don't want you to give any tactics away, but for anybody watching, could you give them any tips if they want to try it themselves?
Absolutely. Basically, you know, like you said, we basically punished the dragons as much as we could. The team that stopped us, JX Tiger, they're incredible. I mean, all those guys are incredible, and we're taking advantage of what we can that we see on the bases, you know, and just punishing them how we can. Basically, we're like the Chris Moneymaker of Clash, you know. You hear about all these guys, you know, that we playing against. JX Tiger, Wahaha, you know, all those guys, we and B and stuff. Tomorrow, Inquisition, Badzinger, you know, those guys are all incredible players. So the biggest point I guess I could make is that anyone can make it if we can make it. So we're here and we're going to take advantage of it as much as we can. But to anyone out there listening, you know, if you're just a regular player, that's what we are. So it's exciting.
Very well said. I think you're right up there with those guys as well, because you put on incredible performances. Just very quickly then, in terms of tomorrow's matches, again, I don't want you to give anything away, but what's your preparations like? Are you going to try and relax quite a bit, or is it just full on preparing for tomorrow's match?
We put in a lot of effort during the week. I think that we're going to take some time to relax. We'll think about things a little bit, see if there's anything has changed from today. You know, the guys that I mentioned before, along with our mascot Kirby, have been watching the stream and checking out what they can, and they'll tell us what we need to know. and we'll see what we need to change, if anything. But that's really, really what we're going to do. Again, it's really just that we're just regular players. The pressure's on all those other guys, not on us. We're just here to have fun and play the game, just like everyone else watching right now. We try to play the game the right way. Every once in a while, you hear about people doing these bad things. And it's just, we just play the game, and we play it as fair and as clean as we can.
That's awesome. It's so refreshing to hear that you're just enjoying the game and, exactly how it should be. So thank you so much for joining us. Best of luck to you and your team tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Judah. Thank you. Pleasure.
Awesome interview. Wow, that was really great to hear the backstory. And Itsu, I'm sure you appreciate all of the work that goes into the background and everybody that helps. What did you make of that one?
Yeah, I think it's cool to hear like what type of big support team is typically behind those teams, like having the base builders, the base testers, because depending on what strategies you're using, like on your own, like player or roster wise, you might want to test some other strategies, and you might do not want to, like, you can't really execute them on their own, so you need other testers to help. And so there's a huge group typically behind those bases, those teams, and I think this was really nicely highlighted.
Yeah, totally agree. I think that was a fantastic interview. Really good to hear that. Carbon, any final words before we finish off the stream?
No, it was just amazing again to say that interview again was amazing to see what puts into the work and all these teams coming together. And it's not just these 5 players, but it's all the players in the team behind the scenes that's helped them get there, and just to show what they've done as well. I just can't wait to see what tomorrow is going to bring. It's going to be some crazy stuff trying to get to that golden ticket.
Yeah, I totally agree. And Woody, I'm going to let you round everything up here. Take it away, my friend.
Thanks very much, Judah. That was a wonderful interview, and you can really tell that there's a lot of heart in these players and appreciation for the support that they get, not just in the base building and kind of the nitty-gritty strategy, but it's a game that has been around for, over 9 years now, and the community has built up around it, and people play it because they love it. And it's great when we get a chance to see someone who really does truly love it and can share that with the wider audience. So with that, I think that this is going to be the end of the show. Thanks very much for tuning in, everyone. The Clash of Clans World Championship August season is coming to a close, but we still have one more big day of competition tomorrow. It's a double elimination bracket, and the 4 teams that still remain are going to be vying for that golden ticket. This $1 million prize pool event would not be possible without the support from Supercell, the production squad, and all the teams competing, as well as you for watching it and giving it so much excitement and energy. Thanks very much for tuning in today, and we hope to see you again tomorrow. We're going live again at 1 a.m. UTC. Until then, Clash on.